All the build-up down to England against Denmark on the way. 50 for 2, thank you very much. Wondered what the screen was. We will have all the build-up to England-Denmark over the next hour. Unchanged 11 for England. Matthew Upson and Conor Cody are with us as well. And we'll hear from them after the latest news with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Euros and the general election 2024.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. The Conservative Party's Director of Campaigning, Tony Lee, has taken a leave of absence as it emerges both he and his wife, Laura Saunders, who's an election candidate, have been investigated by the Gambling Commission. It's over alleged bets on when the election would take place. The actions of another Tory candidate and one of the Prime Minister's police protection officers are also being looked into. Our political correspondent, David Cornock, says it's a blow to Rishi Sunak.
This matters because using confidential information to cheat at gambling can be a criminal offence. So this is potentially quite serious. As you can imagine, the Conservatives' political opponents are making the most of it to question both Rishi Sunak's leadership and his party's integrity. So very awkward for the Conservatives. Practical problems too, because they've just lost their Director of Campaigning 14 days before polling day.
Well, the Conservative Minister Andrew Bowie admits the situation isn't ideal.
I think it's bitterly regrettable, as Michael Gove said just this morning, and there's an investigation ongoing by the Gambling Commission. So I can't say any more than that, given the fact there is an investigation underway. But it is very regrettable.
In the campaign today, the Alliance Party has launched its 2024 manifesto, hoping to add to the single Westminster seat it won in 2019. The party's standing candidates in all 18 of Northern Ireland's constituencies, with policies to decarbonise the economy, secure funding for integrated education, improve relations with the EU and reform Northern Ireland's political institutions. Here's the Alliance leader, Naomi Long.
We will work for reform of the Stormont institutions to ensure that no single party can ever again collapse the Executive and Assembly, that all votes in that chamber count equally, and that the abuse of vetoes is ended. Leading change on fairer funding and more sustainable institutions equals a brighter future for our whole community. I'm confident Alliance will build on our record of delivery in Westminster under Stephen and previously when I was there. We're going to demonstrate, and we have shown, that even with one MP, we have been able to effect significant change. Just imagine what we could do with a team of MPs with that same level of commitment and vision and drive. That's what we're offering people on the 4th of July, and that's what I'm offering in this manifesto. And I encourage people, if they want change, elect people who will lead change. Thank you.
Well, there's more information on the Alliance Party manifesto on the Northern Ireland page of the BBC News website. And you can continue to listen to live election coverage, including tonight's leaders' debate on Question Time at 8 o'clock with the Election 2024 stream on BBC Sounds. Just go to the live dial at the top of the BBC Sounds home page. In other news, the UK's highest court has ruled that a council should have considered the full climate impact of burning fuel when it gave planning approval for a new oil well. The ruling against Surrey County Council could make it more difficult to develop fossil fuel projects in the future. A friend of a missing British teenager says he's in severe danger in harsh terrain in Tenerife without sun cream, water or hiking gear. Jay Slater from Lancashire hasn't been seen or heard from since Monday. He called his friend saying he was lost, thirsty and had only 1% battery on his phone. And interest rates have been held at 5.25% for the 7th time in a row by the Bank of England. That's despite inflation hitting the bank's target rate of 2% for the first time in 3 years. That's the news. Ellie Brennan has the travel.
In the latest travel news, on the M1 southbound, 2 lanes are closed between junction 14 at Milton Keynes and junction 13. There's emergency barrier repairs happening there. You have got queuing traffic going up to it, so it's looking slow. The M4 westbound, there's been an accident between junction 16 at Swindon West to 17. Now just been moved to the hard shoulder, so it should start to ease off, but you've still got some very heavy traffic there. And the M5 southbound, 1 lane is closed after junction 21 at Western Supermare. There's been a spillage there, so you've got delays. It is going to take a while for that to clear. Ellie Brennan, 5 Live Travel.
On BBC iPlayer.
Shall we dance?
Oh, this is so Bridgerton.
Your presence is requested by the Doctor and Lady Ruby.
Come on!
On the occasion of a formal gathering.
Not a lord. Does not a lord have a name? Rogue.
to aid in the fight against unsavoury guests.
I found them!
They'll kill us, then London, then the world.
Please respond with haste.
Run. I'm normally the one that says that.
Doctor Who.
Let's go save this party!
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Euro 2024 Deutschland
With Mark Chapman.
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
And we are live from Frankfurt this afternoon for England's second game here at Euro 2024. The sun is coming through the roof at the moment. The roof is on the stadium, but it's coming through and shining on those Danish fans away to our left. You still get a sense in this stadium, despite the fact that there is a roof on, you still get a sense of being in the open air, because above the top tier, that is open, so you don't have the whole stadium enclosed. So even with the roof on, you do have a sense of being outside. In the early game at the Euros, they finished Serbia 1, Slovenia 1. Last minute of injury time equaliser for the Serbs. Those two also in England's group, and that means if England win this today, they will go through already as Group C winners. Let's just remind ourselves of the teams. John Murray.
Yes, England are unchanged, so the same side that started against Serbia in their first match of the tournament. So Pickford in goal, the back four of Walker, Stones, Gay, and winning his 50th cap here, Kieran Trippier. Then Trent Alexander-Arnold and Declan Rice, Bukayo Saka, Jude Bellingham, Phil Foden and Harry Kane. And there is no Luke Shaw. He's not involved. He is not among the substitutes, and the indication was that he would not be available until the group stage at the earliest. And Denmark, just one change for them. Mæhle coming in as the right wing back for Bar. So Denmark with Kasper Schmeichel in goal, Joachim Andersen, Andreas Christensen and Yannick Vestergaard, the three central defenders. Joachim Mæhle on the right, Victor Christensen on the left, Morten Hjulmand and Pierre-Emile Højbjerg in the middle with Christian Eriksen. And then another Manchester United man, Rasmus Højlund, up front with Jonas Vind.
Thank you very much. Both sets of goalkeeping units are out here warming up. England have only just come out. Denmark came out maybe 5 minutes ago. Two England defenders sitting in between myself and John, and Matthew Upson and Connor Cody. Although I did just whisper to you, Connor, when the Danish goalkeeping contingent came out, rather than immediately going towards the goals and practicing shot stopping or crosses, they did keepy-ups for 5 minutes. I mean, that's what the modern game's come to.
It is, Chappers, and that's you living in the dark ages a little bit, my friend, isn't it?
Wow, the first thing you say to me during these Euros, it's like that, is it, Connor?
I've been waiting for that for the last 5 minutes, mate. I'm sorry.
I've been his official advisor over the course of the last.
It was very impressive, though.
It was, yeah. Obviously, we play with Mads Hermansen at Leicester, and listen, he's a fantastic goalkeeper with his feet, but obviously Kasper Schmeichel's well known to the Premier League as well, very good with his feet, but yeah, that's keepers this day and age, Chappers, isn't it?
Absolutely. Matt, something tells me I may be asking you more questions than Connor over the coming hour. Anything about the team selection surprise you? Unchanged? Surprise you?
No, because I don't think there was enough out of the performance jumping out at you to say, oh, he has to change that, oh, that's got to be different. There's things that could be better, but I think you're going to see that in every performance probably. So it's a balance. I think he was really happy with the way they stuck together, and when you get tested in that first match, I actually think it's quite good for the group. So they were under pressure, they stuck together, defended the box well, and obviously played well with the ball at times. So I think there's enough there for him to think, well, I'll keep working with it and see where it goes.
I mean, there's nothing unusual in this, Matt, is there? Because we've done enough tournaments together, and enough tournaments, you've been at them, you two as well. Every lineup is scrutinised.
Yeah.
When a squad is as strong as this one is, people can make the case for maybe 16 or 17 of these guys starting. But any selection feels like such a lightning rod that even if you wanted to change things tactically, let's say because they play with the back three and they've got Eriksen in the hole and two up front, still feel that there'd be so many questions around having to do something for tactical reasons even.
Yeah, but sometimes it's just about balance, isn't it? Or, fitness or whatever. I think coming into this tournament, there's been a lot of uncertainty over who is starting. And I don't think that helps that kind of speculation, does it? You know, England haven't been a solid, rigid formation and personnel in the last 9 months, have they? It's been lots and lots and lots of change. A lot of players have made a late run into the team and into the squad. So it's changed around a lot, and it just kind of stirs that speculation, which is already high. It just makes it even more kind of streamlined into people's opinions.
Yeah, I think also, chappers, I think if you look at England before the Serbia game, we were in a good run. I think we'd won 1 in 5 before the Serbia game as well. And again, it come from changing a lot of players. It doesn't just come from that, but you want that continuity. And listen, if we go past experiences with Gareth Southgate, I've been in the last 2 squads, he very rarely makes changes in major tournaments. He very rarely does. It might be 1, 2 at the most. He very rarely makes changes. So I'm not surprised with the team going the same team, and it gives the lads a chance then to really develop that continuity of playing together as well.
I've just seen, I mentioned the fact that it's the first time an unchanged team from Gareth Southgate since the France quarter-final in Qatar. I've just seen this from Opta, who says in the time that he's been manager, and this is his 97th match as the England manager, he has named an unchanged starting 11 just 5 times now, and each of the 4 previous occasions have been at the tournament, at the World Cups.
Just one more on the sort of settled 11. We'll get into all sorts of other things in a little while. Do you think the players under Southgate, and when you were in those squads, appreciated that sort of it being settled, everybody knowing where they stood, even if you were not in that starting 11?
Yeah, the one thing I think Gareth Southgate and his staff and the people at the FA do really well is he pick players and he creates an environment that understand them situations. So I do believe, don't get me wrong, them players who aren't playing won't be sat there thrilled. Of course they won't. As football players, you always want to play, but they understand the situation. They understand that they have to be ready at all times for if and when they're chucked into the situation. We've seen the other day Conor Gallagher coming on, we've seen Jarrod Bowen coming on, going on a fantastic run and setting up Harry Kane. So I think people understand it. Are they happy? Of course not, because as footballers you want to play, but do they understand it? Yeah.
I think international camps, as in at a tournament, are slightly different, Matt, in the sense of, you know, if you're in a club squad during the week, you may be thinking, well, if I go well in training here, there's a chance of me being in the team on Saturday, and it's not quite the same within an international camp.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think it can be. I honestly think it can be. I mean, I was looking at France the other night, and I think Kante had turned up, and I don't think they thought he was going to start, but he's impressed that much in training, looks so fit, which we know he can be, and I think in the end Deschamps looked at it and went, I've got to start him because he's trained that well. I actually think the training is probably more important because you're not getting the regular games, or there's not games over a long, half a season of games. It's like the training, I think, or I felt, was really important. Certainly as a player a little bit on the fringe, maybe not in the starting 11, you think that's my chance, that's where I've got to show that I'm ready, my attitude's great, that I'm fit, that I'm sharp. So the training for me is hugely important in that sense.
Let's go down pitch side. Izzy Christiansen, England midfielder, part of our team here on 5 Live Sport, behind the goal for us. And you would have had a great view, actually, of all the keepy-uppies that the Danes were doing.
Yeah, I did, chappers, but I'm with Connor on that one. You're in the dark ages to think the goalkeeper's just shot
even more questions coming to Matt, I said.
Let me tell you what, I've been privy to some amusement between Kasper Schmeichel, the Danish goalkeeper, of course, and his dad, Peter, who's on the touchline doing some television work. And Kasper Schmeichel, when Peter had his back to him, and he stood there with his microphone in his hand, Kasper Schmeichel's tried to nutmeg him, and he was about an inch away from his dad's right foot, and his dad turned around and gave him a look which I wouldn't want to be at the end of. And now they've just been playing foot golf, which is basically, Connor and Matt, I'm sure will know lots about that, as will you chappers with your golf interests. But yeah, it's a really good angle I've got here. They're zipping the ball around the goalkeeper union of Denmark, and the fans are very, very noisy behind me as well.
Izzy, thank you. Never mind my golfing, my football as well. All about foot golf. They do look very relaxed, don't they? Actually.
Do you know how she made it all about the golf there?
Yeah,
for good reason.
I know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no. Well, Connor knows as well. Kasper is. I mean, how chilled out is he? He's very laid back, isn't he?
Super laid back. And yeah, listen, he's a fantastic goalkeeper, isn't he? He's a huge leader, both for Denmark and and club as well, and he was for Leicester when he was there as well.
He's super confident, isn't he? Like, in terms of his own belief, nothing wavers him in terms of questioning himself. You can tell he can just relax and go into these occasions knowing he's going to produce a top performance.
Oh, without a doubt. And a lot of people, it comes with experience. With him, I don't think it does. I think it comes with a self-belief. I think it comes with the confidence in himself that he knows what he has to do, and he does the same things every game. And listen, he's a fantastic keeper, and he's been brilliant for Denmark over the years at the tournaments as well.
Well, you could say the same about both of them, couldn't you, Connor? I mean, you know, you played in front of Jordan Pickford as well. I mean, if this game isn't very good, we could actually just spend all our time watching the goalkeepers and their mannerisms.
I was going to say he's not as calm as Kasper Schmeichel, but I've been watching at times.
No, I meant in confidence.
Oh yeah, in confidence, 100%. And listen, again, what Jordan Pickford's done for England at the major tournaments, how he's blossomed under Gareth Southgate has been fantastic, and again, 2 good goalkeepers on show today.
Connor Cody, Matthew Upson, Izzy Christiansen, all with us here in Frankfurt. Kick-off about 40 minutes away. Let's hear from John Stones, who a few moments ago pitchside caught up with Kelly Summers.
Yeah, welcome along to Frankfurt. I am pitchside with John Stones. John, good to see you. Let's start with the fact that England have never won their opening 2 games at the Euros. What are you going to need to do out here tonight to ensure you end that record?
I think build from the game the other day. I think we set a great platform, and I think we all know that we could have played a lot better in certain areas of the game, but the fundamentals of winning and getting a clean sheet, digging through the hard times in the match. I know we're up against a good team today and a lot of good players, and we played them in the last Euros. Came out on top, and we want to do that again. I think what we've worked on in the training and what we can improve on, we've looked at that, and hopefully we can implement it into the game tonight.
Yeah, the defence did get a lot of understandable praise, but there was a bit of concern as to how the second half went. How can England control this game tonight better than they did on Sunday?
I think we've got to use the ball better. I think after the game we recognised that straight away, that we could have controlled the game a bit more and used the ball better, higher up the pitch. And hopefully we can do that tonight. I think it's always difficult when you're in the first game, you want to get the win and you'll win at all costs, and I think we did that, and now it's time to build and use the quality that we've got, and but not go away from the basics that we brought really well in the other game.
What about the defence overall? I said it got praise. Mark Gahey got so much praise. The first time you started a tournament match with him, what did you make of his performance now he's settled in?
Oh, incredible. He didn't show any nerves. I'm sure he was nervous, but no, absolute massive credit. It's a big stage, and how he performed, the maturity he showed, you know, and hopefully we can go on, and whoever plays, we can keep clean sheets, and you know, I'm sure he'll pull more performance out.
You've done incredibly well to keep your composure there. We are surrounded by England fans. Best of luck tonight, John.
So much, thank you.
John Stones with Kelly Summers. And actually, Izzy, in the car on the way here to the ground, we were talking about John Stones' composure, because when you were pitchside the other night and you were behind Jordan Pickford's goal, you were really impressed with actually how he dealt with the England keeper, but the situation around him.
Yeah, and I'm sure Connor will be able to give some padding around what it's like to play behind Jordan Pickford, but as he was mentioning earlier, he's very, very expressive with his emotions and his body language. And there was a time in the first half against Serbia the other night where Kyle Walker and John Stones had a bit of a mishap in communication. The ball went out of play and they just pushed themselves onto the back foot a little bit, and Jordan Pickford absolutely hammered John Stones, and John Stones just turned around very calmly, gave him a little nod, acknowledged the fact that he'd been angry with him, and then they just move on and get on with it. And I think that's probably the way that you create the environment, the high performance environment, where everyone can be themselves, and if that's being expressive, you can allow that as long as your teammates know how to react to your emotions.
Yeah, I think Izzy's exactly right. And I also think it's understanding what Jordan Pickford's like, and Jordan Pickford understanding what John Stones is like. They've played so many games together for England, and the way they perform together, and Stones will understand exactly what Pickford was saying, and vice versa. So, but I can't tell you how much I love John Stones, honestly. I think as a leader now, I think the age he's at, the amount of games he's played for England, and we all spoke about Mark Gahey the other night, but John Stones will lead him through that game. Honestly, he'll talk to him, he'll perform by example, and he'll lead by example, and I think he's a fantastic player.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think
playing in front of Jordan Pickford. You have to understand the type of person that he is, the type of goalkeeper that he is. I think he's very vocal. I really like that about him. I think you need that character, certainly in that position as well. Such a key position. You see the whole picture, and that communication with the centre-backs, full-backs is hugely important, and between each other, and growing that as a group. I think that's always been there with this group. Gareth Southgate made that very clear early on, that's how he wanted his players to act, to be honest and be able to take criticism, but constructively.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, that's when Pickford's at his best. That's when Pickford's at his best. I've been lucky enough to play in front of him for England, for Everton, and that's when he's at his best, and you know you're getting the best Jordan Pickford. And sometimes you've got to take it on the chin when he gives you a bit of grief, and you know that when you come in you can have a chat, everything's gone, everything's fine, but on the pitch then things happen. But that's when Jordan Pickford's at his best.
He might not always be right either, and that's the point. I mean, I've played with a lot of players that would just do it maybe for their benefit, or just to let you know they were there, or just that it might be nonsense, but it's just noise, isn't it, sometimes, and it's important.
Did you ever shout back at him?
No, I do. I'm quite similar, not as mad as him, to be fair, but I like making noise. I like using my voice when I'm on the pitch, but no, I would always leave it. I'd always tell him just to let's have a little chat inside, and we would. And listen, like I said, you understand him, you understand what he's about. I think at the start people used to think, oh, he's too irate, but that's Jordan Pickford at his best.
Going back to Stones, and we spend so many times within sports in general, but at tournaments talking about leadership, Matt, don't we? Stones has always had a quiet authority about him, I think. Even at Everton, when he was going to play his way, he was going to try and play his way, and if he made a mistake, he seemed to deal with it in a very composed way. And similarly at Manchester City, and bit by bit, obviously, well, not bit by bit, but Guardiola has developed to the player that he is now. But he's never appeared that phased by anything.
No, because he's always been a ball-playing centre-back, and I think that you have to have that calmness. If anything, I think that his game has got better because he's got that balance. Right now, from when he was younger, it was too much about the ball, not enough about the grit and the horrible side of defending. And I think he's much better at that now. Like, I watch him against that Serbia team, defends the box well, gets in good position, heading away crosses, not getting beat. Like, you know, in our position, that is the fundamentals, Connor, isn't it?
Of course it is, and people go away from that sometimes. We talk about the modern day centre-back these days, and you look at John Stones because of what he's like on the ball, but 100%, the way he defends his box. Do you know, I've never seen a defender, and this has come from playing with him, who's as good. You know what it's like, Matt, when a striker's shifting the ball, they're always trying to go through your legs, aren't they, to catch the keeper out? Yeah. He's the best defender at keeping his legs shut defending, shuffling his body across and keeping his legs shut so it doesn't go through his legs. How many times do we see a goal from a striker go through a defender's legs and into the goal? His defending is top class.
I was told a few years ago that was an actual training session from Guardiola, that they worked in doing very, very small steps so that you keep your legs closed, and that way not only does it stop it going through, but it should minimise deflections as well, because you're keeping your legs small in many ways.
It's huge, and you see it when you go with England and you train with him, and even playing against him for Manchester City, how he defends, and they're just little details, but they're little details that the top managers give you.
It's quite unnoticeable as well. That's the thing. You're talking about something that's quite hard to change, that, because your natural instinct is to stretch.
To sort of lunge.
Exactly. But if you've got to think, right, I'll just shuffle a bit and I'll have that balance of where my foot, I mean, and then it blocks you and goes out. It looks like nothing, does it? But really, it's actually quite a fine skill that he's got there.
Just go back to Mark Gay then, and you know, obviously Stones talking him through and so on and so forth, and then working as a partnership. What impressed you both, bearing in mind this is your position, what impressed you both about his performance the other night?
The big thing for me with Mark, and I was lucky enough to play with him at Wembley against Switzerland a few years ago, he takes everything in his stride. So all the noise before the game of England's backline and who's going to play centre-back with John Stones, the one thing I thought to myself when everyone was talking about it was, what that lad will do is just take things in his stride. He's one of the calmest people, the quietest people I've seen, and how he went about his business in the game the other day was brilliant. Against the top striker, by the way, there were two top strikers and two real handful players, so I thought he was brilliant, and I'm just glad he's getting that go now to have a real run of games at a major tournament and just keep on getting better.
And that game against Switzerland was his debut, wasn't it? That was his first cap, and so you're getting a good indication there, aren't you, of someone's character.
He's just top drawer in terms of everything that he does and how he goes about his business. And like I said, the big thing for me is the fact of just taking everything in your stride. A stage like this and the way he performed, I thought was top drawer.
His decision making was spot on. and whether or not it's the calmness that allowed him, but he dropped off. He got tight 2 or 3 times. One of them just to nick the ball or give Mitrovic a nudge so he couldn't take the ball in, and then it pops into midfield and Declan Rice takes it, and just little subtle things like that. His passing was progressive. I thought he got on the ball and wrapped a couple of balls, broke the lines into the front. Just all the little tiny manoeuvres. I thought, first half especially, he did not put a foot wrong. He was the standout performer for me.
Would you like to see him become more vocal on the field, or would that not be natural?
Yeah, I don't know, John. I think some players it comes quite naturally to. Like I said, for my own self, for myself and for my own experience, that's something I need to do to keep me in the game. I don't think that's something he needs. I think he's going to go to another level in terms of how he plays, especially when he's performing on a stage like this. If he can keep it going, we've seen him in one game now and we're all impressed with how he's done. But I don't think he needs that in his game. He's the sort of player, like Stones, a little bit, who leads by example, who can play his own game without creating that noise around him.
Conor Cody, Matthew Upson, John Murray here in the stadium at Frankfurt for commentary. Izzy Christiansen is pitchside. England-Denmark just over half an hour away. Plenty of sport going on today. Let's go to Ascot, Gold Cup, John Hunt.
They're at halfway here, Mark. Not quite such a raucous atmosphere here, but still 70,000 watching on as Trawlerman leads the field in the early stages through the first half of the race. And the hot favourite Kyprios, the winner of this race 2 years ago, close second. Going up on the outside is Keys Chorister, but she's just racing a little bit freely. She's not settled, not relaxed, and she'll be doing very well, I would have thought, to win from there. She's right up there with a share of the lead now, though. Back in behind them is Gregory, like Vauban. They're 5th and 6th at the moment, both winners at this meeting 12 months ago. Pridwen, the rank outsider, is up on the outside. Coltrane next, the runner-up 12 months ago. And Enemy and Sweet William are the 2 back markers. So they're now turning at the far end of the race course, and they've got just under 1 mile left to run here in the Ascot Gold Cup, where Trawlerman, the Ebor winner at York last year, takes the field along. Keys Chorister in 2nd place, Kyprios in 3rd, followed by Pridwen in 4th place on the outside. Be a major shock if he could prove good enough to win. Gregory's going fine, he's next. He's being stalked through by Coltrane and Vauban, who are both trying to ease a little bit closer towards the leaders now. And at the back end of the field, Enemy and Sweet William still in touch. They race on now, approaching the turn for home. Just over half a mile left to go in the Ascot Gold Cup here at Royal Ascot, live on 5 Live. England-Denmark, of course, at 5 o'clock, right back there after the conclusion of this race. It's Trawlerman leading. On the outside, Kyprios about to be unleashed, followed then by Keys Chorister, who's now struggling. Vauban's in behind them, going very well, but needs to prove that he gets the trip. He turns in 4th place and now asks the question himself. Coltrane's plugging on in behind them. Gregory's now beaten up front. Trawlerman can hear Kyprios alongside him. Vauban's 2 lengths away in 3rd place. Coltrane back in 4th. It's either Kyprios or Trawlerman, I reckon. Furlong left to go. Kyprios, Trawlerman won't go away. Vauban and Sweet William 3rd and 4th. What an epic finish here between Kyprios and Trawlerman. Kyprios and Trawlerman separated by just a neck. A finish for the ages. Kyprios too strong. Kyprios wins from Trawlerman, Sweet William and Vauban. A slice of racing history there, as Kyprios becomes only the 3rd horse in 217 years to regain the Ascot Gold Cup. A winner 2 years ago, a fantastically brave winner once again here in the Ascot sunshine. Kyprios has beaten Trawlerman by a length. Mark.
Thank you very much, John. I'm sure we'll get reaction from Royal Ascot throughout the course of the day and the evening here on 5 Live. Whilst you're listening to that, we're just watching England's outfield players go through a warm-up drill. They've put a little box in between the edge of the centre circle and the edge of the D. You've got 4 of them in red training shirts, Connie. You've got 4 of them wearing green bibs, and then 2 of them wearing orange bibs, and those 2 can switch, can they, and be on either team depending on who's got the ball?
Yeah, we call it a floater, so it sounds a bit mad, that, doesn't it, on the radio?
It does, really, yeah.
We call them floaters, so you float between teams, but that's the gig you want. I'll be honest, chappers, that's the gig you want. Yeah, you don't have to, when you lose the ball, you don't have to react and win it back, and when you get a bit older, you can save your legs a little bit as a floater.
And is there must be a thinking in who are the floaters. So the first 2 floaters or when I started paying attention to it, were Rice and Bellingham, and now we've got Kane and Alexander-Arnold, I think.
Yeah, so midfield or people down the middle of the pitch. That's how they tend to go. You don't really put defenders as them, which I'm a bit gutted about, because like I said, I like that role, but it's usually people in the middle of the pitch. So we've seen the three midfielders in Trent, Jude and Declan Rice, and now Harry Kane, who obviously plays down the middle of the pitch, who likes to come and link, by the way. So there is thought process behind it. It's not just give anybody a bib and let's play.
Matt?
I used to like give anybody a bib and just play. To be honest, that's how it was when I was warming up. It's all too technical now, chappers, isn't it?
I'm saying nothing anymore about it. I'm just trying to get an insight into the different warm-ups. Let's hear from the England manager, Gareth Southgate, pre-match with Kelly again.
Looking at your team, you are unchanged. Was there any temptation to change things up, given the close proximity between games and the physicality of Sunday?
Yeah, we needed to check all of the players, but we wanted that continuity. I think that breeds confidence in the group, and we know that we did some things very well on Sunday and some things we want to get better at. So I think everybody's aware of that. There are guys from the bench who are training really well and pushing, and so we're going to need fresh legs at some point of the game, that's for sure.
Lots of talk about Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's in midfield once again, but what do you want to see from him tonight?
Yeah, I want him to do the things he's really good at. Everybody knows the range of passing that he has, the ability to unlock defences, and I think he did, like everybody else, a lot of things well on Sunday. And if he can add that final pass, that final moment, then he can cause Denmark a lot of problems.
No Luke Shaw again tonight. How pleased are you with the balance of your side?
Well, clearly not having a left-footed left back alters that, but Kieran Trippier did an incredible job for us. Huge part of us keeping the clean sheet at the weekend, and he's a good footballer, so he has to adapt, but he's done that well for us in the past.
Best of luck tonight.
Thank you.
Gareth Southgate with Kelly Summers. Let's switch our attention to the Danish side of things. Kasper Schmeichel in the build-up to this one was asked whether this England side is better than the one from the Euro semi-finals 3 years ago.
I think England were a world-class side. They got to a final of a major championship, so they were definitely a world-class side when we met them. And I think when you look at some of the additions that have come in and the experience that they've gained now over time, I think they're probably a better side now than ever, at least in the time that I've been playing against them. You look at them all over the pitch, they have world-class talent. So, they're a very good side, and we're going to have to be on top of our game to beat them.
I know since the very point the draw was made that a lot was made of the circumstances of the semi-final and the sense of grievance that you had about the penalty. Now that we're here, is that something that you can use to your advantage, the sense of grievance?
Personally, no. I'm not the type of person that's going to be looking back 3 years to a game and something that happened there to have motivation. I think the biggest motivating factor for myself is the fact that we're playing another Euros with Denmark. That's certainly something we should never take for granted, that we've got 16,000 fans of our own joining us. I think the biggest motivating factor is the image in my own head of celebrating with them after a win and giving them that after travelling all that way. So I think that's for me personally how I am going to motivate myself, what happens in the past.
Kasper Schmeichel there, John Murray asking the questions to him. He talks about the Danish fans. They are really striking away to our left. Thousands of them, all in their bright red shirts. They've been making a real noise as well. And in fact, across the halfway line, there's a real strip as well of Danish fans there, all in red, in amongst the England whites. Let's bring in former Denmark winger Peter Lovenkrands to 5 Live Sport. Afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon.
It's not about the semi-final 3 years ago, is it? Because we're on to another tournament now, and as Kasper Schmeichel says, it's about playing in this Euros and playing against England and looking to qualify.
Yeah, 100%. What happened last time is it was a hard blow for Danish people, I think, and also the way it happened. But you can't live in the past, so it's all about what happens today. And it's hopefully a day where Denmark can kind of get the upper hand and get the win.
If Kasper Schmeichel was asked about this England team compared to 3 years ago, where are the Danish team compared to 3 years ago?
To be honest, in my opinion, I feel like we are not as strong as England would be. I think England has progressed more. If you put the squads up against each other, I think the squad we had back then was stronger than what we have now, in my opinion. But of course, we've also added some younger talent coming through, with Højlund now coming through and stuff. But also, we still have the older players with Eriksen and Kasper Schmeichel as well. But in my opinion, I think we are not as strong as England.
But by going with this sort of 3-5-2 or 3-4-1-2, however you want to kind of look at that formation, to go with two up front and Eriksen in behind, and at least that's how we assume they'll set up to start, they are looking to cause England problems. Obviously, it's not a case of sort of sit back and hope for the best.
No, not at all. I think Denmark is not set up to do that anyway. I think we've never been a team or a nation where, when we have played in these big championships, we've been in many World Cup and Europe Championship and stuff, and we've never been a team who sits back and just try and hit on counter-attacks and stuff like that. We are a team that plays on the front foot and tries to go after it and try and create our own game and get on the ball and control games and stuff. So the set-up, it doesn't surprise me. It will be an aggressive back five when we don't have the ball in that way, with Naylor and Christensen on the sides. They'll be hopefully pressing high on the pitch. So it's not surprising me that we are playing that way, and we are hoping to cause England problems. But you need to. If you just sit back against a team like England, you end up getting hurt, in my opinion. So I like the aggressiveness in it and try and get after it.
Did Christian Eriksen at all surprise you in that first game? I mean, his involvement in a number of attempts on target. I think he had 5 shots himself. He set 7 other attempts up for teammates. He was in the thick of everything.
Nah, it doesn't surprise me. Christian's over so many years of what he's been doing, and people have doubted him so many times with things since what happened to him last time around, and he's proved so many people wrong, and a lot of people had criticised him even been in the squad for the Euros and stuff, and I don't understand that. He's one of our best players, what we got, and also creating chances, opportunities, set plays, all these type of things. He's a key role in the Danish national team, and I also think for the dressing room and for the squad. So he doesn't surprise me. He's just keep delivering all the time, and hopefully he can have another good game tonight.
Good. Thank you for joining us, Peter. Talk to you soon.
No problem
Peter
at all.
Lovenkrands with us on 5 Live Sport. Let's go back to Izzy behind the goal away to our left and in front of the banks and banks of Danish fans.
Yeah, with a surname like mine, I feel quite at home sat down here, actually. But the noise is just incredible by the Danish fans. It's actually quite difficult for me at times to hear you guys up there in the gantry. But it's been a fantastic experience here, just watching the Danish players warming up. They seem in really good spirits. They seem very, very relaxed. And there's some superb finishes from Rasmus Højlund as well in the warm-up. Just watching him fizz the ball into the top corner a couple of times. So let's hope that's him done for the night.
Do you think, Matt, the draw actually between Serbia and Slovenia has just taken the pressure off Denmark a little this evening?
Maybe. There was a slight shift in the stadium when that goal went in, wasn't there? I mean, there was a lot of noise. Good from England's perspective as well. I wouldn't have thought so, chappers. Well, this is a massive game. It's a Euros finals. As a player, I don't really think you care or think about what's on the game as such. It's a massive game and you go out and give your all.
Just on how they're going to line up from both of you then, and it kind of goes back to the Stones-Gahey partnership, and also a little bit the Rice-Alexander-Arnold pivot as well. If they are going with 2 strikers and Eriksen in behind, that's a different kind of challenge for those 2 centre-halves and that midfield as well.
Yeah, it's huge. Eriksen is an unbelievable footballer and someone you've really got to look out for in between them lines, in between your back 4 and your midfield 2. The communication has got to be bang on from John Stones and Mark Gahey to be telling Trent and Declan Rice where the shoulders are, where Christian Eriksen is at all times, just because he's that much of a good footballer. And it shows that they're going for the game. And we mentioned there about the Serbia result. We look at it from an England point of view, going, it's a massive opportunity now for England to qualify top of the group and let's move forward. But it's also a massive opportunity for them to get into 4 points and get themselves in a position where they're close to qualifying. So it's a massive game all around, and I just think that result just made it a little bit more big as well.
Given as conscientious Declan Rice is, there will be a moment in that game where you feel Eriksen will find that space somewhere at some point. You know, you can do as best job as you can against a player like him. There's going to be a moment, and then you think of the movement of the centre forwards. I think Højlund brings a completely different dimension to this Danish team. The pace and the strength that he has is quite devastating when he gets on a run and he gets momentum. So him with Eriksen, with that ability to get his head up, I think that can be really dangerous for England.
Does Eriksen's role, and I know we've talked about Rice really covering those spaces, but what does that do for Alexander-Arnold here? Because quite a few of the things I've read about him playing this midfield role I found really interesting. It's less, look, we all know he can land a 70-yard pass on a 5-pence piece, and we all know how he can cross a ball and so on and so forth. But actually, that knowledge of knowing the spaces where you need to be in midfield is what people have been highlighting, and how you learn that.
Well, there's no fast track to learning that. Doesn't matter how skilled an operator you are. You have to do the yards of doing it. And we were talking about a player, Neves, who you played with. I asked you about him at Wolves, and you mentioned how good he was coming and taking the ball. You could have it in a phone box with 3 players around him, and he'd still find a way. That's very difficult for a player that is so good, as you've mentioned, when everything's in front of him and he's got an Exocet missile on his right foot and he can fizz it anywhere, which is brilliant. That's a very different skill, isn't it, Connor?
Yeah, and I also think in major tournaments like this, where the little details can hurt you in a game or make you win a game, I think being disciplined in there is absolutely vital. I really do. I think we've seen it, and they're the fundamentals of playing in midfield. And I think at times in the first game we've seen that Trent doesn't play midfield every single week. I think we'll all admit that. But like you said, I think Gareth's now giving him that continuity to try and play together and try and get that feeling. Going back to the Danish as well, is in terms of how they're going to play with that front three. It's how we're going to handle the full-backs, the wing-backs. In a back three, the wing-backs are absolutely vital. So it's going to be a real interesting game from England's point of view, but then also seeing how Denmark set up.
He's playing with a player that really accepts responsibility in Declan Rice, though. I will say, if you're going to play somebody in midfield who isn't a regular starter in that position, you couldn't wish for a better player to partner in, because the responsibility that Declan Rice takes in that area is absolutely brilliant. The character that he has, and he'll be doing everything he can just to make sure that Trent's in those right positions as often as he can.
How are you dealing with the wing backs then? Are you being brave and actually saying to either Foden or Saka, stay in the space that they exploit if they come forward?
Yeah, we spoke about this before. Me and Matt spoke about this before, and we were talking about Denmark and how they'd set up, and I think Saka and Foden have got to be brave and go the other side of Christensen and Mellor, just because that will then force them back and get them back into a position where we want Denmark pinned back, England want Denmark pinned back, and I think that's vital.
If Denmark want Vestergaard to be one-on-one with Saka out on the touchline all the time, that's up to that would be some decision, because even the actual game in the last Euros at Wembley, we had a lot of success in behind. The penalty came from there, the goal came from that area, and I looked at Saka against Serbia. His first half, he was devastated against a big left-sided centre-back, and I think it's very difficult. So I think as Connor mentioned, Christensen will have to drop in there almost into that left-back position to give the centre-back a bit of help.
Let's hear from Saka, shall we? From the England camp earlier this week with Kelly again.
I think, there's another level to come from us, definitely. But like the first game, it's just about winning. And then from that, you can build and get the confidence, and it will be more fluid in the next coming games, I guess.
Given the fact that a lot of the joy does seem to come down your side, and there's been a lot said about the fact that maybe on the other side, England haven't got quite as many fit players, does that put more pressure on you guys?
Nah, I think, when you look at this team, goals can come from anywhere. I don't feel pressure that it has to come from me, and I know the other players don't feel that pressure either. We have quality everywhere. The defenders can score, midfielders can score, so can the attackers. So no, I don't feel that pressure, no.
Why do you think perhaps in the second half and later in the game, England didn't quite manage to show the same levels of fluidity that we saw early in the game?
I think, when they came out, Serbia, second half, I think they changed. They were definitely much more aggressive, and I guess it took us as a bit of a shock. And yeah, they were on top of us for a bit, but I also think it's going to happen. In the European Championships, the teams that are here, they had to work to get here, so all of them are good, and we have to respect that. There will be times we have to defend, so yeah, we showed that we have that side of our game as well, so I'm happy with that.
Talk to me about your relationship with Gareth Southgate, because he's been someone that has put so much trust in you during his tenure.
Yeah, he has, and I'm always grateful for that. A lot of the big games, he's picked me, and since I've come in, it wasn't long, it wasn't too long until he was playing me in the first 11. So I'm always grateful for that, and playing for my country is amazing, and yeah, I enjoy every second, so I'm grateful to that.
You're 22 years old. It's so incredibly young, but it feels like you're one of the more experienced heads in this England side. Do you feel that way as well?
Yeah, a bit. I feel like I have... It's crazy, you know, it's crazy because I'm 22, but yeah, I feel like I have a lot of caps already under my belt, and yeah, a lot of experience in tournaments. I think this is my third tournament now, so yeah, whenever I can help a few of the lads that are new to the camp, I always try and do my best at that.
At the last Euros, I sat and spoke to you, and that was when you'd been on the golf simulator. We'd seen that on social media. But it feels like now you've almost grown up a lot, even since then. Would you say that's fair? I'm not saying your golf's got any better.
That was about 3 or 4 years ago, so I would be disappointed if you say I hadn't grown up by then.
And that's Bukayo Saka with Kelly Summers. Just going back to his battle then, down the right, and if the Danes do choose to leave Vestergaard dealing with him, who's been in the Leicester squad with you this year, he got 13 bookings in the Championship this season. Only 3 players got more.
Yeah, no, listen.
Were you one of them?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. No, listen, Big Yannick's he's a great defender, really good defender.
But he doesn't want to be dragged out there,
but no centre-backs do. Listen, I don't want to. Matty doesn't want to either. As a centre-back, you don't want to be in that position, and I think our wingers today are going to be really important in terms of how we play, just to stifle Denmark, I think, and put our stamp on the game as well.
It's an interesting tactical battle, isn't it? When you have these kind of formations that come up against each other. Yeah. Because either team could get on the front foot by playing this way, but equally either side could find themselves under the pump playing this way.
They could, but England have had a good start in terms of a win, and I think they have to take that into this game and think, right, we're going to assert ourselves on the game. We're going to let Denmark know how we're going to go about it. They're going to have to worry about our wide plays, and when you've got the attacking talent that we have, I think if you're confident, you really believe in that, you can really put that on the game and make life difficult.
Well, let's go back pitch side with Izzy. Where do you see this tactical battle, Izzy?
Well, I think Saka is a key player. I think him and Mark Gay were the best players on the park for England against Serbia. I think what people maybe haven't noticed as much with Saka is his defensive duties. He does them exceptionally well. And I think that if you look at his club form and the way that he's progressed under Arteta, and that the same at Southgate, I think we can see Saka being such a key player based on his previous experiences in the Premier League and playing for England. And if he hugs the touchline tonight, he's going to ask the question all the time of Vestergaard, and he will also attract a midfielder over as well. And I think what's key in Saka performing is what Kyle Walker does as well. And Kyle Walker might have to, hang back a little bit and save his legs in behind until the latter stages of the game when Denmark least expect it. But I think for me, Saka, he's got the ability to turn a game on its head, so hopefully he can do the same again tonight.
Izzy Christiansen pitch side for us this evening here in Frankfurt. John Murray ready to go with the commentary. I tell you what, this is a fantastic stadium for keeping the noise in. I know the roof is closed, but it still has an open air element to it because not all the panels around the top tier are closed in. It's all very open. It's got a great atmosphere.
Great atmosphere, and also I would say it's not very often, is it, that you'd come to a big match at a tournament and look around the ground and it feels like almost everyone is either a fan of England or Denmark, and that's great, isn't it?
It's been a feature of this tournament. I know you've travelled around a bit, Matt. It's been a feature of this tournament. But also every ground is different. You see so many identical stadia now, but in Germany they do like to have their grounds to be different.
Yeah, they do. I've been to 2 or 3 really good grounds, and they have been different. And they do like the screens in the middle hanging down. Yeah. I've noticed they like a bit of that to watch the game, or for the players to. I think some of the players were looking at it up at it in the first game. But
when we came here for the World Cup in 2006, I remember sitting in these games like Schalke the other night, thinking, wow, look at the size of that screen. Now I look at it and think, yeah, I've seen bigger than that.
Yeah, you've got a telly that size now. Well, that's how it's changed.
As I say to you, takes one to know one.
Moments away from kick-off here in Frankfurt. Will England win this and top their group going through to the last 16 tonight, or will Denmark get revenge for the last Euros?
Tonight we bring you England's biggest game of football in this country for 25 years. It's going to be Damsgaard to hit it. Oh, it's in! It's into the top corner. Denmark are in front.
I'm looking at it as a new football game. Another place 3 years later.
Saka right side of the box. He's got some space. Plays it across. Sterling puts it in and equalises for England.
The win in the first game puts you in a strong position, but there's still a lot to do.
Going for the byline. Going to try and get round Mailer into the penalty area. Sterling still going, and then down he goes. It's a penalty to England.
I think if it goes to VAR, I'll be very surprised if he gets this.
Harry Kane against Kasper Schmeichel. Oh, Schmeichel saved it, but Kane is there on the rebound, and Kane buries it into the back of the net. And England, having been 1-0 down, now lead by 2 goals to 1, and their sights are now on the final.
The flags have been unfurled here in Frankfurt. The England subs are already out on the bench. The Danish fans away to our left are in full voice as well. England fans just a little bit quieter so far ahead of kickoff. Harry Kane and the team are in the tunnel. They're waiting for the nod to just get into position and head out. And remember, this match is live on BBC One as well this afternoon. So when the matches here at the Euros are live on the BBC, you do have the option to watch them with our commentary here on 5 Live. So all you have to do, go to the iPlayer, go to the BBC Sport website and app. You'll find out exactly how to do it. And then you can watch the game with our commentary, no delays. Everything is synced up and you will get our commentary with the BBC One pictures. Denmark just coming into the tunnel as well in their white tracksuit tops, just trying to get the mascots alongside them as well. Kasper Schmeichel just turns down the collar of his tracksuit top, and now England make their way from just congregating outside their dressing room down the path that leads them from the dressing room, and Harry Kane just high-fiving the mascots who are on their side, and he now comes level with Kasper Schmeichel and high-fives him. Remember, England win this tonight and they will go through as group winners courtesy of Serbia and Slovenia drawing 1-1 earlier on. Later on tonight we've got Spain-Italy for you as well. The football just keeps on coming, but now sit back and enjoy Denmark against England. You will hear over the course of the commentary the voices of Izzy Christiansen, Connor Cody, Matt Upson and first of all John Murray.
And what a red and white occasion this is. All around the 2 tiers of the stadium here. This airy stadium, lovely temperature. It's the home of Eintracht Frankfurt, and it's here to the south of the city, in amongst the trees near the airport that never stops. And after that draw earlier in this group, as Mark Chapman says, England can tonight guarantee qualification as group winners if they win this match. But Denmark too thinking about what a win might mean for them. Right now the group table, England 3 points, Slovenia 2 points, Denmark 1 point, Serbia 1 point. So you wouldn't call it the group of goals after a 1-1, a 0-1 and a 1-1. So we'll see what today holds. And the players are now out there on the pitch. Tracksuit tops for Denmark, and England ready for action and ready for the anthem. Do have royalty here. Prince William is here, the president of the FA, and also the still new King of Denmark, King Frederick, is here. absolutely terrific backing from both sets of supporters. I don't think there was as much whistling and booing during those anthems as there were the other night before the England-Serbia game, but to be honest, I think the singing just drowned it out. That was quite special.
Very passionate, very noisy, very much a big game for both teams, and it certainly was reflected in both those anthems, I agree.
Yeah, and we've seen them all over the city, haven't we, over the course of the last couple of days, the fans of England and Denmark. Lots and lots of Scotland fans still in Frankfurt as well. It did strike me there you've got three countries who absolutely love a drink.
as you can see when you go into the local square.
Yeah, very much so. Anyway, here we are focused on what's happening inside the stadium. And the team's just lining up for the official photographs. All of those photographers down there, dozens and dozens of photographers. They did have their lenses trained on in the stand, so I guess they were looking for the shots of Prince William and King Frederick as well, no doubt, as Harry Kane and Kasper Schmeichel, very familiar foes and friends from times past. In that semi-final 3 years ago, it was Harry Kane's penalty that edged England through, but only after Kasper Schmeichel saved it and then Kane scored on the rebound. And they are there with the Portuguese referee, Artur Soares Dias, who just turns to his assistants as the two captains move away and hand the pennants to members of the coaching staff on the side of the pitch. So the Denmark team tonight, Kasper Schmeichel in goal, Joachim Andersen, Andreas Christensen of Barcelona, Yannick Vestergaard of Leicester City, and then Joachim Mæhle coming in on the right-hand side, the right wing-back, Victor Christensen on the left, Højbjerg and Hjulmand in the middle with Christian Eriksen, and Jonas Vint and Rasmus Højlund up front. So the two Manchester United men, Højlund and Eriksen. We also have the two Leicester men, Vestergaard and Victor Christensen. Got the Leicester man, Conor Cody, just sitting next to us here. And Joachim Andersen of Crystal Palace as well as Pierre-Emile Højbjerg of Tottenham. And the England team, as I say, unchanged. Pickford, Walker, Stones, Gay and Trippier, Alexander-Arnold and Rice, Saka, Bellingham, Foden and Kane. But before we get underway for this Group C match, there is going to be a mark of respect shown to Gerhard Eichner, long-serving UEFA General Secretary, who was German, who has passed away. And on those screens above the centre circle, black and white photograph of the face of Gerhard Eichner, 1943 to 2024. And the players break away now. The Danish players going to a huddle. England are ready to start. Matt Upson, Conor Cody up here with me. Izzy Christiansen is down behind the goal. Actually, Jordan Pickford's goal in the first half. He's walking directly towards Izzy, who's just over the hoardings next to the goal. The Danish fans behind them. A wonderful, colourful scene inside the ground. And here we go. England knowing that if they can win here tonight, make it 2 wins out of 2, England will be going through as group winners with a match to spare. But it is Denmark, ranked 21 in the world, who are up against them tonight. Bukayo Saka kicks off again, plays it all the way back to Pickford, who hits the long pass through the middle, and then Denmark fire it away downfield, and here's Rasmus Højlund as the pitch cuts up quite significantly actually there, as Walker chases him. Denmark played into the edge of the area, a low shot from the edge of the box from Højbjerg of Tottenham, but that's straight at Pickford, who's able to deal with it easily.
I mean, that's a massive chunk of turf that has just scooped up out of the pitch. It really has chunked up there from Kyle Walker as he just put the brakes on. But a little indicator of what Højlund brings to Denmark that's a bit different. He has that running power. He'll work the channels as much as he can.
Yeah, Rasmus Højlund, who ended the season out of the Manchester United team. He was being used as a substitute, but he was Denmark's top scorer in qualifying. England give it away. Alexander-Arnold passing it straight to Victor Christiansen. Now the ball through the middle to Højlund, but it comes back, and now here's Harry Kane. As the ball is given to him, he just scoops it forward, and he has a first chance for Bukayo Saka to show what he can do, but the cover is there from Højbjerg, who's able to just tackle it out of play, take it off the toe of Bukayo Saka. Interesting there, when England got the chance, Kane got the chance, immediately looking to Saka.
He's looking to Saka, but Connor just gave me a nudge to have a look at the centre-backs, and Christiansen has gone across to the left-hand side, so he's actually started with Vestergaard in the middle, which I think is purely because of that, John. Christiansen, you say, is probably a little bit more mobile, a bit lighter on his feet, more able to deal with those one-on-one situations that England are looking to put Bukayo Saka into all the time.
It's white shirts, blue shorts and white socks for England tonight. Saka to Walker. Oh, Walker slips as he crosses, and there's another huge section of turf that has come up as Walker slipped, and the pitch surface does, well, I mean, the evidence suggests it's very, very soft.
It's just Walker though, isn't it? Too much horsepower is put into the ground. I think it's just churning the grass up.
Yeah, but that is odd. You know, we were told to look out for the pitch the other night when we were in, where were we? Dusseldorf.
Yeah.
And it's held up okay, but already tonight this is a little bit of a concern, as Alexander-Arnold has to scoop the ball back to Pickford, halfway inside his own half, and Pickford goes for a long left-footed pass out towards the left-hand side. Good deal of scrutiny on Phil Foden tonight, and he's right over there on the left-hand side in these early stages. It was noticeable against Serbia how he was very central right from the off.
Yeah, I think having that width, talking about maybe not being good enough with the ball or happy with keeping the ball well enough, well, you've got to make the pitch big, haven't you? Use the full width, and I think those wide players, Foden and Saka, really crucial to that.
And they really are stationed as wide as can be. Foden on the left and Saka on the right.
Yeah, just creates the space, John, doesn't it? Kane can drop in, midfield players can have the ball. I think controlling the game is something that England will want to do well today.
This is 5 Live and BBC Sounds, live from the city of Frankfurt, the medieval and modern city of Frankfurt, with Gay on the ball for England in the centre circle. Mark Gay winning his 13th cap tonight to Declan Rice, who's winning his 53rd. And here's Trippier, who we should mention as well, who is winning his 50th cap tonight. But a crossfield pass looking for the other fullback, Kyle Walker, was overhit by Kieran Trippier, and it drifts out of play for a throw on the halfway line to Denmark.
I think some turf chunked up in the middle of the pitch as well. I mean, this is actually going to be really interesting because it's just lying on top of the surface. So if a ball's rolling along and it hits it, it's really going to bump up in the air.
Well, I mean, we have had very heavy rain here, as has been the case all over Germany over the past couple of days or so. The roof is closed tonight, this sort of canopy-style roof. And I wonder whether the pitch was actually a factor in the closing of the roof.
Yeah, it must have been, because I think when Gary Flintoff was here a couple of days ago, they actually closed it during the downpour, didn't they? So I think that probably would have been the reason, John.
Here's Morten Hjulmand in centre midfield, one of the youngsters in this Denmark lineup of Kasper Hjulmand, the coach, who was the coach at the semi-final 3 years ago, and in Qatar when they were disappointing, went out at the group stage, finished bottom of the section. Denmark, red shirts, white shorts, red socks, so their first choice colours as well. Now Victor Christiansen on the left-hand side, Victor Christiansen back centrally. Over here it comes to Christian Eriksen, who scored the opening goal in their first match. Low balling towards the edge of the area from Hjulmand, but England deal with that, and it's just stabbed back to Stones on the edge of the penalty area. Now to Walker on the right-hand side, and Walker with the inside of his right boot. A careful pass to Bukayo Saka, and England start again from inside their own half. As Stones, there's the whistling from the 16,000 Danish fans who are here in Frankfurt for this. As now Declan Rice, just inside his own half, passes it over the halfway line at close quarters to Trent Alexander-Arnold. If you've just switched onto it, if you're on your way home, just leaving work, it is 0-0, and England are unchanged, so the same team. That's given away by Walker. Now Christian Eriksen, former teammate of Kyle Walker's at Tottenham, and then Walker into the challenge that bounces out of play for what is given as a throw-in to England, which is disputed by the Danes.
Yeah, Mike Gehi starting positively again, made a really good decision moments ago just to step in and deal with the situation. He really is being proactive with his positioning, reading of the play. He's been very good at the start of this game as well.
5 minutes played, let's bring in Connor Cody, who was in Gareth Southgate's last 2 squads at the tournament. What have you made of the start, Connor?
Yeah, I think England are in control of the ball, they're moving it well, but I think Denmark are showing what a back five does for you. It solidifies you, it gives you a little bit of control without the ball, and I think you can see they're not chasing the ball too much. They're sitting in that little mid block and they're waiting for England to make a mistake, like we seen with the crossfield pass before from Kieran Trippier. So very steady start, but England in control.
Yeah, it's a real flat back five, isn't it, for Denmark? And Walker slips again. More turf comes up on the right wing as he slams the brakes on. And you know, this surface now is actually quite choppy. Alexander-Arnold's ball over the top, but too much on that, and the ball skips through to Kasper Schmeichel.
Yeah, it's the run that Saka loves, though, isn't it? That out to in. If Trent Alexander-Arnold could pick the right pass with the right weight, he just gets that little run, and it's very much Victor Christensen who's dropping all the way back in that left-back position and leaving the other Christensen, the centre-back, a little bit narrower, so the space for Saka isn't quite there maybe to get it wide, and he's got to beat two players at that point, so that little run inside could be on.
This match is all over the BBC tonight. BBC One, if you get home. Guy Mowbray and Alan Shearer are not far away from us here, and with it being a BBC live match, you can actually sync up the radio commentary if you wish with the TV pictures and continue listening to us. Just look for 5 Live Euros Extra on the iPlayer or the website or the app, on the smart speaker as well. And indeed there's also a Jamie Johnson option with our old friend Conor McNamara doing that. Denmark in possession, 10 yards inside the England half. Højbjerg now looks for a ball out towards the right-hand side. Naylor catches up with that near the dead ball line. Trippier comes in with a challenge, and as he just flicked it away from him, Trippier was caught. The Danish supporters don't like that. It's given by the assistant on the far side. Free kick to England.
Yeah, good ball across, but Trippier does well. Tries to keep it in Mailer, but he just nicks the ball in front of him and wins the foul and takes the sting out of the situation. I think somebody's just gone scampering out of the England bench, John, to go and get a new pair of boots possibly for Kyle Walker. Yeah, I don't think he's too happy with the footwear with all the slipping going on.
Kieran Trippier very much winning that free kick. We were talking to Alan Shearer this morning about Kieran Trippier and whether he might have had an issue at the end of the match, and he suggested that perhaps that was out of the usual Newcastle playbook what happened at the end of the Serbia match. Now Kyle Walker, who Matt mentioned, who has been struggling with his boots and slipping on the pitch, he has actually sat down on the field, and whether he's tweaked something or whether he's actually just taking a bit of time, and it does actually look as though he might have turned his ankle as the pitch gave way beneath him, according to the pictures we're seeing.
Oh yeah, he certainly put a lot of weight on that outside of the foot. He slipped fully as the turf just chunked up in the end. He really did put a lot of weight on his ankle when it was rolled over.
Let's go down pitch side to Izzy Christensen.
Yeah, I've just seen Kyle Walker signalling to Jordan Pickford when England won that free kick with Trippier that he needed to go down. He sat down, and it's given themselves the opportunity to get him off and get him into different boots, because like you say, Matt and John, in commentary, the pitch is starting to be a real factor, which wasn't during the warm-up, but it's good that Kyle Walker can address that, and hopefully can be back on the pitch any minute now.
Yeah, so he's off the field at the moment, and he is changing his boots, so it would appear that he is coming onto the field, but he's out of position. So Trent Alexander-Arnold, of course, is the ideal man out on the field in midfield to slip back into the right back position. And Walker still is working away. He's got one boot on, he's got the other boot on now, he's tying his laces. Denmark 0, England 0 is the score. And Denmark in possession. Højbjerg with a pass over the halfway line, then it comes infield through the middle, but given away by the pass of Hjulmand, and England now are on the move forward with Jude Bellingham. Not really seen him in the action yet in the match, the man who scored the opening goal of the tournament, the winner against Serbia. Great deal of talk about him. He was the focus of attention yesterday when everyone was doing their talking, and here he is again. Jude Bellingham, 20 years old, 21 in, 9 days' time, on the 29th of June. Foden now on the left-hand side. Foden, little ball infield towards Alexander-Arnold. Kyle Walker has now been allowed back onto the field, and it looks as though he's okay. A little bit of concern after he went over on his ankle. Back it comes to Mark Gay, and across to John Stones. Very even start to the match it's been. There's been that one comfortable save from Jordan Pickford. Here is now Saka on the right-hand side, up against Victor Christensen. A ball in, and then Bellingham is eased over. That looked like a shove in the back from Højbjerg, and he's just tapped the ball out of play.
It's very sportsmanlike.
That was very sportsmanlike.
Wasn't it? I mean, I think Jude Bellingham was on the floor, but there wasn't a problem with him. He could have easily just driven on with the ball there. How odd. Højbjerg, and he just rolls it out. It was a fair challenge for him. Actually wins the ball. Bellingham goes to ground, and in my book, that's just play on.
Anyway, players back underway. England have given it back to Denmark, still 0-0. And it is Denmark who are playing from right to left, so they're attacking the end where the Danish hordes are. What a noise is coming out of there as they begin to bob up and down together. And here's Andreas Christensen with a long pass through the middle towards Højlund, who very nearly got away from Mark Gay, who did extremely well to recover, but actually the offside flag goes up.
There's that run, isn't it? Talked about Højlund before, what he brings different to this team, and he will stretch people. Just a little bit of an uneven line there, and Højlund gets between Stones and Guerhi. Yes, he's a fraction offside, but I don't think Guerhi really quite knew his position. He was a little bit more advanced than John Stones.
Here is Kyle Walker. Hope he got the right boots on now. So doesn't slip over this time. Checks back, gives it to Alexander-Arnold, who goes one of those passes. High out towards the left-hand side, where Trippier takes it down with his right foot, plays an aerial ball into the penalty area to Bellingham, who pulls it down with the top of his shoulder, and then takes it back out into the full-back area, back to Trippier on his right foot. Bellingham receives it. Now here's Foden on the edge of the box. This is the first time we've seen England really getting into their stride in the defensive third of the Danes. Walker, then to Saka, right corner of the penalty area, just outside the box. Comes back to Alexander-Arnold. Saka again, but this is all rather static. And indeed, the ball almost comes to a stop at the feet of Bukayo Saka. Rice, back out to Walker. Walker's low ball into the edge of the area. Foden beats his man. He's into the area. A right foot shot wide of the top left corner. So often this season, we've seen Foden do exactly that and get into the penalty area and bury it. But that was promising.
That's exactly what we want to see from Phil Foden. The position where he picks the ball up, he comes all the way across past the middle of the pitch, picks it up more on the right hand side. The first little bit of footwork was lovely, just chopped around the player, because I think he could have took it straight onto his left foot for a shot, but then he comes back onto his right, and it's hard to open his body up again onto his left foot to curl it into the far post. He's always leaning to one side, and the ball just rises over the crossbar. But better from England, the kind of pass, and I think Trent Alexander-Arnold had one chance to maybe just put that cross in early. It got set back to him on his right foot in a lovely position. With his quality, just stick it in the box. You've got Jude Bellingham arriving, waving his hand in the air. Harry Kane's in there. Put the Danish defence under pressure and make him defend a good cross.
Still 0-0, but that's the first proper opportunity for England. Phil Foden just inside the box, opening his body but shooting wide at the top left corner. Alexander-Arnold, that was awkward. That was given to him by Saka at waist height, but a lovely touch actually with the volley. And then Saka chases after it, and he's eased over by Victor Christiansen. But referee Suarez Diaz says no free kick. Take the throw, Denmark, which they do, back to the edge of the penalty area. But as well, with Foden, I'm thinking that's how it's supposed to work. Foden, at one moment, he's wide out on the left-hand side, but then making the right decision when to come in.
Yeah, but when England are building up with the ball from the back, you want him wide. So he'll be on the touchline. But if the plays in general, he's drifted over to the right-hand side, then he's got that freedom to come into the pitch and pick the ball up exactly where he did, which is where he does, a lot of his damage.
Mæhle over on the far side, who was involved in the semi-final 3 years ago. In fact, 5 of that team are starting for Denmark today, 6 of the England team. Lots of familiarity as Andreas Christensen, the former Chelsea man who's had a good season at Barcelona, plays it forward, but that's won back by Walker, and then Saka's pass took a deflection, so it's going to be a throw-in on the halfway line. I think he's okay, Walker. I think it was just the boots, wasn't it?
I think he went down with the injury, shall we say, to be able to change the boots, and he then had to come off because it was going to take so long to change the boots. But thankfully there was nothing wrong in terms of him physically.
Yes, Kyle Walker. If you heard the Football Daily this morning, Conor Cody had a chat with him yesterday. I'm sure it's still on there. It was all very, very friendly. I would say Conor got a tremendous welcome from Gareth Southgate and Kyle Walker, and it was very much werewolf driven, the interview. Here is Alexander-Arnold in the centre circle. Alexander-Arnold right-footed ball. He was looking for the pass out to Foden, but that was right onto the chest of Mæhle. So Denmark have the ball again inside their own half. 15 minutes played then. Still Denmark 0, England 0. And if you just got out of work into your car earlier, it finished Slovenia 1, Serbia 1 in our early commentary match. The game was played in Munich, and that means that if England win this match, they will finish top of the group. Denmark have given it away. Schmeichel played it out. Rice is onto this. Rice on the edge of the area. Back it comes to Kane. Onto his left foot. Kane with a shot, but that's blocked on the edge of the box by a falling Joachim Andersen. And Kane very nearly found the spot that he wanted there to take the shot.
It all comes from the pressure of Declan Rice. Goes all the way in, just like you see him do at Arsenal. That high pressure forces the error, turns the ball over, ends up with Kane, but I think it was Anderson, wasn't it? Just came narrow and just got a block off of Kane's left foot effort.
Yeah, he was just beginning to lick his lips there. Harry Kane, just outside the D.
He was lining it up, wasn't he?
A bit like those werewolves.
You're ahead of the curve on this werewolf thing, John.
Well, yeah.
Connor, I think he was playing it ahead of. He's got the app and everything on his phone. Seriously.
He's already mentioned that. He's been researching Annie before he got out here.
He's
ahead of the curve.
It's all about the homework, Connor. Here is England in possession inside their own half. Alexander-Arnold comes under pressure, so plays it back to Mark Gay, who goes for long pass, just chips it here to Kyle Walker, and England forward towards Bukayo Saka, then infield to Bellingham, who lays the pass forward, but in fact Walker is on to Christensen. Walker's into the box, Walker pulls it across, double deflection, Kane, left foot, in it goes, and England have the lead. Brilliant from Kyle Walker. Victor Christensen was asleep, and Kyle Walker took full advantage. A couple of ricochets, and then the man pounces. The England number 9, the captain, the record scorer. He scored at the World Cup in Russia. He scored at the Euros at Wembley. He scored at the World Cup in Qatar, and now he's off the mark here in Germany. The Bayern Munich man makes it Denmark 0, England 1.
Well, it's just great from Kyle Walker. He's not half asleep. He knows what he wants and he goes for the ball. He just gambles, really. And it's Victor Christensen who thinks he's got the situation under control, the Danish left wing back. I mean, he sees Saka, he's got no idea that Kyle Walker is on the outside of him, charging down the pitch to try and win the ball, and he just steps in at the last second. I mean, it must be a real shock to Christensen. He has no clue he's there. Walker with his head up, the pitch caves in again. I mean, he very nearly lost the ball as the pitch ripped up, the turf came off. As he crosses it into Kane, it ricochets into the path of Harry Kane. It can't be any better. It's a little bit fortunate, really, the way the ball ends up on Harry Kane's left foot, but he's 6 yards out with half the goal to aim at, and he just sidefoots it. He's not going to get many easier finishes than that, but it's just about the pressure from Kyle Walker that makes the opportunity happen.
Denmark 0, England 1. Let's bring in Connor Cody for a view on that. It was not pretty defensively, Connor.
No, not at all. But let's look at it from an England point of view. I thought it was outstanding from Kyle Walker to keep his run going down the line there and just pickpocket Victor Christensen a little bit, and then obviously a little bit of luck. And I think, like Matty said there, he doesn't want an easier chance, does he, for your first goal in the Euros? And it's a good start for England, and let's hope they can kick on now.
So there we are. Harry Kane extends his record. That's 13 goals now that he's scored at World Cups and at European Championship tournaments, extending the record for an England player. A long ball downfield for England to deal with. Stones is under that. Here's Walker, who will, I would have thought, should get an assist for that goal, even though there were deflections involved. But Victor Christensen, who is the man caught out, the Leicester City man, receives the ball on the left-hand side. Christensen looks for the cross. It's come off Walker, bounces into the penalty area. Then the cross from Christian Eriksen, but that's blocked, and then Bukayo Saka in his own penalty area controls and hits it away downfield. So in the first match, England scored in the 13th minute, and they've got a goal in the 18th minute here. We said, didn't we, Matt, at the start of this tournament, it's absolutely not rocket science, but how important it was for Bellingham and Kane to contribute, and England's first 2 goal scorers at the tournament, Bellingham and Kane. As England go out to Naylor on the right-hand side. Denmark, who took the lead in the semi-final 3 years ago, but England won here in Frankfurt. England have taken the lead in this second group match. And it is Denmark now in possession. And it is Andreas Christensen. Now over there to the right-hand side to Joachim Andersen. Mailer again on the right flank, back to Joachim Andersen. England have dropped right back in possession on the edge of the area. Excellent challenge from Rice. Then in comes the challenge that ricochets back into the England penalty area. Trippier battling for it, which he does against Vint, and clears it against Mailer, and then clears it downfield, and rather belatedly the offside flag goes up, even though Trippier was involved in quite a tussle there. And eventually the flag comes in. It's a free kick to England, who lead 1-0.
I think seeing England after we score, how we behave, what positions we take up, how we can then settle the game down a little bit, or even be more aggressive and not allow Denmark to have a reaction. I think that's the important thing in the next few minutes. As I look at the tackle on Declan Rice a moment ago, really gets clattered up in the air, and again, massive chunk of turf all over the pitch, and Trippier using his body really well actually, as he has to kind of manoeuvre his way into the ball.
Jordan Pickford goes long, looking for Kane, but Andreas Christensen wins that, and here is Christian Eriksen through the middle, and then little pass up towards Vint. Now Mailer on the right-hand side. Infield it comes to Morten Hjulman, no relation to the coach, Kasper. Mailer with a cross into Trippier, that bounces out of play for a throw-in 10 yards away from the corner flag. That's down in the Danish section, where all of those red flags with the white cross are hanging at various points around the two tiers, in amongst all of the colourful livery of Euro 2024. Throw-in taken, Bellingham, just a heavy touch from him, so Vint has it on the right-hand side, goes for the cross for the outside of his boot, but it's blocked away by Bellingham out of play for a throw into Denmark. 10 yards back from the corner flag. Mailer takes it back to Joachim Andersen. Joachim Andersen takes that down, knocks it infield to Christian Eriksen. Eriksen thought about the ball into the area, in fact goes cute. Now it bounces out back towards the edge of the box to Vint. Christian Eriksen again, goes past Alexander-Arnold, then shoots, deflected up in the air, half-headed away by Rice, bounces near the penalty spot. Saka heads it further away, but only back to Denmark, and then Victor Christensen's ball across the penalty area was blocked out for a throw on the left.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on England. Danish fans really getting up behind their team, who've not really got hold of the ball since England scored, and they do need a bit of time and a bit of a passage of play of just possession, just to ease things a little bit. It's just balancing the game and kind of managing the game better.
That was poor from Denmark, heavy touch from Højbjerg, and it bounced out of play for a throw for England 10 yards away from their own corner flag. So far so good for England. Midway through the first half, England leading through that left foot 6-yard finish from Harry Kane, his 64th goal for England in what is his 93rd appearance for the record scorer. Højbjerg though, Denmark since the goal have responded well, and Vint with his blonde hair bobbing plays it infield to Hjulman. Andreas Christensen to Joachim Andersen. Now Mailer on the right-hand side, just gets away, finds a little bit of space. Christian Eriksen drops deep, he's found space as well, and then just rolls the pass back towards Mailer on the right-hand side. Joachim Andersen puts his foot on the ball. Now Højbjerg with a pass out to Mailer on the right. Mailer came into the Danish side. Cross from Joachim Andersen into the penalty area, which is headed down, but John Stones was doing his job there against Vint, and it was a weak header down straight at Pickford.
Yeah, it was a horrible ball to deal with, I have to say. He does well, Stones, because he knows he can't head it, because he can't kind of move his feet and then jump to head the ball. He's just got to use his body back into the centre forward and just stop him getting a clean header, and he does that really well, John Stones.
So Rice now just walking the ball away from his penalty area up towards Saka. Declan Rice has a look, there is a run from centre field from Bellingham. Rice tries to find him. Kasper Schmeichel comes out to the extreme left of his penalty area and is able to field the bouncing ball. Just underarms it out quickly. Kasper Schmeichel, 37 years old now, Kasper Schmeichel. A grand old man of the Danish team, winning his 103rd cap tonight. Still not as many as his dad, who was up here in the stand with us. Mailer on the right-hand side. Mailer's ball down into the full-back position. Joachim Andersen now back again towards the halfway line. Højbjerg, Christian Eriksen. Denmark have really had most of the possession since England took the lead. But in comes the challenge from Trippier. However, that bounces back to Joachim Andersen and then back into the centre circle, where Yannick Vestergaard, the other Leicester man in this starting lineup. And now Christian Eriksen on the edge of the area, trying to find a position. England players dive in, stretch away from Rice, and then very calm, lovely footwork on the edge of his own penalty area for England from Jude Bellingham. That was classy, to snuff out the danger. As England come with Saka through the middle, challenging on him. No, it is giving us a free kick and a yellow card as well. Cheers from the England fans. Vestergaard yellow carded. That's interesting in the context of the game.
Yeah, it is. Vestergaard just caught there. Saka had the run on him. Once he touches the ball past him, he's only ever going to bring him down, and it is a yellow card. It's a cynical tackle. I think Saka was bursting through the middle, but Jude Bellingham, I mean, every now and then, he hasn't been too active in this game so far, but then he does something that you just have to marvel at, the way he just shifts the ball. I mean, it was so smooth with it one side to the next. He's got that lovely poise and balance and ability to move his body weight either side, and then the pass to Saka's wrapped in there, his safe side, it's inch perfect.
Listen, in 2006 I watched Zinedine Zidane play in this stadium against Brazil, and he was absolutely brilliant, the Real Madrid man. And what we've just seen there on the edge of his move like that was right out of the Zidane playbook. 1-0 England lead, free kick, which is taken short actually by Trippier to Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold lifts it over the top, stretched by Gay, but he couldn't turn it across the 6-yard box, where Harry Kane was lurking, of course, but straight out wide into the side netting for a goal kick.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since the goal, hasn't it? And England not really being able to be as confident and as authoritative as what they were before the goal in terms of possession, territory, and at the moment we just having to get about the pitch a little bit and defend the edge of the box, and we kind of penned in a little bit.
I can almost hear the armchair critics from back home. I know exactly what they'll be saying if they're watching this on BBC One. Here is now Andreas Christensen into the centre circle to Morten Hjulmand, who plays in Lisbon for Sporting, just won the league there with Ruben Amorim. Then ball to the edge of the penalty area, flicked away by Foden. Comes back to Joachim Andersen, and again the Danes take over control of the possession. Højbjerg up to the corner of the box, still going into the penalty area, and then he has shepherded. No, he's not. He's managed to work it across to Pickford. Pickford came for it, didn't get it. The ball rattles across the penalty area and bounces harmlessly back to Pickford, who's able to scoop it up. Not terribly convincing from England defensively.
It's a hairy moment out of absolutely nowhere, really. I mean, the ball was kept in play brilliantly. It was Højlund Eriksen actually gets across the face of Pickford, who has to kind of break himself from taking him down, and then tries to feed the ball in, it ricocheting through bodies, and eventually Trent Alexander-Arnold just gets a nick on it, and it rolls back into Pickford, but it was a little bit messy. Let's go down pitch side again behind the Pickford goal to Izzy Christensen.
Yeah, it's no coincidence that Denmark are starting to dominate, because that man Christian Eriksen, he's at the centre of everything that Denmark are doing. I would say that the Danish midfield is dominating so far. They're starting to get a little bit of possession in and around that box, and they're doing really well. But I know exactly what you're referring to, John, with the armchair fans back home. I know what you're thinking. But on that occasion, if I am thinking what you're thinking, Trent Alexander-Arnold, excellent tracking in midfield to just stop Denmark getting through then.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Another England international part of our team here as Gay clears the ball away from inside his own penalty area, which Walker is able to get it down against Christian Eriksen. Then back into the penalty area to John Stones, across the 6-yard box to Pickford, all in yellow, left-footed, away towards the goal scorer Harry Kane near the halfway line. And then Jude Bellingham is surrounded by red shirts, and Hjulmand has won the ball back, and now Højbjerg. Mæhler's got space on the right-hand side. He's one-on-one with Trippier. In fact, he plays it to Vint inside the penalty area. Jonas Vint back out to Mæhler. Mæhler's crossed to the back post. Pickford calls for it, comes for it. There was no one there for Denmark. He went for it, just got a hand to it, and England have dealt with it in the end and cleared it away. Actually, Walker to Saka, and Saka's off on a run. He's off on a streak up the right wing, but Andreas Christensen comes in with a challenge, and the ball runs away, even though Saka ends up on the ground.
Yeah, it was kind of going into a bit of a dead end. I mean, he's getting the ball up the pitch really well there, Saka, but he just ran out of space, and too many Danish players who are actually really pressing well, not giving England any time on the ball. We tried to play out just before that, but it was every pass was just not quite getting there in terms of the pressure was on, so it was forcing a difficult touch, and then the pass to the next person wasn't quite right, and the Danes turned the ball over, spraying it wide, and then all of a sudden we defend in our box. It's a difficult 10 minutes for England.
Yep. England leading through that Harry Kane goal that was set up by Kyle Walker and a couple of ricochets. Kane, absolute meat and drink to him as he pounced on the edge of the 6-yard box and buried it away for his first goal of the tournament. Here's Mæhle though, and Denmark have been on top since then. Mæhle again, he's seen a lot of the ball. Vint on the edge of the area. Back it comes to Højbjerg, Tottenham man who's not really played too much for Spurs this season. Breaks into the penalty area. Vint with a chance. Gay comes across, and as the shot was hit, as he slipped, Vint, the deflection took it looping across the face of goal, but it landed on the roof of the net.
Yeah, good reaction from Gehi. The ball just spins from the middle. I think it's Trent Alexander-Arnold gets a touch, and then it flicks down into the feet of Vint, who's at full stretch, but Gehi has to get across and gets a touch on it, which loops the ball up, and Pickford scrambling towards the back post, thinking it might just loop and drop into the goal, but it just bounces on top of the net.
This pitch surface is terrible.
It's awful,
terrible.
isn't it?
I mean, it's cutting up severely.
But we didn't see anything in the warm-up, John. It didn't really carve up at all.
Not that we noticed. Anyway, it's a corner. First, Eriksson was going to play it in, but the referee blew his whistle. There's some pushing and shoving, so Kyle Walker's being called across, and Andreas Christensen for a telling off for them.
Yeah, the referee's done England a favour there, because it was a well-planned set piece and they'd created the space. I don't know who it was coming round for the shot, but Eriksson played it kind of towards the penalty spot, and it was ripe for a first-time right foot effort, and the referee blows the whistle.
And they've given the game away.
Now we're onto it.
Absolutely. So therefore, Bukayo Saka is keeping an eye on Hjulmand. Eriksson then does take the whistle's gone again as it's headed over the top, and the referee's pointing at Christensen, I would imagine.
Yeah, it might be
or Vestergaard. Anyway, the referee was on it. And immediately gave the free kick England's way.
Yeah, well, they had to play it long into the box then, but the Danes couldn't have been happy with that. I mean, you get one chance to play that kind of set play. They played the card and the referee blew the whistle.
So it is a free kick then that Pickford will take. And Rice receives it outside the penalty area, and back it goes to Mark Gay, who just has a little run forward. He actually then collides with Vint. He'd overrun the ball, it bounced away from him, and actually it's given England's way.
Well, I think it ricochets off Vint, but Mark Gay, he's just literally lifted up a chunk of turf and patted it down with his hand.
It's like the horse of the year show.
Yeah. I mean, he's overran it. He's not got too many options.
Crossfield pass, that's given it away. Now, Victor Christensen, then a shot from distance is in! What an effort that is! It's the equaliser from Morten Hjulmand. Best part of 30 yards, it fizzed low across the turf. Pickford diving down to his right, in off the foot of the post, and Denmark have the equaliser. It's 1-1.
What a hit. That is some strike from the midfield player, and it's deserved. Denmark have been far the better team since the goal, completely dominant, applying all the pressure, and you can just feel that goal coming, but I didn't expect it to be as good as that, John. What a strike. That's a fair way out as the ball comes out to the edge of the box. It's a poor pass from Harry Kane. He's trying to hit a crossfield ball, but he gives it away cleanly. It gets popped into Hjulmand, and he pings it with his right foot low. It's a real driving shot across the goal. It doesn't touch anyone on the way in, but bangs off the inside of the post and into the back of the net. It's a brilliant hit from the Dane.
Yeah, that ball went into the net, almost under the nose of Izzy Christensen down there.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I was right in the firing line behind the goal. What a finish from Højbjerg, but the shape from England, a loose crossfield pass, and they just capitalised the Danes, and it was coming, as Matt said.
Let's bring in Connor as well, Connor Cody, who's here.
Yeah, I think you're right, guys. I think the goal's been coming. I think Denmark since the England goal have been fantastic. They're playing with a real narrow front three. I don't know if you've seen it there, Matty. The front three are really narrow. Eriksen, Vince, and obviously Højlund down the middle. And they're just causing England problems. Just in between Stones and Trent Alexander-Arnold and Declan Rice and Mark Gay. No one knows how to pick them up.
But do you think there's a massive shift between out of us in possession since we scored the goal?
Yeah.
I mean, before that, it's really dominant.
Yeah.
You get the goal, but then there's like a psychological shift that then we're not having the ball in the same fashion.
Yeah, 100%. And that just let Denmark into the game a little bit more. And listen, they've been fantastic since the goal.
Yeah, they have.
It was a fantastic goal themselves, but we just need to try and wrestle control back of the game a little bit.
Ball out of play for a throw-in after England are pegged back. Hjulmand equalising his first goal for his country. That's not bad, is it? To get off the mark like that. Best, as I say, best part of 30 yards and pinpoint into the bottom corner after Harry Kane, England's goal scorer, gave the ball away. Now here's another one forward for Denmark, just after England have conceded at the tournament for the first time. 5 Live BBC Sounds. Walker over the halfway line. Walker though runs into the figure of Christensen, who comes out with the ball. Denmark have got their tails up here. Mæhle, then Vint runs away from Rice. Oh, the referee's given the free kick when Mæhle was running away with the ball at the England defence, and the whistles from the Denmark fans.
He's doing us a right favour at the moment, the referee. I mean, he stopped the play. It ricocheted into the path of Mæhle, who's got the run, and it's probably a 2v1 with Højlund making a darting run into the box as well. I mean, that was an important intervention from the referee from an England perspective.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself. You know, as a professional, as a referee, he will know that
he should have let that go.
He should have let it go. So that could have been big trouble for England.
We're in trouble at the moment.
Yep, trouble.
We're not got to grips with this game. The space that the Danes are having in that area, Eriksen especially, as Izzy said, picking up the ball, and the midfield players are completely on top of it, and we're just having to sit off at the moment. We're not able to really get any pressure.
Yeah, having opened the scoring in the way that they did, England have just conceded possession, conceded space, and now conceded the goal. So it's 1-1. Here's Mæhle again, and then through it goes to the goal scorer. Hjulmand on his right foot again shoots, and that's deflected away by Trent Alexander-Arnold. Far too much space for Hjulmand.
It's all hands to the pump at the moment. Alexander-Arnold coming across to get the block, but the distance is so vast. He should be able to pick up the ball there, turn, have a touch out of his feet, and then a challenge comes in. I just think in terms of midfield, we've got to be a little bit tighter. We've dropped off so much because we've got so deep. We've been under pressure, and now the space is there for the Danes to play.
England are rocking here, 1-1. Christian Eriksen, who created all those chances in the opening match from set pieces. Eriksen to the back post, a stretch and a header across, lands on the roof of the net from Joachim Andersen. Pickford stretching high but was comfortable, and Pickford of all people comes forward and indicates that everyone should just calm down. Goal kick England.
You've got to get hold of the ball, but looks like it could be one of the short passes onto Stones on the edge of the 6-yard box, and the Danes are 5 all the way pushed in. Eriksen's all the way in, and they're more than happy to come and press us in this area of the pitch.
It's Matt Upson, played at the World Cup for England, taken short. Denmark win it back on the halfway line, and now Joachim Andersen again. This is concerning for England, concerning for Gareth Southgate. Denmark have scored their goal, and they haven't dropped back. They've carried on as they were before the goal. Although England now forced them to go all the way back to Kasper Schmeichel. Left foot from him. Over here, but Walker in the air wins that well. Bounces across centrally. Foden comes over, and then Denmark play it out from the back. Play it round Bellingham and Foden. And now Joachim Andersen, the flying Mæhle on the right. Trippier tries to get there, the cross is overhit and just drifts away behind, almost landing in amongst the Denmark fans. It's a goal kick, and it's 1-1, and we've got just over 5 minutes to go to half-time.
I think the space that they're finding is the concern for me. They're getting 1 or 2 passes off quickly, but all these efforts, I look at the goal, loads of space, time to get his head up, hit the shot. The second effort that got blocked, too much time to be able to get your head up as a midfield player and strike the ball from the edge of the box. You've got to get people out and put pressure.
Pickford goes along with this. Kane gets the better of Andreas Christensen, tries to head it to Saka, but that's intercepted, and Højbjerg is there. This is Tottenham and Arsenal, Højbjerg and Saka, and then Declan Rice is able just to take the ball off the toe of Rasmus Højlund and knock it back to Pickford. So 1-1 the score. Choice of listening is the Afghanistan-India match on Sports Extra right now at the T20 cricket, as Foden starts on a run through the middle. He's beaten 3 men, still going. Kane ahead of him. He goes for goal himself and shoots straight at Schmeichel, who's able to just drop down to his left, and Kane looks at him and suggests, how about the pass to me?
He's not happy, is he? That's as much as it gets from Harry Kane to say, why don't you pass me the ball? He made a run, and I think he felt Foden was just going to slip it to him, but Foden was on a run. He was very much off balance when he hit the shot. It'd been difficult to score from that kind of distance.
Yeah, that was dazzling from Foden.
It was. I mean, he danced past 2 or 3, didn't he?
Yeah, and probably felt he had the right to go for it himself,
absolutely, having
made the run.
Yeah.
But terrific burst, leaving Danish players in his wake. But the shot was straight at Kasper Schmeichel, the Anderlecht man as he is now. Here is Walker in possession. England just need to settle this now, and they are in possession. Foden, who's dropped deep and given it to Walker. Walker and Saka together on the right hand side. Back it comes towards Foden again. Foden goes infield towards Bellingham, who's certainly not had the influence in this match, Jude Bellingham, that he had in the first half against Serbia on Sunday night. Alexander-Arnold now through the middle. Foden, this is better from England. Whistles from the Danish supporters. Now back to Jude Bellingham again. And now England have got the ball inside the Danish half, but it feels like we've not seen this for such a long time in the match. Bellingham goes out towards the left-hand side, and in comes the challenge. Bounces back to Trippier. Trippier's ball into Kane on the edge of the penalty area. That bounces off the captain. Rice couldn't get there. Actually, he did well against Vince, so England do keep possession. Bellingham again over there on the left-hand side. Flick round the back of his leg. Now Foden on the edge of the area, might be space for him. Swings it in across the 6-yard box beyond Saka and through for a goal kick.
Well, it's much, much better. Control, build-up, movement off the ball.
But where's that been?
Yeah, been popping it around. Well, it hasn't been there for 15 minutes or so, has it, since the goal, and it's really put us on the back foot. But I don't mind the fact that Foden got his head up there, tried to look for Saka at the back post. It was nearly a really good ball.
Let's bring in Conor Cody again. 2.5 minutes of the first half to go, Conor.
Yeah, that was a little bit better, John Wayne. Just having a little bit of control possession, working our way into areas, getting Phil Foden in the game. I just look at Denmark and they just look really comfortable with and without the ball, don't they? They look like they know the formation, they look like they know what they're doing, they look like they're in control of everything that they're doing. So it's just up to England just to, again, wrestle that ball back again, have a little couple of minutes with the ball, especially to half-time now. It's important we don't concede another. At least you go into half-time drawing the game.
Yeah. But England lose it again in centre field, so Denmark have got the ball back, and the Danes are just passing it around England here. Hjulmand, the Danish goal scorer, but Foden has given it away to Højlund. Now Hjulmand to the right-hand side to Mæhle. Again Hjulmand. Højbjerg picks out Mæhle. Mæhle's right-footed cross towards Højlund. Gay does extremely well to win the header under pressure from that strong young number 9, Rasmus Højlund. Excellent defensive header from Gay.
That was a brilliant header, full stretch, really got up high. I mean, people talk about his height. He's not the tallest centre-back you've ever seen, but he doesn't half get up well and head the ball.
England could do with half-time.
Absolutely.
Just as Eriksson from deep to Højlund on the edge of the penalty area is Manchester United teammate. Then it comes back for a curling shot, which is straight at Pickford, who's able to pull it down. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg from round about 25 yards went for the curler, but too close to Pickford.
They've got to get to grips with Eriksson. He's just pulling strings, he's getting on the ball, he's making moves, he's playing passes. The distances just haven't been there at all from England. We've not been able to really stop the Danes, and we've just given the ball away quite loosely.
Giving it away again, so Højbjerg gives it to Højlund, who's on the left-hand side up against Stones and Walker. Højlund pulls it across past the 2 Manchester City men, but it's straight at Rice, and Rice is in danger of losing it on the edge of the box, although I think, did he get the free kick? No, he didn't.
No.
He didn't get the free kick. And he was millimetres away from giving the ball away. Great cheer as the ball is won brilliantly for Denmark by Vestergaard, who comes forward and nods it through, but Pickford has got it at his feet. We've got 20 seconds of the first half to go, and at the moment I think these thousands and thousands of England fans all around this stadium will be thinking and hoping this doesn't get any worse for England before half-time. 1-1, full of promise when Harry Kane gave England the lead in the 18th minute, but since then Denmark have dominated. Hjulmand with the equaliser, and you could argue that they are fortunate that they aren't behind in this match. Walker. Here is Bellingham. Again, stating the obvious, England need to get Bellingham more involved in the game. Bellingham through to Foden. Now Saka, little pass to Kane. Kane looks for Saka, but actually keeps possession, and he's being followed by Victor Christiansen. Then Alexander-Arnold is caught in possession by Christian Eriksen. Kane's still out here on the right-hand side. Kane turns it in field, and then Walker. Declan Rice just forward of the centre circle. 1 minute of added time at the end of this first half, so just seconds left now, but England on the attack. Alexander-Arnold on the right. Here's the cross right across the penalty area, all the way to Trippier in the full-back position on the far side. Mark Gay's joined the attack out there on the left. Infield towards Rice. Now it's Denmark defending. Final seconds of the first 45 minutes plus. Saka now on the right-hand side. Saka turns away from the penalty area, back into Foden on the edge of the box. Foden goes for the curler, but it tips over the top of the crossbar with Kasper Schmeichel standing with his hands wide apart in the air. Knew it was safe, and there we are, 1-1. But that felt like Denmark's half, Matt Upson.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, we started really well, looked in control, was passing the ball out, had a bit of structure, had some discipline in terms of our shape and stretching the pitch, get the goal. And then honestly, John, since that goal, it's just been completely different. England have sat off, not been able to get hold of the ball. Denmark's reaction was absolutely brilliant, and they've just completely dominated the rest of the first half.
Yep, Mark Chapman here in Frankfurt will have many more questions for you, Matt, and for Conor Cody, and for Izzy Christiansen. But I think the England players' body language as they left the field, I think told the story. They were heads down, they looked a little rattled, I have to confess. And at half-time, here in Frankfurt, Denmark 1, England 1 is the score. Mark.
Well, you talk about body language. Let's go down to Izzy Christiansen pitch side, because a lot of that first half, I was watching the England midfield in particular, but there's a lot of gesturing to each other. There's a lot of sort of arms outstretched. Noah wanted it here. Why aren't you pressing there? There's a lot of frustration amongst that England team.
Yeah, a lot of discussions happening right inside this 18-yard box. I've been behind Jordan Pickford for that first 45, and the communication between him, John Stones, Declan Rice getting involved. Gay's kind of kept out of it. He's been pretty, away from it. But there's been a lot of chat, a lot of chit-chat, and like you say, Chapper, some negative body language. But Denmark have absolutely suffocated us in the centre midfield, and that is why Denmark have started to get on top of us. And half-time is the best thing that's probably going to happen for Gareth Southgate at the moment, to get the opportunity to just compose the players again, have the right discussions in there, and come out much better than they were in that first.
And what I was going to say to you, Matt, even when we were talking about when England did have a bit of possession before the goal, they didn't look anywhere near as fluid and attack-minded as Denmark did when they had that. It's all very well having it, but there was a lot of sideways back. Denmark get it, and their first thought is, let's break the lines.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got somebody in there who's passing balls forward. They're accurate passes. They've got a runner in Højlund. Mæhle on the right-hand side is getting very high and wide, is stretching the pitch. But I think there's something about what, as he said, in terms of out of possession. You've got Eriksen dropping in there, and you have to say he's doing a better job of making those overloads than what we do when we have the ball. And I think we're looking to each other to really kind of see whether or not anyone's going to go to the ball. I don't think we're quite clear of whose responsibility it is to go and put the press. We've not quite got that balance in the midfield.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with Matt. What we thought Denmark were going to do was play Christian Eriksen as a 10 on his own. They're kind of playing with a narrow front three, so Eriksen and Vince are both dropping kind of in a box with the midfield, with Hjulmand and Højbjerg in centre midfield. So they're killing us with that. So we need to try and make sure we're getting bodies up to the ball, to be compact, to stop the ball coming between the lines. Big Yannick Vestergaard's played some lovely passes through the lines to Vince, and he's been on the half turn and attacking us with one pass. So we've got to try and get a hold of that. But I think the best thing for us now is half time. Get in, regroup, have a chat, see where we're going wrong, and come out with a different mindset second half.
Feels like from what the three of you are saying here, Matt, that this is more a tactical thing than necessarily I know that social media are going, oh, this player, that player, etc., etc. But it's what we talked about pre-match. Kind of formations here. If one of you gets it right, you can cause an awful lot of damage to the other one.
Absolutely, and I think there is an overload in there. It's not being dealt with. it needs to be addressed, I would say, because there's not enough pressure on the ball. I mean, you can say you're going to be defensive and sit off, and the ball's in and around the halfway line, there's no pressure, and that's the way you're going to play. But Danish players, like you've just mentioned, Wim, Eriksson, the goal scorer Humlen, are getting on the ball, turning, getting his head up, having a touch, and all of a sudden you can have a shot, there's a pass, there's nobody out there applying pressure, and that can't be right, Connor.
Yeah, and the thing with it sometimes, Matt, is that when you just said there about getting up to the ball, sometimes you might not be able to get up to a ball. Someone can talk and say, right, we stay in, but you stay compact, you stay together, and you wait for the right time to get up to the ball. We're trying to get up to the ball, and we're a little bit in between at the minute. We're going and we're half and half, and it's just opening up spaces for the midfield.
But as a centre-back, you'd be screaming at your midfield players.
100%.
But because the best thing for you is that there is pressure on the ball. It allows you to do your job.
Without a doubt,
when there's no pressure on it, everyone's uncertain.
Without a doubt, and as a defender as well, you want to set that pressure, you want to scream to Harry Kane, right, hold, and now we go. Now's the time to go, and then you can step yourself up the pitch. Izzy?
Do you know what it feels like for that English midfield at the moment? Feels like you're in a tumble dryer. You're getting spun around, and that is what Denmark are doing to us. And they need to get a grip of that quickly. And what I've noticed tactically, and one of the reasons why I think Denmark are on top of us at the moment, they're very compact centrally. When they win the ball back, they're switching the play as quickly as possible, and it's catching England right out of shape. And England need to address that quickly by getting the fullbacks in tighter. Like Kyle Walker and Trippier need to come in tighter when the ball's on the opposite side, because at the moment England can't deal with the switch.
And then the other thing they have as well, Izzy, they do have an out ball with Højlund if he's working the channels, don't they? Particularly if they're not putting pressure on the ball further back in the Danish formation.
Yeah, his attitude is exceptional. I've been watching him for this first 45, and he's peeling off onto John Stones, and he's constantly alert. Where's the space? Where is the space? And he's spinning in behind, because he knows in Højbjerg and Eriksson in particular in the midfield for Denmark, they're going to put the ball into a space with a nice weight on it that he can attack the ball, and it's really challenging England at the back at the moment.
It just feels like they have options.
Yeah.
If they're not going to spin it in behind, they can get it out wide, switch it, as Izzy mentioned, to Mele. If it doesn't go there, there's a midfield player that's found a little space. When you've got the ball, as a defender for Denmark, it actually looks like a sweet shop selection, isn't it? Of like, oh, I've got a pass there, I can go wide, I can maybe go long, and there's options for Denmark.
And what I will say is that's what that formation does. I've been lucky enough to play that formation in Wolves over the years, and that's what that formation does. It gives you options, and if you're comfortable without the ball, and if you're comfortable sitting in the mid-block, when you get the ball, there's always space to play forward. And this Denmark team have played this formation for years, so they know it inside out, and I think you can see with the first 45 that they do know it inside out.
I mean, the other thing at times as well, England played with 12 given the referee.
He has done us a favour.
Wow, he's made some interesting decisions on 2 or 3 occasions, which hasn't pleased those banks and banks of Danish fans clad in red behind Izzy, where she is, behind the goal that Jordan Pickford has been in for that first 45 minutes. But despite all of that, it's Denmark 1, England 1. England would have 4 points at the end of today if the score stays as is. But England have had fewer shots and less possessions than the Danes at the end of that first half. 5-6 in the UK, 5-7 here in Germany. Nick Hatfield has the news update.
The voice of the UK. And the home of the Euros and the general election 2024.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. The BBC has learned that the party's director of campaigning for the Conservatives, Tony Lee, is being looked into by the Gambling Commission about alleged bets on the date of the election. He's married to Laura Saunders, a Conservative candidate who is also the subject of inquiries by the betting industry regulator. Our correspondent Gary O'Donoghue reports.
It is not known when the alleged bet involving Tony Lee and Laura Saunders was placed, or how much it was for. A third Conservative, Craig Williams, who was Rishi Sunak's parliamentary private secretary, is also being looked into after he placed a £100 bet, an action he himself apologised for and described as a huge error of judgment. Opposition figures have unsurprisingly pounced, with the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer calling on the Prime Minister to suspend Laura Saunders, saying if it were one of my candidates, their feet wouldn't have touched the ground. For the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey described the allegations as quite awful and called for a Cabinet Office investigation.
The Post Office has apologised for publishing the names and addresses of 555 postmasters prosecuted during the Horizon IT scandal. The company confirmed personal details were shared in a document on its website, and it has referred itself to the Information Commissioner's Office. And the Bank of England has held interest rates at 5.25% for the seventh time in a row. The bank's governor, Andrew Bailey, says it's good news inflation has returned to their target of 2%, but they want to make sure price rises stay low. That's the news. Ellie Brennan has the travel.
In the latest travel news, the M42 northbound, you've got stop-start traffic between junction 3A at the M40 interchange and junction 4. There was a broken down car there earlier. Looking very slow though back to Redditch at junction 3 and on the M40 northbound as you approach the M42. That's very heavily congested. The M1 southbound, 2 lanes are closed between junction 14 at Milton Keynes and 13. Emergency barrier repairs there, really slow traffic going through. And in Essex, the A12 northbound is closed. That's between junction 16 and 17. There's been an accident there, queuing traffic on the approach to that. Ellie Brennan, 5 Live Travel.
Calling all Glastonbury fans.
Myself, Annie McManus,
and me, Nick Grimshaw,
are fully going in on Glastonbury
with very special guests.
Emily Nevis.
We have a local cheesemaker who has a really reliable weather forecast.
Shania Twain.
I'm considering riding a horse to the stage.
Join us for weekly bonus episodes.
We're going to have all the festival chat,
all the action,
all the backstage goss.
Sidetracked by Glastonbury.
Listen first on BBC Sounds.
Euro 2024 Deutschland.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Denmark 1, England 1 at the break. In the other game in that group earlier on, that also finished 1-1 between Slovenia and Serbia. We have Italy, Spain still to come this evening. We'll go to our commentary team at that one shortly. First to India, Afghanistan in the men's T20 World Cup. Fraser Mohammed.
Well, interestingly enough, it's India in control. 35-3 are Afghanistan after 6 overs, struggling in pursuit of that Indian total. 181-8. Surya Kumar Yadav with 53. 3 wickets for Rashid Khan, 3 for Fazal Haq Farooqi. But Afghanistan dependent on their middle order. They're struggling. 35-3 after 6 overs.
Thanks for Zia Sports Extra. If you want to listen to that, big win at Queen's today for the new British #1 Jack Draper. He defeated defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. Kyprios narrowly beat Trawlerman in the Gold Cup at Royal Ascot. And after winning Olympic cycling gold in both Rio and Tokyo, Katie Archibald will not be in Paris. She fell yesterday in her garden and she now needs surgery because she broke her ankle, her fibula and tibia in that accident. Second half on the way from here in Frankfurt, and then we'll be in Gelsenkirchen for Italy against Spain. Our commentary team of Ian Dennis and Chris Sutton are already there. How do you view this one, Ian?
Looking forward to it, Mark. I think Spain, after the opening set of matches, were along with Germany, were one of the most impressive of the teams that we saw. So can they build on that against the defending champions? Obviously it's a tough group, and they both know after their opening victories that another 3 points today will see them into the knockout stages. So I think it's going to be a really entertaining game.
They both had their tough moments, didn't they, Chris, in their opening games? I mean, Spain didn't have it all their own way against Croatia, and Italy fell behind to Albania.
Yeah, I think there's still room for improvement, but winning the opening games in tournament football is of such great importance. I mean, this is going to be fascinating, though, because I think going into the Euros, I don't think many people fancied Spain or Italy to win it, but I still think they both showed enough in their opening games to know that they can improve, and that Ian's quite rightly touched on the importance of winning this game to go through to the knockouts. That's massive, but it wouldn't surprise me if we saw Spain or Italy actually winning the Euros. They have, both teams have great quality and interesting managers.
Are you? What do you mean by interesting managers?
Well, I mean, they're sort of similar positions. I think they're both teams in transition. De La Fuente, in truth, I hadn't heard a lot about him. I know that he took the Spanish junior teams and had great success there. So getting the job, the full Spanish job, that's great faith from the Spanish FA. But I mean, they looked pretty handy against Croatia, and Spalletti, I think, Did James Horncastle not say that he's
best manager in the tournament?
Yeah, the best manager in the tournament.
Yeah.
We know he likes to play front foot football, all about performance. He was disappointed. He came out and said he was disappointed with the performance in the first game, albeit, we saw Albania and, they ran Italy close, and, we saw what they did to Croatia yesterday. This is the group of death. I thought this was always going to be the tightest group, but tonight is going to be enormous in terms of whoever wins is already through. Whoever loses, though...
You wouldn't have expected Croatia to be on 1 point after 2 games, though, would you?
Well, I wrote them off at the start of the tournament, so I would have
done. Speaking of your predictions, can I just say what a joy it was to read your prediction for the France-Netherlands game that's coming up tomorrow on the BBC Sport website. I wouldn't normally point people in the direction of your predictions, but if you've got 30 seconds a minute to read Chris's view, Dr. Chris's view on Kylian Mbappe's broken nose and how that might affect the French, it is well worth reading on the BBC Sport website.
Can I also just quickly say, Mark? I also say, that isn't a great read, but you're lucky we're here tonight because we couldn't get out of the hotel car park. Producer Rob and Ian Dennis couldn't get out for 15-20 minutes.
It's Rob's first tournament.
Couldn't even get out of the barrier.
Like
Honestly, I videoed it all. I may put it on socials.
Do you know what though, Mark? I said to Chris, I said, we'll meet in the garage, the car park, at 5 o'clock. He was waiting in reception. Me and Rob were on time, in the right place, right. It's all Chris's fault. This is now called a deflection technique.
It's a great watch. I'll send it to you later.
Okay. Could be a long night listening to Italy-Spain on 5 Live, but
tomorrow's the longest day.
Yes, very good.
Tonight's the longest night.
It is in Gelsenkirchen, and we will be with those two a little bit later on. England and Denmark both back out, and there are no changes, John Murray, for either side, but you did wonder whether there might be tweaks for England.
You did, and I can tell you it's a very tight car park that we've got in Essen. So I'm with Ian and Rob. Right, Denmark were out for the start of the second half as they looked like they couldn't wait to get going. No changes. England were late out of the dressing room, or longer out of the dressing room, as though they were a little bit trepidatious about what might lie ahead. So the teams are the same. Schmeichel in goal for Denmark, Joachim Andersen, Andreas Christensen, Yannick Vestergaard. There's the whistle for the start of the second half. Mæhle on the right, had so much space and time, Mæhle. Victor Christiansen on the left, who was caught out for the England opening goal. Hjulmand and Højbjerg in the middle. And then, as Conor Cody's been describing, Eriksson and Vint with Højlund in a sort of spearhead as an offside flag goes up against the Danes. And England, we did whether Gareth Southgate might do something. Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones, Gay and Trippier, Alexander-Arnold and Rice, Saka, Bellingham, Foden and Harry Kane, the England goal scorer, through the middle. We thought, would he bring perhaps Gallagher, Mainu, but he's sticking with Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Yeah, they're back out after half-time. Very similar shape, similar personnel. Rice a little bit more central, Alexander-Arnold and Jude Bellingham. Be interesting how they get to grips with that so important middle of the pitch in this second half. It really is going to be key to the outcome.
Sorry, Mike. Second group match this. Denmark won, England won, but this feels like a massive half for England that lies ahead here. They are top of the group with 3 points. Slovenia on 2, Denmark and Serbia on 1. But Denmark have dominated this since England took the lead, strangely. And here they come again on the right-hand side. Mæhle's ball into the penalty area. Still Denmark, left foot shot, that's deflected across the goal. Højlund's after it, Stones heads it away. And England have just about dealt with it. In fact, it's been kicked up in the air by Trippier and caught by Pickford. That does not bring confidence to all of the England fans around this stadium.
Well, Vint picks up an unbelievable position to get on the ball.
Alexander-Arnold is very fortunate, I think, to get a foul from the referee. Højbjerg, I thought he'd given it away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he had too much of a picture when he received the ball from Pickford on his back foot. There's not really much of an idea about where that ball's going, and nearly got robbed. I'm not even sure if that was a foul, John, to be honest, but the chance before, it was Vint who just peeled off into that area. Whether it's Eriksson, you know that Højlund's going to be the one that's stretching, but Vint is a problem. He just keeps picking up lovely little positions, making himself available, and they're just feeding the ball into him, and then he can get his head up and play.
Matt Upson, England World Cup player. Conor Cody is up here as well, who's been in Gareth Southgate's last 2 squads at the Euros and the World Cup. and Declan Rice is surrounded by red Danish shirts and loses possession, and the Danes have got it again. And I must say, we talked in the first half, at the end of the first half, about how important it was for Gareth Southgate to get them in and regroup. The opening moments of the second half are not promising for England, although Gay steps forward, and now Kane under pressure from Andreas Christensen is able to find Saka on the right hand side. Ball fortunately deflects to Walker, could have gone anywhere. Back to Kane, England approaching the edge of the penalty area. Here is Saka, little ball to Harry Kane on the right hand side. Kane, who scored his 64th England goal in the first half. Then back to the halfway line, and England go back into the centre circle. They're attacking now towards the stand that is absolutely packed. It's splashed with red and a little bit of white in there as well. The Denmark end, 16,000 supporters. John Stones now to Kyle Walker, then back centrally to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Rice has a look over his shoulder, gives it back to the Liverpool man who's given it away, misplaced pass, but John Stones is able to come across and just sends a pass out to the left-hand side. Cheers from Denmark, because that was going nowhere. That just landed the ball in no man's land, and Denmark were able to take possession, and England are here in Frankfurt. I have to say, they look as though they're on the verge of a crisis.
Well, just disjointed, isn't it? Not coming together at all in terms of being fluid in or out of possession.
Header forward, Andreas Christensen wins it against Bellingham, then Bellingham in on the challenge to win it back, turns, but Christian Eriksen's in there as well, and then up to Højlund. Vint, first time pass is actually behind Victor Christensen, who with Bellingham still taking time to get up, looks at the referee and walks away, clearly feels that he should have been given a free kick, which he wasn't. So Denmark will come forward again. Mæhle, and then Mæhle back into his own half. Mæhle, the Wolfsburg man who came in, that was the only change that Kasper Hjulmand, the likeable coach of Denmark, this is his third tournament, Gareth Southgate's fourth. Kasper Hjulmand just making that one change today. Denmark with it in the centre circle. 1-1 in the earlier match in this group. Long and forward towards Højlund, who chests it off. Played forward by Christian Eriksen, and then Gay is able to clear, but Foden jumping for it, just heads it back to Denmark, and then in goes Rice to try and win it back. Awkward bouncing ball for Bellingham, and then Alexander-Arnold sets off from inside his own half with a run, passes the ball behind Foden. He had Kane, Foden and Saka ahead of him. That was a welcome sight for England, to see Alexander-Arnold taking charge of the situation and England pouring forward. There's been far too little of that from the team. Walker, now to Saka on the right-hand side. Saka up against Victor Christensen, looking to take him on. Victor Christensen, back-pedalling, then the cross to the back post, taken down by Foden, who stabs it. It's actually cleared away, just touched away by Mæhle. But England now are actually taking a bit of initiative here. Trippier into the penalty area. Bellingham strides after it languidly. This tall 20-year-old keeping possession, then giving it back to Kieran Trippier on the left-hand side. Trippier back to Rice, thinks about a shot, does have a low shot which is deflected, but I think it took a bit of the pace off it. It was spinning, but Schmeichel could just drop to his left and hold it.
Yeah, it was one or two little nicks on the way through this ball. I think that a lot of the pace was taken right off it from Højlund, who does a good job getting back to shut Rice down, and it just skips on through to Kasper Schmeichel, who just gathers it up rather easily.
This will be a nervous watch for England supporters. 1-1 the score, but Denmark have given more than as good as they've got from England in this match. Very disjointed from the England team. There must be substitutions on the way, you would think. That's a poor pass forward though from centre field from the Danish goal scorer Hjulmand. That just gives possession back to England. The roof is closed. We've got this canopy style roof to this stadium, which is out to the south of the city. Just under 50,000 people inside, and actually there's a big gap between the top of the stands and that roof, so the sun is shining in streaked across the pitch as England, with John Stones, just wander forward with the ball. Stones then infield to Alexander-Arnold, white shirt just bobbing outside his blue shorts. Trippier, 50th cap for Kieran Trippier, the Newcastle United man. Alexander-Arnold goes for a long high pass. Saka into the penalty area, tries to pull it down, but then as Schmeichel comes out, the defender's in there as well. Saka actually just nods it forward through for a goal kick. And England are going to make a change, and it is Conor Gallagher.
Yeah, as you called, John, to be honest, got it spot on. I think Conor Gallagher, obviously the player coming on to affect the game when England were suffering a little bit against Serbia. He's the man who's just taken his jumper off and is getting some instruction in the technical area.
Let's bring in Conor Cody as well. It had to come.
Tell you what, John, he'd be doing some job if he was up here and down there.
That would be more than box to box. box to commentary box midfielder.
No, I think it's a good call. We mentioned it at half-time, didn't we, about the legs that Conor will give, and he'll come in and there'll be a little bit of agency. I think that's the biggest thing at this moment in time. There's a real lack of agency with England. I don't know if it's tired legs or a little bit lethargic, but we just need a little bit of agency in there.
Yeah, I think Conor Gallagher is waiting to come on as Mela hits the pass forward, but Gay's able to head it down. Eriksson on the stretch. Then infield, little glancing header forward Hjulman, but Højlund was coming back from an offside position. And actually, again, the referee could have allowed play to continue there with England on the attack, but he's actually stopped play so that the change can be made, and it is Trent Alexander-Arnold who will be replaced by Conor Gallagher, who, as in the match against Serbia, comes on as a substitute, the Chelsea man.
Yeah, I think it was interesting. We were talking before about being not in the starting 11 and having an impact and kind of playing or earning your way into the team. I think it's a great opportunity for Conor Gallagher to come on and have a positive impact with his energy. You know, Conor's just spoken about needing that in the middle of the park. Well, that's what he brings. He'll run all day and he'll just get after the ball, any loose balls, anything that drops down, applying pressure. So a big opportunity for him in this game, which is looking like it is slightly slipping away from England.
It does have that feel. So Conor Gallagher coming on in the 54th minute, and Trent Alexander-Arnold is off, and England in possession of the ball, playing it back to Pickford, just controls it, and then left-footed to the halfway line. Andres Christensen with a challenge, but Kane saw him coming. It was the England captain who got his head to the ball, and now Bellingham gets the ball down and is off on a run and passes it to Foden, slightly behind Phil Foden, back into the area. Again, Bellingham's low ball across the penalty area, but that is whacked away by Hjulman, landed at his feet, and he gave it what for and put it out for a throw.
Well, Conor Gallagher turns away because I think he thought about making the run across the path, exactly where that ball came in for Bellingham, but he decided to hold the edge of the box, and it was cleared easily. But any kind of run across the face would have been an opportunity.
And actually, Denmark are going to make a double change just shortly. I see Mikkel Damsgaard is going to come on. Remember, he scored the free kick against England at Wembley in the semi-final 3 years ago. So he's coming on, and also Alexander Barr. So I guess he'll be coming on for Mela on the right-hand side. So a double change coming for Denmark. Here is Conor Gallagher. Long blonde hair tied back. Gallagher now to Saka on the right-hand side. Saka taking on Victor Christensen and then playing it infield to Foden. Foden on his left foot, shoots low, hits the post, comes out to Saka, but Saka was under pressure from Victor Christensen, who, no, his final touch was off Saka. It is a goal kick, but England now hit the post.
Yeah, a bit of snap in the play in this second half. Saka doing his thing, luring the defenders in, sees the open space to slide the ball infield to Foden, who's come all the way across. One touch to control, another one to get out of his feet, and he drives it towards the near post, really low along the ground, and it ricochets off the upright, straight back out into play.
England midfielder Izzy Christensen's down behind that goal.
Yeah, it's a brilliant bit of play from Saka, isn't it? Cuts inside and he finds Foden, and it's a daisy cutter across the surface of the grass by Foden. It fizzes away from the post. Kasper Schmeichel's actually really lucky. It doesn't come back off the post and hit him and ricochet into his own net. But there's a bit of an angle on the ball, but brilliant from Foden, and that's more like it from him.
Little change. It's Vint and Victor Christensen who have come off. So the Brentford man, Mikkel Damsgaard, coming on into the midfield, forward-thinking player, and then Alexander Barr, who started the first match for Denmark against Slovenia. Alexander Barr has come on to play on the right-hand side.
Yeah, he switched with Mela's gone across the left.
Yeah, to the far side. So the double change from Kasper Hjulman. The score remains 1-1. The ball out of play for a throw-in to England. So 1-1. It's on BBC One as well. The Euros all across the BBC, all the platforms. The match commentaries at the heart of what we do, where you can rewind a live radio. Not necessarily sure this is one that you will want to listen back to, but we'll see. But all the podcasts are on there as well. The Football Daily You'll never beat Kyle Walker. Don't attempt fate. But that's all on there. Denmark 1, England 1. And you can listen to the 5 Live commentary, by the way, with the BBC TV pictures. If you go to the iPlayer, BBC Sport website and app, it's all synced up. 1-1 with Denmark playing the ball forward down the right-hand side. This is for the newly arrived Damsgaard, who gets the ball into the penalty area. It bounces almost to Christian Eriksen. And Conor Gallagher just got there in the nick of time inside the area to prevent it from doing so. It's out for a throw.
Oh, that's a crucial touch. Højlund does brilliantly. The ball gets looped over. He doesn't try and do anything. He just gets his body across and just chests it into the space. He knows that a midfield player could be arriving.
Throw in from Bart, a long one into the penalty area, headed down and then cleared away by Saka on the edge of the box. As Joachim Andersen was put under pressure, and Harry Kane now. Harry Kane goes for a curling pass. What a lovely pass that is, well. Beautifully weighted to Saka. Saka now near the edge of the box. 2 Danish players with him. Saka then turns and shoots across the face of goal, but wide of the far post. But Harry Kane started that.
Better, I don't mind that. I don't mind that kind of positivity. Kane coming inside has that confidence and belief to play the kind of passes that we know he can. And Saka then, OK, they ended up doubling up in that situation, Denmark, and got another player back in there, so he couldn't quite get the scoring or shooting opportunity he wanted, but it's just much better. It's a bit slicker to play quicker. I haven't seen enough of that from England tonight.
Better in the second half? Marginally.
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, the way we finished, or certainly the 15 or 10 minutes after we scored in the first half was really poor. We just didn't get hold of it at all.
1-1. After Harry Kane shot England in front. Walker, Saka had a little touch as well in the build-up to the Kane goal. Gay heads it on the halfway line, and then a super equaliser from Morten Hjulmand. Excellent shot from between 25 and 30 yards out. England now with Foden. Foden looks up. He's looking for Saka. Left-footed ball right across there to the Arsenal top scorer this season. Takes on Mæhle, beats him. Saka then to the byline, pulls that across, but that's intercepted by Andreas Christensen. And Denmark are able to get it away. England looking to Saka as John Stones passes it all the way back to Pickford, controls it on his thigh and then passes it back to the Manchester City man, John Stones, winning his 74th cap tonight. And then Walker tried to pass it to Stones, passed it straight to Denmark and then conceded a free kick on the left.
Oh, he's frustrated with that, Kyle Walker. He just couldn't quite find the pass. He was a little bit boxed in. He wanted to play inside, but he realised if that pass inside is not the right pass, he puts England bang in trouble, so he holds onto it too long, and then he gives a foul away when Højbjerg makes quite a clean tackle, and it's a wide free kick in a dangerous area.
What happened to Walker there is very typical of what's been happening in this match. It's not right for England.
It's not the same amount of options, are there?
No.
When the Danes get the ball, they appear to have the option.
Danger here, an Eriksen free kick out on the left-hand side. Eriksen plays it in, but it hits Mark Gay, who's 10 yards away. It hits Saka, who's 10 yards away from the ball. And he did well to keep his feet there, Saka. He was reeling.
Yeah, rocked him a bit.
Backwards.
Did rock him, didn't it?
Once, Muhammad Ali fought right here on this patch of land back in the 60s. And that was redolent of what might have been happening that day, as England win a free kick for a foul by Gallagher, who is yellow carded. So just minutes after coming on, there's a yellow card for Conor Gallagher.
Yeah, just a little bit late, trying to put some energy, inject a bit of that into the midfield and get after the ball. He doesn't make it. I'm not too sure why he's given a yellow card. I think that's a little bit harsh. I mean, he gets a slight toe, maybe just stands on the top of the foot, but wasn't a particularly vicious challenge.
When we bring in Conor Cody next, maybe Conor, give us an idea of who you might want to see Gareth Southgate call on next from off the substitutes bench. But Denmark have this free kick. Match poised at 1-1, and we have commentary next on one of the big games of the group stage, Spain-Italy, which will come to you live from Gelsenkirchen inside the Schalke Stadium. Ian Dennis and Chris Sutton from 8 o'clock, and the Castleford-Hull KR Super League match will be on Sports Extra tonight, so a choice of listening there. England's cricketers play tomorrow afternoon, by the way. That's on Sports Extra. England against South Africa, live from St Lucia at the T20, which is on right now, Afghanistan, India. Denmark 1, England 1, here at the Euros, in England's second group match. England for most of this match, up against it, uninspiring. And Denmark much brighter. You've got Højbjerg, Pierre-Emil Højbjerg, who started just 10 matches for Tottenham this season. Christian Eriksen, just 14 starts for Manchester United. They do look fresh, I have to say, as the ball is played out to the right-hand side by Damsgaard. And then Barr, back into Damsgaard inside the penalty area. The Brentford man looking to turn, but Rice came in with a challenge. Kieran Trippier down there, passes it forward to Phil Foden. England penned in their left-back position, played forward. Bellingham just got a header to that. Denmark are onto it. Conor Gallagher comes forward, he heads it on. Comes back to Rice. Rice in danger of losing out. Christian Eriksen onto this, but the left foot shot flies away high over the top of Jordan Pickford's crossbar. But again, England just look uncertain, caught on the ball, losing possession.
It's been a bit of a game of not being settled enough with the ball. We always seem to be like chasing the first touch a little bit, or the first touch is under pressure, which, credit to Denmark, they're pressurising really well, but it's not enabling us to really have good possession or be able to get on the ball and make our passes. Rice, Harry Kane, Foden, Bellingham, they've not had the time to really get on the ball, have a good first touch, be comfortable and find a good option. It's just harassed all the time, which, credit to Denmark for that.
Yeah. Well, it's still all square, but I think whatever happens here tonight, whether England win, lose or draw, there will be another torrent of criticism for the way that England have played. Here is Walker on the right-hand side, Saka, then Bellingham, looking strangely tentative. Then back to Pickford on the edge of the penalty area, and the Everton goalkeeper passes it out to Gay, and then forward to Harry Kane, drops into his own half, and Yannick Vestergaard goes with him. Vestergaard, who has been yellow carded but not been put under pressure at all. Now Kyle Walker carries the ball downfield. Bellingham, that's that change of feet again from Jude Bellingham, who just runs into the challenge and loses out to Damsgaard, who passes it forward. Mark Gay gambled there, it was the right decision. He won possession back, then he couldn't hit the pass forward. It was Hjulmand who stepped into it, and then in goes Gay again. The England fans applauding Mark Gay's effort there. Walker, now Saka up against Mela. Mila steps off, Saka with a cross right across the penalty area. Applause from Phil Foden for the idea from Bukayo Saka, but overhit through, goal kick, 1-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've really felt that threatening when the ball's wide and we're going to cross it, that we're going to score a goal. I mean, he'd been in good crossing positions, but it's not really looking like we're going to get the ball into the box and somebody's arriving to get on the end of it.
Right, well, I didn't get the chance to say to Conor Cody, Conor, because the changes are coming, and there's going to be 3 of them.
I was going to say them 3, to be fair, John.
I just had an idea that you might. Watkins, Bowen and Eza, 19, 20 and 21. So Eberici Eza going to come into the tournament for the first time, his first taste of tournament action. Bowen, who came on as a substitute the other night, and then Ollie Watkins also first chance to show what he can do on this stage, the big stage, where England really tonight have very often fluffed their lines, and this will be very interesting to see who's coming off, as John Stones is put under pressure by Højlund, and an unforced error, passes it out of play. He was trying to give it to Gay, and that's a corner to Denmark, the cheapest of cheap corners.
Yeah, Declan Rice looking really frustrated. It came into him, but again, there's no comfortable first touch, there's no comfortable situation on the ball, there's pressure all the time, and it's really testing the first touch. Yes, the pitch isn't great, I think the ball is bobbling in a little bit, but you can't make excuses in that sense. It's the same for both teams, and Denmark have been better with their passing, more accurate and more fluent.
Actually, Denmark are going to make the change first, and it's the experienced use of Poulsen, who's coming on to win his 82nd cap, and Manchester United's Rasmus Højlund is off because he has made a nuisance of himself.
It's a big surprise. I think physically he's been a real handful, but Poulsen, he's a big lad. I think they're looking to maybe get the ball in the box and get crosses in.
Yep, RB Leipzig forward. So it's a corner. England aren't making the changes yet. 1-1. Eriksen with the deep corner that bounces right to the edge of the penalty area, still in the England box, comes out to the edge of the box, and then the shot that Pickford is able to control. It was just above his head. He just parried it up in the air, and then on the follow-up was able to gather the ball after the shot. I think it was Andreas Christensen actually who hit that. Comes back to Pickford. And then to Trippier on his right foot, chips it forward to Foden, and then up to Kane. But then Denmark are in on the challenge on Harry Kane, strong and forward from Vestergaard. Højbjerg goes down after a challenge. Denmark, play continues. The ball is chipped out towards the left-hand side. Mæhle is there, but he can't reach that, and it's a throw into England in the right-back area.
And there's a classic example there about how we just haven't handled the ball well enough in terms of sharpness, first touch. It just seems a little bit loose, John. Almost like we're chasing a bad touch all the time.
Nowhere near, is it?
No.
Right, here come at least the first couple of the changes anyway, and it is Phil Foden who's going to be replaced by Berichi Eza. So on comes England's Crystal Palace man who finished the season in such fine form, and off comes the Premier League player of the season, and Bukayo Saka as well. Is the straight swap there for Jared Bowen on the right. You were kind of expecting this, Matt, and it is Harry Kane who's off. So the England captain substituted, and Ollie Watkins comes on. That's a big call.
You don't see that very often.
You do not.
You know, in games where England need a goal, it's tight, it's 1-1. You don't normally see Harry Kane come off the pitch, but I think such as how the game's gone, just that injection of fresh legs and energy and whatever else that brings is what Gareth Southgate really feels this game needs to maybe tip it in England's way.
Gareth Southgate walks across, applauding Harry Kane, who comes off the field. You know, remember how he missed football at the end of the season, the back issue that he had, that they told us was absolutely fine. But even so, Conor Cody, to see Harry Kane being substituted at a match at the Euros that's 1-1 with 20 minutes to play.
Yeah, it's a really bold move, but I do like the idea of giving people who've had great seasons a lot of trust in this England team. Ollie Watkins has been fantastic this year, and he fully deserves his place on this pitch at the minute, so I'm all for giving people them opportunities because he's been brilliant all year.
Yeah, the Aston Villa top scorer, the 27-goal top scorer, Ollie Watkins. Well, what an opportunity this is now, and England changing the front three here. Saka, Kane and Foden are off, and it is Bowen, Watkins and Eza who are on. About 2 months ago, we weren't expecting that, were we?
No, but I think it's a big moment in the game for England. I mean, maybe it can just spark a little bit more in this last 20 minutes or so. Still a big stage of this game left to play.
The thing is, England have got to get the ball to them, and that's been an issue. As Trippier hits a right-footed pass, that's nowhere near Watkins. And Denmark, Vestergaard's able to take that down and just pass it infield to his central defensive partner. But Walker's onto this at pace, gets there ahead of Mæhle. Walker near the right corner of the box. He's actually been forced away wide. Bowen's got involved for the first time. Jared Bowen wins a throw in. Walker takes it. Gallagher turning the full 360 degrees back to Walker, who goes back to the halfway line. 20 minutes to go here. Spain, Italy on the way live from Gelsenkirchen. But a massive 20 minutes for Gareth Southgate's England. It is 1-1. You know, if you're listening to the tenor of what we're saying, you'll be thinking, you know, hang on, what's going on? But, you know, this is nowhere near the performance that Gareth Southgate and England were looking for. Here's Eza, deep lying position. England will want him to run at the defence. Bellingham through, Watkins with a chance from the angle, but Schmeichel comes out sliding to block it behind. It's a corner, that's more like it.
Yeah, just a little sample of those really busy runs that Ollie Watkins make. He bends it nicely, he is onside. He thought it was going to be given offside, but he gets there. Schmeichel comes out well, the angle's tight, but that's classic Ollie Watkins. Lovely run, just bent round into the corner of the box, and lovely pass from Bellingham, I think it was.
Yes, it was. Jared Bowen, 10th cap tonight. He's going to take the corner from the right-hand side. England's first corner of the match. Bowen into the near post, comes up a Denmark head, comes out to Trippier. Trippier nods it square to Gallagher. Gallagher rather awkwardly, he's given it away. In fact, he couldn't find Eza. Denmark could break forward. Christian Eriksen's the man who's furthest forward, but Gallagher's able to come back and prevent his forward motion, but then it's taken on by Poulsen, a backheel from him. Bowen slips over. Christian Eriksen tries to play it into the penalty area, blocked by Gallagher, who's certainly showing that energy that England need. But chasing shadows here, because Denmark again with Christian Eriksen. What a story this is after what happened 3 years ago. Eriksen right at the heart of things for Denmark. And they go back Kasper Hjulmand's side back to the halfway line. They're certainly winning this on points, talking about boxing. Here again, Mæhle having switched flanks. Vestergaard, a little flick by Christian Eriksen. Then the shot from distance, the Pickford goes down, pushes it away. The shot from Højbjerg, saved by the Everton goalkeeper. And then a foul and a yellow card. Mæhle just dived in, rather, on Jared Bowen, who gets the free kick, and a yellow card for Mæhle for that. 1-1.
The flick from Eriksen, the tiny little touch he put in there was just exquisite. Just enough to just flick it round the corner into the path of his teammate, who gets the shot off. Pickford parries to the right-hand side. And as per the whole game, Mæhle goes in for the tackle, and a big chunk of turf flies up in the air and onto the ground. I think Bowen stopped really awkwardly just before that and went and felt his ankle afterwards. He just put the brake on. I think this is mainly happening when people are putting the brakes on, John. Yes, it's just collapsing underneath their feet. Yeah, the pitch has been nowhere near what you would want for a match of this calibre. After all of the rain, so soft. Oh, the ball is won back by Watkins near the edge of the penalty area. Challenge comes in. Schmeichel's going to do well to reach that. No, he can't. Sprinting away to his left. And Ollie Watkins has looked sharp, and Ollie Watkins and Bellingham as well, just turning Bellingham to the England fans in the stands and waving his arms and saying, come on. Because Denmark, they've been the noisiest. I don't think there's any doubt about that, because that's what's reflected what's been happening on the field. Corner then. Bowen to take this. Jared Bowen places it down in the quadrant. Berchiese goes over there as an option, but I think he will swing it in to the near post. Here it is, and it's headed away by Højbjerg, and will bounce out of play near the halfway line for an England throw-in. Eza, who's still over there on that far side, actually just leaves it to Kyle Walker, and Walker takes a quick throw down the line to Jared Bowen. Bowen then misplaces a pass out of play. I did wonder whether it had taken it. And Walker was just holding on to the ball, and the Danish fans are saying, hang on, what about a yellow card for Kyle Walker? But referee Suarez Diaz has been kind again to England. Yeah, whether or not it was long enough for a yellow card, the referee didn't feel so. I mean, he did jog away with the ball as opposed to just releasing it. There was a big cry from those Danish fans, all sat over the far side of the stand. Remember Qatar, the second match there, the 0-0 with the United States? Yes, I do. And do you remember the last Euros, the second match there, the 0-0 with Scotland? Yes. Were they better than this one from England performance standpoint? I would say on a par. And there was a reaction to that, as there will be a reaction to this, because England have not played very well. That's a simple matter. I think you accept that you're never going. You can't be at your best all the time, and you've got to. If it's not a good day, you make the best of a bad day, don't you? Yeah. And as long as England see this through to a point and get through to the third group stage game with 4 points, it's not a bad return, John. That's well played by Bowen. No, he's actually committed the foul on Vestergaard on the halfway line, so it's a free kick to Denmark. Just to the left of the centre circle. The third match in the group. And remember, if England were able to turn this round and snatch a winner, that would be them through as group winners. But that is not looking the most likely outcome here. The third match is on Tuesday, and that's a night match, that's a late match as well, 8 o'clock UK time against Slovenia. You know, I thought looked quite dangerous against Serbia today. Denmark 1, England 1. Denmark again on the front foot. Eriksen back to Højbjerg, who's going to have a goal from distance through a crowd of players. That Jordan Pickford was able to deal with that and give it out to Kyle Walker, and then urges him, sends him on his way, short pass to Gallagher. Gallagher couldn't find the ball back to Walker. It's back to Denmark again, and the thousands and thousands of Danish fans roar their team on again. It's one of their national characteristics, isn't it? Roaring. And here, the ball on the halfway line with Denmark. Now, back to the right-hand side, to Joachim Andersen. We are into the last 15 minutes now. Gareth Southgate stalks and walks around, rather anxious looking. Gay against Poulsen, the two of them tangling. The ball runs away for what is given as a goal kick. Poulsen can't believe it. He's making a gesture to the referee. There was a hefty pullback from Mark Gehi. I think Gehi's trying to see the ball out of play. Poulsen kind of nudges him out of the way, and then there's almost a bit of a headlock moment going on. I don't think there's a foul there. I think Paulson goes down really easily. It is a bit scrappy. And I think Pickford's looking at the situation, thinking, I'm just going to go long here at the moment. I'm not going to tickle the ball short. We haven't been good enough with the ball, certainly in our defensive third, to risk playing out at the moment. But if he does go long, what happens is exactly what did happen. You turn the ball over, it gets headed back to Kasper Schmeichel, and now Denmark start to build again from the back.
Yeah, Conor Cody is here with us, the Leicester City and England man. Be interesting to hear, Conor, when we get a chance as Denmark play one forward towards Pickford, who's going to deal with that easily. You know what the tournament mindset and thought will be right now inside the England camp with Gareth Southgate after a match and a performance like this. But just hang on, because England with Gallagher give it to Walker. Walker then turns and back it goes to John Stones. Just over 10 minutes to go here in Frankfurt with the sun shining. John Stones, ball at his feet, dappled sunshine, moves through it to his left, gives it to Gay, and then Bericchiesi, who's not had a chance to run, and then passes the ball forward. Ollie Watkins chases after it. I'm not sure he'll catch up with it. No, he reached it just as it got to the white line, put his foot on it, and it rolled over. So, come in, Conor Cody.
Yeah, I think a big thing for me, John, is, listen, I think we can all see here that England haven't been at the best. I think England haven't played great. I think Denmark have been better. And I think a big one, even though you want to win these games, I think it's important they don't lose this now. I think 12 minutes to go. I think the mentality is, if you can go and win it with the players who've come on, who have given England a little bit of life, I'll be honest. I think with Ollie Watkins running in behind and Eze and Bowen running in behind, I think they give them a bit of life. But I think it's important now they do not lose this game in the next 12-15 minutes.
Yeah, and we talked, Matt, you and I, on air and off air, about England growing into the tournament. Actually, they've gone in the other direction in this match.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Well, if the result stays like this, that would be the case, and the performance probably. Definitely with the ball, it's really surprising. We haven't managed to really be confident and control it at all.
As I caught in possession by Højbjerg, he's fortunate there. The referee has been again kind to England. Højbjerg, Paulson, who felt he should have had a free kick a few moments earlier against Gay.
I think it was the assistant that flagged as well, but I think Højbjerg is close enough to the ball to warrant that kind of contact. The ball is identical distance between him and Eze. He has a right to use his body there and try and manoeuvre him out of the way, and he does that well.
Denmark 1, England 1. Commentary to come from 8 o'clock UK time. Spain against Italy, don't miss that. Gay with a pass forward over the halfway line, looking for Eze. England want to try and get him running at the Denmark defence, but it's Denmark in possession. Back it goes towards the halfway line. The quite long-haired Joachim Andersen, talking about all of the Crystal Palace men in the England team. Here's one in the Danish side out. And so you've got Eze up against his teammate, Joachim Andersen, who turns, sees Eze in front of him, and then very quickly passes it back to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's not quite got the Griezmann, George Michael blocks, has he?
No,
he's having a go.
Griezmann's unmatched.
No.
As the ball bounces out for a throw on the far side for England. That was a little sloppy by Denmark. Excellent performance from Denmark. Massive improvement from them on their first match, should be said, against Slovenia. And Kasper Hjulmand's going to make another couple of changes. I see Andreas Skov Olsen's coming on, the Bruges player. He's a winger. And also, I think that's Christian Norgard, isn't it, of Brentford? It is, who's coming on. So another of the Brentford men, Thomas Frank, their manager, part of our coverage. John Stones goes for a long pass from the halfway line. That's headed down and away by Joachim Andersen. That's given away by Hjulmand to Jude Bellingham, who's been very quiet in the second half. Bowen tries to slip in Watkins on the edge of the area. That's turned away by Christensen out to the far side, and it's a throw-in to England down there.
He always has a positive touch, Jared Bowen. Wherever he goes, he likes to take the ball with him, or he steps in so well. Very nearly finds Ollie Watkins. You just can't take the ball with him when he slides the ball forwards from coming inside off the line.
And it's the goal scorer. England substituted their goal scorer, the captain Harry Kane. Denmark are taking theirs off, Morten Hjulmand. And Christian Eriksen's also walking towards this side of the field. Yeah, that's it. That's going to be the end of his afternoon. He's equalled Simon Kjær's record here, Christian Eriksen. He's now the joint most capped player for Denmark at the age of 32, his 132nd cap. He's been excellent.
Oh, he's been brilliant, really good. I mean, he's just controlled so many matters of the game. He's pulling strings, he's finding space. Just, you know, they always say about top players, but he looks so relaxed and comfortable in this space. He never looks rushed at all.
No,
his first touch,
he really
passes.
looks like he's come back to the Euros where those awful events happened 3 years ago with a real determination to put that absolutely in the past. 1-1, 5 Live, BBC Sounds. It's on BBC One as well if you're nearly home. And Denmark, after the England throw, they lose possession. England, Denmark with a little flick infield, but that gives it back to Rice. That's a little short from Gay, and he's lost it. And now it's taken forward by Barr into the England area. And then excellent recovery from Mark Gay to put in the challenge, because Barr was in two minds there, whether to shoot or whether to centre it. And Gay took advantage of that, dived in, put in the tackle.
He did. He tried to it was a difficult ball back to him. He didn't have a lot of option. Tried to win it, but then you can only gauge a mistake by the reaction. His reaction is absolutely spot on. Gets his head down, pumps his arms, works his way back in to the penalty box and gets a really important block in. But I think the pitch might have done us a little favour there as well, John. It was just bobbling up, and I don't think Barr was too happy with it.
Scott Olsen with the corner into the near post. Oh, what a chance! And that's scooped over the bar. And actually, he was falling there, and I think possibly slipping as well as he went for goal.
Was it Christensen?
It was Andreas Christensen, and scooped it over from 6 yards out. I say scooped it over, he skied it.
Yeah, well, should score, really. He just can't step in. It's a difficult one if your body weight's not forward and you're leaning back, which he was, is why the ball went so high. But Poulsen really made himself a handful.
England have lost it again. Denmark take it on towards the edge of the penalty area. Gallagher's in there. Right foot shot, curling, narrowly wide of the top corner. Flashes past Jordan Pickford's left post. Goodness me. And England there, again, losing possession. So close.
Gareth Southgate pointing to the side of his head as if to say, focus. We've lost our focus, and it's been like that for big parts of this football match. Højbjerg looking to the skies, because that is a great opportunity with his right foot. He's got the marker of a player in front of him. Just bend it round and hit the target. It's in the back of the net. He puts it wide. It's a real let-off for England.
Oh, massive. Christensen from the corner, then Højbjerg with that shot. And England, at this rate, the phrase that you'll use will be escape with a draw.
I mean, we have to go long with the ball, John, every time. I don't think Pickford feels comfortable even setting up to play out at the moment. Like Connor said a while ago, just get through this game 1-1, and then we'll have a row about it afterwards and debrief. But keep it at 1-1 and get your point.
We're into the last 5 minutes now, and England look a world away from winning the Euros on the evidence of what's happened here in this match. Having taken the lead in the 18th minute, Mark Gay, long and right-footed, Bellingham forward, Gallagher and Bowen chasing after it, but it is Denmark in possession. Mailer out there, back to the halfway line, across it comes to Højbjerg. Højbjerg gets it under control, passes it to the right-hand side. This is where Alexander Barr is chasing, but he won't reach that, and it's out of play. And it's a throw-in to England. Well, it's been a torrid experience for Gareth Southgate and England.
I mean, Declan Rice, I'm looking at his body language, and normally you see Declan Rice and he's got that kind of strut about him. He looks exhausted. And I think he's having to get around the pitch. I think there's space all around him. He's putting in so much work, but getting very little reward in terms of interceptions, challenges. He's just probably feeling he's 1 or 2 yards off everyone all the time.
Eze passes it infield, very nearly give it to Poulsen. Now Gallagher, who's hauled over. That's a free kick. Christian Norgard, yellow carded for that. Yellow card for the number 15. And England free kick, and that's very welcome. Anything now, any breather, any chance to break up the play. Stones out to the far side, Denmark singing their songs. Here's Bowen, goes on a run, but is easily dispossessed by Højbjerg. Now Poulsen then back into the back line to Joachim Andersen. Sun comes brightly out again through the gaps between the stand and the roof. And Denmark with 3 minutes to play. And the score still level at 1-1. We'll bring you the interviews. We'll bring them live if we can before Spain, Italy. Otherwise, you'll hear them later or on the on the Football Daily at the Euros, which will be available for you from BBC Sounds in the morning from the usual places. But Denmark with the ball with their three central defenders. Kasper Hjulmand making that little change that we saw, the change of position for the central defenders. It's been a savvy performance from Denmark and Kasper Hjulmand as the ball is England's for a free kick on Conor Gallagher in the centre circle.
It's interesting, the two centre-backs have switched. I think since Saka went off, Christensen's gone into the middle and Vestergaard is on the left-hand side of the back three. I think they've, in terms of game plan and tactically and the togetherness they've had, it's been very good from Denmark. They've given a good account of themselves and made life very difficult for England.
Yeah, and all Danish fans, and I'm sure many of the Danish players as well, really upset about the way things went against them at Wembley in the semi-final. Well, they've really given England a fright here. Walker now from the free kick goes for a long pass. No, that's got way too much on it. Cheers from the Danish fans who are mocking England, really.
Well, I can understand
goading them
with set plays like that. I mean, it's pretty basic, isn't it? Just roll it right and the ball in. It's not been great in quality, has it, from England? You have to say that. But we're still in it, scrapping away. You have to try and take a positive from that sense. It's 1-1, but performance-wise, it's not been up to scratch.
This is absolutely, confidence looks shot as the ball comes forward off the head of Poulsen all the way through to Jordan Pickford. So there will be all of the questions. What is it? Why is this? Where are they? They'll talk about the leaders as well, and whether there's enough of that out on the pitch as Stones passes the ball here, and it's played in field by Trippier, Eze, and then Declan Rice. Gay passes it back along the 6-yard area to Pickford. They don't go long, they go to Stones, and then it's passed out to Gallagher, who's inside the penalty area, then back to Walker. Denmark pressing England back, and Stones, fortunate, is able to win a throw-in via a deflection. And it feels like they're like a cat on a hot tin roof at England.
Yeah, but I also think Denmark can sense that there's a mistake there. Something's coming. They're just going all the way out. The moment it goes short.
Never mind Denmark.
Yeah, I know. I think we're all sat here. I'm just looking to my left and my right. We're all a little bit edgy. Everyone's, the raised eyes to everyone like, oh, what's going on? But we just don't look comfortable having the ball in that part of the pitch.
Eze wins a free kick off his clubmate, Joachim Andersen, arm on his shoulder. Eze went down. Andersen, they'll talk about that next season. Free kick taken by England, and we are into added time now. There are just 3 minutes. What a blessed relief for England, although Bellingham is dispossessed, but he was fouled, says referee Artur Suarez Diaz, in a free kick. And of course there will be discussion as well about what's happened to Bellingham tonight. Just flashes of what he can do.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to get in the game, and then because it's so disjointed in terms of the structure and where he is without the ball, he's not really been able to play the role out of possession that he probably needs to, and it's everything's stretched, nothing's tight and organised and assured. It's been very open.
1-1 in added time. England take an age over the taking of this free kick and are dangerously flirting with a yellow card there for Pickford, who does eventually take it. And then there's a foul on Gay by Poulsen. The Danish fans are absolutely furious about that. Stones wanted to take a quick one, but the referee says, no, I'm not ready for that. I'm going to bring it back for a free kick. And Poulsen again gets to his feet and says, I've only been on the field a few minutes and you've not given me anything.
Yeah, but in fairness, he's trying to step across the path of Mark Guerhou, who's coming on to attack the ball, and he's had a whack on the side of his knee, because Guerhou's knee went right into the side of his thigh. But you can't just step across the path of a player going to head it. You're going to get clattered, and that's what happened.
Free kick then for England in added time. 90 seconds of the added time to go. They get a goal out of this and win the match. I mean, that would be such an escape for England. But the free kick is easily headed away on the edge of the Danish area. Comes back to Pickford in his own half. He goes long, left-footed, looking for Bowen on the far side. That's headed down though for Denmark, and then Gallagher into the challenge, loses out to Mæhle. Denmark played across the back line to Joachim Anderson, now Barr, long ball from Barr, Trippier's underneath it, Trippier goes down, he gets the free kick for the shove by Scott Olsen, and he stays flat on his face, Kieran Trippier, and Declan Rice says to Gay, don't take it yet. That's where they are.
Yeah, just slow down, little shove in the back of Trippier, wins the foul, just take the sting out of it, slow it down a little bit. We're just in possession now with John Stones.
And so England eventually do take the free kick with less than 30 seconds of added time to go. The pass back to Pickford, who retreats into his area and clears it left-footed with Poulsen closing him down, comes through the middle to Watkins, then Bellingham, who's scored so many late goals for Real Madrid this season. Eze into the penalty area, Eze plays it across, almost reaches Bowen on the edge of the box. Mela just got there first. It actually might just now open up for England in the final 30 seconds as it's chipped by Stones to the far side. Walker back to Stones. I make it the 3 minutes are up now. Referee says that's it. Final whistle. And listen to this reaction from the England supporters. Listen to this. Whistles and jeers and boos all around the stadium here in Frankfurt. That has been a torrid match for Gareth Southgate and his team. England players drop down, Trippier's on his back, Rice goes down onto his haunches, Walker down there, he's having a stretch. What a night this was. From such a high of Harry Kane giving England the lead in the 18th minute, but from that point on, Denmark took over and England have been all over the place at times. Hjulmand equalising with a very good goal 10 minutes before the break, but somehow they've got out of that with a point.
Yeah, the play before that goal, John, was pretty steady from England, wasn't it? We were knocking the ball around, looking confident. OK, Denmark maybe were feeling their way into it, but the moment they did, and that goal was a reaction point. They all of a sudden kicked in Denmark and lost a bit of fear. We thought we've gone one goal down, right, let's start to play our game, and we couldn't get to grips with it. Didn't get hold of the ball, didn't cope with the amount of possession, couldn't apply pressure. We looked disjointed in the midfield, and that really is the catalyst to a lot of the problem. But it was a disappointing performance, there's absolutely no doubt in that. But we get away with it with a 1-1 draw. It's a point, you move on to the next game, you regroup. It's tournament football. Is it great at the moment? Are England on a good run of form? No, we're not. We're not playing that well.
They simply do not look as though they're building into this tournament. They look as though they're going the other way. And there we are. Denmark won, England won, and the England players going to the England fans, those of whom are still in the stadium, Mark.
That was actually going to be my point to Izzy Christensen's touchline. But first of all, are you going down to do interviews?
Yes, I am. All right.
Nothing doesn't really work on the radio, to be honest with you.
You'd have thought in all of my years.
I mean, there'll be an interesting point here, John, because I guess some of them will talk about the pitch, but it was the same for both teams.
Same for both teams, and they're professional players, Connor. They're not going to use that as an excuse. There's no dressing it up.
They will mention something.
Well, they will, which they are entitled to do.
Yeah, you can't mention the pitch. It's nothing to do with the pitch. You can talk about the pitch if you want. I think it's more looking and dissecting and looking in the mirror at where England are at the minute. I actually think we look a little bit tired, if I'm being honest with you. I think we look a little bit lethargic. I think we look, and it's full credit to Denmark, by the way, they came and put on a performance, but I just think we look a little bit leggy at this moment in time with England.
I'm going to go down pitch side to Izzy, because the first thing I noticed, Izzy, was you look behind you, they have stayed to a man, woman and child in the Danish end. The English end is half empty.
Yeah, that is the stark contrast, isn't it, chappers? I think these Danish fans have absolutely loved that performance from their team. It was full of heart, grit, they looked sharp, they were fizzing the ball around the pitch. And I thought they were more streetwise than England, I really do. I think they were smart in the way they played out of pressure. And I think that England team, I think the biggest thing that stands out to me is the body language. They looked dejected. As soon as the full-time whistle went, Kieran Trippier fell onto the floor, he had to lie down. Players were falling to their knees. The fans are going, like you say. And it just seems to be a very weird atmosphere, so it's up to the staff, it's up to the substitutes on that bench now for England to pick the team right back up again, because tournament football is all about momentum, as we know.
I have to say, Matt, I was thinking the same thing watching. I thought the body language at times was awful, really. I mean, I don't know whether they are tired or but there was a lot of shrugging, pointing.
I've not watched England with an energetic performance for a while, though. I will say this isn't something that's come to the table recently. I think building into the March fixtures, certainly the Iceland game, the Serbia game, and the worrying bit for me is that we look quite leggy relatively early on in the game. It's not just the last 10 minutes where we look tired. I think the movement off the ball, the energy to get away and make space, and then obviously you're then adjusting again when the ball turns over, that coming in to going out and up and down and getting the line up, condensing the pitch, then making it bigger. It's a massive amount of work, and we just don't look like we've quite got that energy in us.
No, it's been an issue. Before I go,
on the pitch. We're on the pitch.
It's been an issue, hasn't it? The games in March, the performance against Brazil for the most part, parts of the Belgian game.
Did you feel that?
And then into the games in June before the tournament, the first half against Bosnia-Herzegovina, the whole thing against Iceland, the second half against Serbia. That's the worry, that it's not absolutely coming out of the blue.
No.
Yeah, I also think it's affecting us, when we get on the ball then. So it's draining a little bit of confidence. There was an opportunity in the first half, I think I turned to Chappers, when Trent could have played forward. On that one he could have played forward. And we've just taken the easy pass backwards. And a team like Denmark, where they sit in that low block and they're comfortable and they stop players coming through, it suits them. And I just think that's eking into our game a little bit, just turning down, playing forward.
But also once it started to go, then towards into the second half, it looked like somebody put a hoover and was sucking confidence out of the players. Whenever Pickford had the ball, to have it short was just not an option. Jordan Pickford made good decisions just to go long.
One of the things, Izzy, that I thought, in all of this, Denmark deserve a massive amount of praise here. We are obviously looking from an English point of view. Denmark, both in and out of possession, I thought were brilliant today. And England fans may go, well, it's only been a draw and England have got 4 points. But what I noticed with Denmark, whether in or out of possession, they always knew where they had to be for their teammate. There was a lot of pointing, there was a lot of directing, there was a lot of cajoling. They always knew where they needed to be.
Yeah, and I've always thought that being a player, the biggest thing you need is role clarity. And Connor said it at the end of the first half, that they've been playing this system for a long time. 3 at the back, 5 across the middle and 2 up front. That changes, it looks different during the game. But fundamentally they play with a 3 back. Everyone knows their roles. And you look at those 3 centre-backs for Denmark and you're like, none of them are rapid. None of them are very good at coming in to the ball. None of them are exceptional at playing out from the back when they've got the ball. But what they do is they work as a team, they work as a unit. And I think that was the difference between the 2 teams. And I just think that the intelligence and the balance that they've got in that team between Eriksen and the midfield and the forwards, it just works. And sometimes when you've played a system, the same system for a long period of time, and you've got the players that buy into that, it helps and it works. And Denmark are the team coming away from this match this evening with momentum.
That back 3, Connor, they knew when to step into midfield if they had to go and pick someone who'd be coming to the inside channel. They knew when to hold their line. And in front of them, we said it to each other during the second half, thought Højbjerg was absolutely immense for the
fantastic. He was fantastic, but we spoke about before the game, me and Matt, about getting the ball to Saka and trying to hurt in that channel. I can't remember the time that we done that, Matt, do you know what I mean? I can't remember the time where we pulled out centre-backs, places where we don't want to be as centre-backs, we don't want to be on the touchline defending, and I can't remember the time England done that. But like you said, great credit to Denmark. They step up the pitch, they're aggressive when they need to be aggressive. But what gets me in that formation is how comfortable you can be in a mid-block when the other team's got the ball and say, okay then, come and beat us and let's see what you do.
Do you not think you're talking about like fundamentals there though, Connor, in terms of if you're going to get the ball out to Saka, you've got to have fast, quick ball that's crisp, that's bang, that has tempo and it has energy, and you're driving that out there, and it never felt like that right from the off. Yes, we had some controlled possession, but it wasn't that progressive, aggressive stuff, and then we're waiting on somebody to do something individually. And then I think if that then doesn't happen, you're in trouble, and you get a performance like what we've had.
Well, when Eza came on, Izzy, I don't think he touched the ball till we got to second half stoppage time, and you're sort of thinking, well, just go on, try going in the inside forward line and someone get the ball to him and see what you could do. But they never got the ball to him.
Well, they didn't because of the height of the back line of Denmark and the space in between them and the midfield. The three players that came on, Bowen, Watkins and Eze, they just weren't able to get a foothold in the game and to find and feel the rhythm of the match because Denmark was so intelligent. It was Anderson, wasn't it, his club teammate up against him from Crystal Palace. As he came on, Anderson kind of, had that assurance around his body language. I'll deal with this. He's a good player, Eze, but he just didn't get a sniff in the game. A couple of times Ollie Watkins ran the channels, but the ball drifted out of play and it just didn't quite work. And that's where England have got to think outside the box a little bit and go, okay, if there's no space in behind, we've got to play around them. And that's where Connor's alluding to with getting the ball out to Saka quickly, getting midfielders around him to combine and suck players out of their shape. But fundamentally, listen, we've got to sit here and give massive credit to Denmark. That was an unbelievable performance from them.
If you're in this England camp now, you know what's coming. I know they shut the noise out and all of that, and maybe they'll be honest about how they feel they've performed tonight. But somehow you have to focus on 4 points, top of the group, and kind of park this, don't you? It's for us to dissect it. They partly need to park it.
Yeah, without a doubt. But what I will say is they'll debrief it, they'll go over it because that's the best way to learn from it. And you've got to learn from it. Listen, them players are playing on the biggest stage. There are a lot of players in that squad, on that pitch tonight, who played at this stage numerous times and will understand the feeling of what they're going through. They'll understand the feeling of the supporters. And what I will say is they will debrief it. That's something that Gareth Southgate's always does with his team. But one thing that you said you've got to do, you've got to look at the group and go, right, we're on 4 points. We can only get better. We have to get better to get anywhere near winning this tournament. We have to get better. And that's all part of debriefing the game and learning and improving.
We're not in a good moment. And it's not just happened. Yeah. It's been a steady thing. And to get 4 points playing badly in 2 games, you've got to step back and go, well, hold on a minute, we're not bad then. In terms of we've got some talent, or we've got some robustness, or we've got some togetherness, or we'll defend and we'll scrap it out, but we won't play very well. I've got to say, every player is running their heart out. To be honest, everyone looks tired, fatigued. It's not coming together. I'm not stepping back, going, well, we look a little bit, we're not. It's not that. It's just not happening, and it's not going well. But to have 4 points is a great position.
When Harry Kane was brought off, Carl Walker took the captain's armband. Here he is with Kelly Summers.
Well, it all started so well, but unlike Sunday, you didn't get the result. Can you explain that England performance?
I think it's tournament football. Listen, this is a good Denmark team, and we're top of the group. So let's try and take a positive from this game. And we're not lost. We've conceded, a great strike from outside the box, and sometimes you have to go goals. I thought the first goal this time we've done well and set off really well as we did the other day, but we managed not to see the game out. But we're top of the group, so let's move on to the next game.
You were getting forward as a team, and both yourself as well, so much early on. Why did that change?
I think it's just the game. It's the game. You're sensing the game, you're sensing their feeling. They probably had the upper hand in certain parts of the game, so you go off of that. As defenders, you try and think of what if, rather than me charging forward, they go and score, and then all of a sudden they're blaming us as defence that we're not in position. So, listen, we've got enough up front to go and score goals, and we've got enough, as a team to go and defend. So, listen, let's take it as a point, a well-deserved point, and we'll move on to the next game.
Is the manager telling you to drop back deeper once you do score?
No. Listen, the manager's expressed that he wants us to play free attacking football. Sometimes in tournament football you have to manage the game. It is what it is. That's why it's so hard to win tournaments. Just as like the Champions League, it's not a walkthrough. You don't turn up and just take 3 points. It's tough when you come to these grounds, hostile environments. But we know we can do better. But we're top of the group, so let's move on to that.
As an experienced head, you're the vice captain. What are you going to be saying to those players in the dressing room now?
Oh, they'll know. They'll know as individuals, as a team collectively, they'll know. We've got another gear, but we haven't lost the game. So, obviously everyone wants us to come and steamroll teams 3-4-0. It's not football. It's not football these days. And we've got a point. We'll move on, as I keep saying. We're top of the group, and we just keep going like that.
Carl Walker with Kelly Summers. I don't know whether it is steamroller, actually. I'm not sure. I'm not sure people are... The majority are expecting England to steamroller sides. But I do think we've seen a lot more fluid football from a lot of teams already at these Euros.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I know what you're saying there, chaps, in terms of. I think Kyle's got into the interview there, just come off the pitch.
Oh, they're horrible interviews to do.
Yeah, I think he's sat there trying to pull the positives from it, because he knows the performance itself, what we've all watched tonight, isn't something that we associate with England. So I think he's looking at an interview, trying to pick the positives from it. I think he's doing his best to do so. But like I said, we'll sit here, the criticism will come, because we all know about England football teams, and they'll have to take that on the chin. And like he said, move forward to the next one, but learn from it. I think if we go into the weekend, next week, again, and play like this again, it means they're not learning from it, and I think that's the big issue.
Yeah, you always know, we've had this discussion before, when you used to get put up for interviews, it was kind of like, probably had a bad one here, but Connor's quite good at speaking.
We'll roll him out.
Get your tin hat on, it is.
He'll manage to smooth it over somehow. And Kyle has that role. But it is about the they didn't really create anything in England, and the goal came. Kyle Walker was brilliant for the goal, but it came from a mistake. It wasn't through bam, 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 great football.
Nobody played to their best tonight with the ball. Nobody played. I would say we weren't even getting to 75% of how good we are with the ball. So that was down. And then we couldn't really connect with ourselves defensively in terms of being able to handle the movement, the overloads that Denmark were creating. So we were struggling there. Nearly every little facet, we were just struggling, but got through it. Now, whether that's just down to grit or the fact that even at 60%, some of our players are good enough to get a draw out against a really good Denmark team, but we got dominated, and the performances are not good. So as you go further on into this tournament, if there is not a shift in that, there's going to come a point, surely, in a knockout stage where you're not going to get away with it.
No, you're going to be punished at this level. Even at this level today, we've watched a good Denmark team, and we're saying they're a good Denmark team, but the higher you go at this level, it gets punished, and gets punished quickly.
Izzy, can I expand this slightly? And we all know, I could probably list some of the players who are going to get criticised now, or questions about why they're being used in a certain way now. But I wonder whether there's a bigger picture element here. And it's less about individuals, but more about formations. And a lot of people will tell you now, formations that you see on the screen at the start of a game don't really matter much. It's where players end up. But when you watch a lot of teams in world football, and maybe a lot of teams at these Euros, 4-2-3-1 doesn't appear as used as it was 3 or 4 years ago. It's a 4-3-3, or as we saw, a 3-4-3, or a 3-5-2. 4-2-3-1 appears quite rigid nowadays.
Yeah, it's just a 4-2-3-1 is just a different way of saying basically we're going to play with two defensive midfielders. Yeah. Now, in this England team, Gareth Southgate has opted to start this tournament with Declan Rice, who's always going to play because of how good he is, alongside Alexander-Arnold, right? So he's coming to the midfield to add a little bit of a creative element alongside Declan Rice to get forward, and I think Gareth Southgate expected England to be a little bit more, a lot more dominant in possession, where Alexander-Arnold would find himself in more offensive positions, and he can utilise the right foot of his, which is world class. Now, the games haven't gone that way, so you've got to strip it back and go, okay, let's be pragmatic about it. It's not working, okay? Kyle Walker's been exceptional. He's not going to not play at right back. What I would say is a consideration from what I think is, could you consider bringing somebody in alongside Declan Rice, another player, for example, Kobbie Mainoo, or dropping Bellingham a little bit deeper, or have Declan Rice sitting there on his own? Could you put Alexander-Arnold on at left back? Because Trippier's not been outstanding. He's been functional but not outstanding. But I just think formations are fancy, and I think it's all about rapport, and I don't think there's any... I think there's a correlation between Declan Rice's performance in the last 2 days and who he's had alongside him, and that is not a criticism at Alexander-Arnold. I think he's a fantastic footballer, but it's a new thing, and it hasn't necessarily worked, and they've had 2 games now to establish that. Now I think it's time for Gareth Southgate to rethink it with his team, with his staff, and go again.
So, do you think that's quite rigid when you watch it? You know, we don't see we're not seeing a centre-half stepping into midfield. We're not seeing a full-back stepping into midfield. The wide players tended to stay wide, didn't they, really? Is it predictable?
It is, but we're just not getting on the ball. And I think that whether or not that's down to formation, mentality, because I think when there's a clear vision and you've done it and you've practiced it, it makes its mind up for you. So it helps you as a player do your thing, and it's the manager's job then to drop players in positions that can suit the system and can do what they do. Now I think we're a bit disjointed in that sense, because we've got players playing in a position that don't give the balance. We've got a left back who's right-footed and is not really going to get forward. You cast your mind back to the last Euros. Luke Shaw was a real weapon down that side. He got forward. Now we don't have him, and that's fine. But I'm saying, well, then you've got to do something else to counteract that. I look at Trent in that position, and as he just mentioned, it's not working. It's not for me. I don't think you can parachute a player into that role who's got very little experience and say, well, there you go and have the ball. When he's coming to have the ball with his back to play, he never ever does that, chap. He's brilliant looking forwards and then gets whatever range of passing out he can find. Having that ball in those areas is under the intense pressure on a dodgy pitch, shall we say. We've got to drop that in.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's really, really hard. And I think that you then end up kind of going into your shell, or maybe not then stepping in and not making yourself available enough, because it's really difficult and it has that feel to it. I don't know about you, Colin, but it just had that a little bit of a fearful feel in terms of that we're not too confident with what we're doing.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're exactly right. I also think when we're watching a game of football, we take into account what the other team do as well. Now, we've mentioned Denmark a few times, but other teams seem to look how we play and change a few things. So I watched Denmark in the first game, and Eriksson played as a 10 in behind two strikers.
Yeah.
Today he goes onto that left-hand side, a little bit inside. He played with three narrow strikers, if you want to say, and him and Vim was dropping to get on the ball. We mentioned it at half-time, and that was to counteract Trent Alexander-Arnold and Declan Rice. No one could pick them both up, so then they start dominating the ball then, because them two players are really, really good on the ball, and we then don't seem to adapt in game, if you know what I mean. We don't then adapt in the game to say, right, this is how we'll counteract that then, because we need to wrestle the ball.
So that's the manager's responsibility to identify that, and the players to a degree, to say, well, somebody, identify. But it's quite tricky when you're in the heat of battle and you're doing your job and you've set out to start, and sometimes there needs that clear identification of changing. But I think the point is, I didn't see us change that much throughout the whole game.
But isn't it interesting that starts with, Denmark tweets a couple of things for playing England, and right at the very start when we were talking about Foden, Bellingham, personnel, this, that and the other, it feels like any tweet that Gareth Southgate would make to shape or personnel, whatever, everything's then jumped on. Now that he shouldn't really concern himself with whether it's jumped on or not. But if he comes into this game and thinks, do you know what? I want Bellingham in 10, but I can't play Foden there because I want an out-and-out winger. I want Anthony Gordon out left.
Yeah.
All hell breaks loose everywhere else.
Yeah.
But actually, it's horses for courses.
Yeah.
So we've all got to be a bit more grown up about this.
Oh, of course we have. And it's what's best for the team on that day. That's what you do. You put a team out to win the game on that day. And for me today, I watched two teams, and Denmark looked at England and they've gone, right, what can we do to counteract them to midfield? I'll put two players in behind them and we'll see what they do. And we struggle with it.
The top and bottom of his chappers is that you played that badly and you got a draw. And I agree a lot with what Kyle Walker said. It's not good, and they know it. They're experienced top players. They know it. But you're 4 points in, you go away, and you carry on. It's not a great moment. It's not clicking at the moment, and I think they're fully aware of it.
But just going back to the formations thing, because a lot of people are talking about it at this tournament, and we've had it all season about whether there's much point in putting them up at the start of a game because players move around. When you are in team meetings nowadays, is a formation put on the board for you within your setup, or is it more moved around depending on phases of play?
No, I completely agree with you. And when you're in meetings now, you tend to do, because the game's evolving each time and the tactics are getting more and more, you tend to do in possession formation and out of possession formation. So out of possession you may be a 4-2-3-1, or out of possession you may be a 4-4-2 and you may press in a 4-4-2, but in possession you may be a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1 or whatever it may be. So it adapts to how you're playing at that time. So
sorry,
Connor, is it? Yeah?
For me, formations are formations, right? But for me, football is all about relationships, and it's about who you work well with and who has a good understanding of each other's games. And if we're looking at that England 11, I'm going, okay, Kyle Walker and Saka, tick, they work. John Stones and Mark Gay, they work with Pickford behind them. We then go into the midfield. Trent Alexander-Arnold and Declan Rice, not working. Trippier and Foden, not working. Kane and Bellingham works but hasn't come to life yet. So I'm going, okay, How do you assess that? How do you change that? What does Trippier need in front of him? And I'm on the Anthony Gordon train. I think that he needs a sniff. I think he needs to have a go because he's so direct and he'll bring a totally different dynamic to that England forward line. And he can create, he can score, his pressing is exceptional, he's got good energy. So I just think, formations are a way to identify the way that teams are set up. But fundamentally, who feels the game with each other, who can know where the space is, who can put the ball into the right areas to maximise someone's strengths. And we just haven't quite seen, too many of them evolve yet this tournament.
Because we're quite a way along with this formation, like it or not, think it's rigid or not, but this is the formation. So then it is about the performance in the areas and what happens. And that left side, we haven't got the train of Luke Shaw, who was banging forward, getting the width, first time left foot crosses, delivering to the box. So to have two players coming inside, and Foden's best work, the two opportunities he created, he was over the right hand side of the pitch, picking up the ball in the number 10 position. That's where he wants to be. That's where he does his best. He's brilliant in there. But having somebody on the touchline, stretching the pitch, running behind, running at a fullback, Phil Foden, that's not how he's going to play, Connor.
No, not at all. And also, I think sometimes it knuckles down to going home, looking in the mirror and going, right, what can I do better to make this team better? What can I do better for this team? Because at the minute, if you put both teams on a piece of paper, what we've just seen, I think in majority of people's view, you pick England's team over Denmark's team, and that's not me to sound disrespectful in any way, but I think you would. But at this moment in time, Denmark were looking better than England. So a lot of it is knuckling down and going, right, what can I do better individually? Do I go home, do I look in the mirror, and do I look at my performance and go, right, I've never done great here, I've never done great there, I have to improve there, because these players on the pitch for England are world-class players, no matter what you say.
Let's hear from Kieran Trippier with John.
Yes, we can talk to Kieran Trippier, who reached the great milestone of 50 caps for England tonight. So that's a real feather in your cap, isn't it, Kieran? But that was torrid to watch. What was it like to play in?
Yeah, obviously very proud to play 50 caps for my country, but my main focus was obviously the result. It wasn't there for us tonight. We know we can take it so many more levels. But as I said, 4 points from 2 games. We know there's so much to improve on and off the ball. But we stay calm, we stay positive, we stay together, which is the most important thing.
What's up? What's the issue?
No, I don't want to make any excuses for the 2 games, but it's 4 points. Obviously, we understand maybe the supporters' frustration from the outside, but us players, as staff, as a team, we need to stay together. It's not the first 2 games of the group. It's tournament football. It's difficult, it's hard, no matter who you play against. But the most important thing, we know as players and individuals, we can take it up so many levels.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the experience that you've got, you've been in some sticky situations. Does it need ripping up and starting again?
No, I don't think it needs ripping. I don't. As I said before, there's no need to panic. Of course, the performances, we know we can do better. We know the supporters expect better, and us players, we demand more as well. So, as I said, 4 points. No need to panic. Of course, we can perform better. But as I said, 1 game left in the group, and then, we look forward to that one.
Do you think you might need a bit of siege mentality for the next few days?
No, I just think we just need to, again, stay together. We need to recover. We need to analyse, for sure, on and off the ball. Because as I said, the quality that we've got in this team, to play with the ball, we can be so much better, as you've seen tonight. We gave passes away, and against a better opposition, we get punished. So we got away with a couple tonight, but we understand people frustration. But the most important thing from an experienced player in the team is we stay calm, we stay together, which is the most important thing in tournament football.
Thanks, Kieran,
Thank you
and well
much.
done on the achievement.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Kieran Trippier with John Murray. When you're at these tournaments and the games do come thick and fast every 4 or 5 days, how much time do you get to analyse your next opposition?
So the next day you'll debrief the game from obviously tonight, and then
so tomorrow they'll go through today's game.
Yeah, tomorrow morning you'll debrief the game, because obviously
as a group,
you'll go back, you'll eat, you'll sleep, you'll do whatever you need to do, you'll debrief the game. Obviously the lads who played will then be on recovery, the lads who didn't play will train, and you're straight on to the next one. That's what it's got to be. It's the quickest turnaround, and that's why these major tournaments are the best. And I think any player will tell you, when you've had both ways actually, when you've had a bad game or when you've had a good game, you can't wait for the next one. You can't wait to get the next one under your belt and out the way. And I'd be feeling like that if I was in that dressing room now, and I'm sure them players will as well, because like you can tell with the lads' interviews that they know deep down, don't they? It's, we've got 4 points, we move on to the next one, exactly like we said, because you don't really want to think too much about it because you want the next one to come now. Get it out of the way, get the win, and hopefully get through to the knockout stages.
Very good, calm interviews, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, you can't really say too much about the performance. We've spoken a lot about it, but all the noises are, hold on a minute, let's just take a step back. 4 points, we're in the Euros. It's very difficult to get any points in these kind of tournaments. Performances aren't good, but let's just see. And I think, unfortunately, I know it's not great, but let's just see. Let's just see what happens. Let's see how it unfolds. Let's see if those partnerships can develop or the individuals can start to get closer to their maximum playing potential.
Can I give you maybe 2 positives, Izzy? One is an individual performance, which was Mark Gay, who I thought was England's best player, really, on the pitch this evening. The other being, look, he's going to have a lot of questions to answer. He's Gareth Southgate, but he did go for it a little bit with his substitutions, and that's a man who has often been criticised for being very cautious with his substitutions. Now, not a great deal changed. Watkins stretched them a bit, but he did try.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with Mark Gay. He's such a positive, and you know, he was one of England's best in the first game against Serbia, and he's followed that performance up. He's backed it up, and that'll give him immense confidence. He's been, you know, defending the box, his crosses. I mean, you settled there next to 2 English centre backs who will know how difficult it is to defend crosses at an international level, I'm sure. And he dealt with them like bread and butter. He was fantastic. And of course Gareth Southgate's going to have questions to ask. I mean, he's very, very good at calming the situation, diffusing it, and I think one of the biggest things I would say from the England camp, and I'm sure they already know this, don't go on social media. It's not a nice place, and I just think you've just got to shut out the noise, completely shut it out. And he did roll the dice with bringing on those, you know, Bowen, Eze and Ollie Watkins, who, you know, you could tell when they came on, desperate to make an impact. Of course they are, but they just couldn't quite find it, and that's a gamble. But Southgate would have been criticised if he didn't make the changes. So listen, he can't win either way, really, can he? But what England need to do, as the guys have said, is just completely decompress, switch off, get out of the noise, get out of the medias, you know, and just focus on the next game and clearing their heads. But it's a marathon, not a sprint.
We'll bring you some more reaction. Hopefully we'll hear from Christian Eriksen shortly, but first of all, Harry Kane with Kelly Summers.
Well, Harry, a goal for you, the first of the Euros, but a frustrating night for England overall. Do you share those frustrations?
Yeah, I think so. I think, look, we said before the tournament, it's no easy game in major tournament football, and I think that's showing. For sure, we got levels that we can breach, and we can be better in both with the ball and without the ball. There's no question. But I think the sign of a good team is when you're not playing at your best and you still find a way to get results, like we have done in the last 2 games. So we're top of the group. We're all but qualified, which is what I said in the press conference before. That's the number 1 objective, and yeah, we know we can improve. So yeah, I know there'll probably be loads of noise and a bit of disappointment back home but we experienced this in the last Euros as well when we drew to Scotland. So it's just a time to stay calm, a time to reflect and try and improve for sure. But step by step, we'll get there.
You say no easy games, but are England making it a bit harder than it needs to be at the moment?
I think we're struggling, like I said, both with and without the ball. We'll have to go away and look at it back, but I think the pressure in both games just hasn't been quite right, and also with the ball we haven't been good enough. That's the bottom line from top to bottom, from me all the way to Pix. Everyone's just dropping below their level a little bit in terms of retaining the ball, playing under pressure. I mean, it was tough out there with the heat, with the pitch. It wasn't easy, but yeah, look, we're calm. It wasn't our greatest game, but we got away with a draw, which is a good sign, and now we can hopefully build.
Is it on you or the manager that you are dropping deeper when you do score?
No, I think it's something that we've got to try and get better at. I don't think it's just when we score. I think we are starting games well, but then I just think in general, maybe when the teams are dropping a few players deeper, we're not quite sure how to get the pressure on and who's the one supposed to be going. So in the second half, we tried to change it a little bit with me and Jude playing in front of their 2 midfielders and then trying to get up, but it was difficult. It was a difficult game. Credit to Denmark, they're a really good side. They obviously got to the semi-final in the last Euros, so they caused us some threats. But yeah, overall, we just got to look back and see where we can improve.
Thanks, Harry.
Cheers, thank you.
They're the thoughts of Harry Kane. Let's get the Danish perspective. Christian Eriksen now, again with Kelly.
Well, Christian, well played out there, a point, but did you feel like you deserved a bit more tonight?
Yeah, I do think that we felt like if there was a team to win today, it was supposed to be us, but obviously we didn't get the win. But for us, it was a better game than the last one.
You talk about the last game. If you looked at England's last game, which I'm sure you did, was that the game plan and the way they approached the game that you expected tonight?
Yeah, no, I didn't. I don't think England surprised us in any way of how they wanted to play. Of course, we know they have exceptional players, but I think today we hurt them on the chances we had and on the possibilities we had in the game. I just think we should have won instead of getting a draw.
Yeah, how much belief did you still have, despite going a goal behind from someone you know very well?
Yeah, no, he's always around in the box and he gets all the ugly goals as opponents, but he's there. And obviously, to come back was a perfect strike from Morten, and it kept us in the game and gave us afterwards a bit of belief. And I think it was just unfortunate we didn't take the belief to 2 more goals.
Yeah, did you expect once England scored? Did you know that they were going to drop deeper and give you opportunities?
No, I don't think they dropped deep. I think it was the game as before. I think even before the goal, it was very even. I think they lost a few times the ball in possession, and we tried to hurt them on the counter and in possession, and they did the same against us. So I think the game was even when they scored and we scored.
You mentioned ugly goals. That wasn't an ugly goal that your team scored.
No, that was a beautiful goal. I think Harry, of course, is always in the box, and I think Hjulmand had a lovely strike, and it was perfect timing.
And how are you feeling now about qualification?
No, we still have a game to go. We need a win against Serbia. There's nothing else for us. So it was a good game for us. It was good progress from the last game. But obviously we have to take the belief into next game, and we need 3 points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian Eriksen with Kelly Summers. It was a heck of a goal, wasn't it? The Danish goal. You'd have had a brilliant view on it from Morten Hjulmand, who plays for Sporting.
Yeah, it was it was a rocket, wasn't it? Bottom corner off on the inside of the post. Jordan Pickford, he was so frustrated with himself, but I don't think there was any more he could have done. It was just a sublime finish. But if we break down how the goal was scored, it came from England just being a little bit sloppy in possession, switching play to nobody, and then Denmark just picking up the pieces. And it seemed a feature of Denmark's game this evening was to try shots from distance. I think Højbjerg tried a few, Christian Eriksen did, and obviously the goal was just, it was fantastic. I did have a wonderful view, chappers.
Alan Shearer on BBC One this afternoon said Gareth Southgate will get serious questions. You see the players out there, Phil Foden, what he's done all season, Jude Bellingham turning up in the first game and not so much tonight. There is far more to get out of these players than he is getting at the moment. You've been in camp with him after. In fact, Matt and John were talking about how disappointing second games have been for England at various tournaments over the years. Nothing changes, I'm guessing.
No, and he's the master at being super calm. He's the master at keeping everybody super calm. I think that's one of his best traits, and I think it's what's needed in this point of view. I think Matt's touched on it a few times why we've been talking, and we don't play well, we get a point, and we're on 4 points, and we're nearly there to where we need to be. And like Harry said there, nearly there at the first objective. But he is the master at being super calm after these sorts of things.
And he is now live with John Murray.
Well, Conor Cody, Gareth says that you're the master of staying super cool, but you can't dress that up, can you?
No, and I don't intend to. We know people will be disappointed with our performances. We have to accept that. At the moment, we're not pressing with the intensity that we need to, so that's meaning that we're having to sit and defend a bit deeper, and then we're not using the ball well enough, which means we're having to defend more. So they're the problems. We've got to find the solutions.
And it's all seemed to snowball, didn't it, in terms of what it did for the confidence. So, how do you turn it round? Does it need something radical?
No, we've got to go and assess the 2 performances, get back to the training camp, work through it together, and find the best possible solutions to where we think we need to improve.
And you've talked about how England are out of possession, which was clearly an issue here again. So what is specifically the work that needs to be done on that?
Yeah, we've got to press with more intensity, really. In the end, if you allow players to get their heads up and pick passes, then they can play passes that can hurt you. So we've got to find the best way of doing that with the profile of players that we've got, and that's part of the job over the next few days. But as I also said, we've also got to use the ball better as well.
Yeah. And what is it? Is it a physical issue? Because these are very, very good players.
Yeah, no, there is there is some physical conditioning. We knew that coming into the tournament. That's why we refreshed the front line with half an hour to go, because I think the game 3 days ago took a lot out of them, and we felt fresh legs at that point was very, very important to pose a threat and speed in behind their back line.
It feels from the outside as though there are a lot of issues. There are a lot of things that are wrong. And I know that you've had setbacks in your second matches at tournaments before, but can you turn the ship round, do you think?
Well, that's the job. That is the job. We understand what the next few days will be like externally, and we don't have any complaints about that. If we don't perform at the level we need to, then we have to accept that criticism. But our job is to find the right path forward and to carry the group with us.
Thanks, Gareth. Thanks for coming over. Thank you.
Are you ready to have your say in the UK's biggest football debate? Your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome to 606, the biggest football phone-in, taking your calls until 11:30. We're on early tonight because England fans are a little bit upset about this.
That's it. Final whistle. And listen to this reaction from the England supporters. Listen to this. Whistles and jeers and boos all around the stadium here in Frankfurt. That has been a torrid match for Gareth Southgate and his team.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Christopher, you're in the stadium having watched Spain against Italy, but Christopher, England, absolutely terrible. Oh, I can't hear you, Christopher. That's, to be fair, that's the best you've ever been on 606. Are you there, Christopher?
Oh,
we've got you.
There we are.
Yeah.
Just press the wrong button. Do you know what? I think I've seen the winners tonight in Spain, but England were a bit flat. But do you know what? In the end, Rob, a point's a decent point. 4 points in total.
Oh,
what I would say, there are issues. One thing I can't understand. Why has Cole Palmer not been given the opportunity to play? I do not get that. I do not understand hearing a lot of negativity about Harry Kane. Absolutely ridiculous. You can't start anybody else other than Harry Kane. There are some strange things which have gone on in the tournament. Luke Shaw still not fit. Why not? That was a poor decision. But England haven't performed. But maybe next game, Rob.
There's so many talking points. How do you get the best out of some of the best players in the Premier League? Phil Foden has to play as an 8 for me, Chris. I've said it at the start of the Euros. You asked me my team, I asked you yours. I went 4-3-3, 1-6, 2 8s. The 8s were Bellingham and Foden. You need pace. Why on earth? And today shows once again Marcus Rashford had to go. He's got pace.
That's ridiculous.
I'm telling you, that's my opinion, Chris. Marcus Rashford, he looked to the bench, has to go.
So if you want to go down that route, why don't you play Anthony Gordon? He's had a better season. So
Anthony Gordon should have got. Okay, Anthony Gordon should have got on then. Pace.
Here's one for you.
Press.
You're a midfielder. Has the Trent experiment?
No,
worked?
I don't think it has. I don't think it has.
Should he play there again?
No, I don't think he should. That's why I'd go with 1-6 and 2 8s. You fit your best players in the centre of the park. You've got Rice, Ford and Bellingham as a 3. And if you've got Kane then, who wants to drop deep, Chris, we know that. I've seen all the analysis on BBC with Gary Lineker, Rio. It was brilliant, talking about, about centre forwards moving. Chris going towards the ball, to spinning behind, going away, towards the goal to come and get it to feet. I'd go 4-3-3. Pace out wide, Saka, Gordon, Kane as the 9, and then your midfield 3 of Rice, Bellingham, Foden, 2 8s, and who can run past Harry Kane when he drops deep. I think the big problem is as well, Trippier at left back. Listen, he's doing all he can, but there's no natural width if Foden comes inside. That's a big problem for me. And Why can't Gareth Southgate get the best out of this group of players? All players who want to press, who've got high energy. John Stones, he's brilliant at coming into midfield with the ball, not doing it. Why is Gareth Southgate, who you're a big fan of, Chris, not getting the best out of these players? Simple question.
Look, it's not a situation where okay, well if you shut up, then maybe I can answer it. It's not a situation where the wheels are all off. England got a draw. You have to respect Denmark. They were a good side. They were the better team. I think there are issues. I am baffled with this Luke Shaw thing, Rob. I've said on many occasions that he's going to be fit maybe for the knockouts. I mean, but
why do they drop, Chris?
So that was a strange one.
When they score, the average positions, they drop back. They drop back. Instead of going, pressing, aggressive, front foot, go and get the second, they drop back. It's happened for year on year. It's pathetic. With players, you've said it, on the pitch, on the bench. Why not? I listened to Guillaume Balaguer then saying that run your heart out for 60 minutes, look at your bench, and then bring the players on who can continue that press. Why don't they do it?
Yeah. It looked to me, Rob, I listened to the first half on the radio, watched the second half. It looked to me like a team where there weren't any connection, or there wasn't any connection between the players. There weren't any patterns of play. They looked devoid of ideas, and a lot of the players looked leggy, lacked confidence. And
so you've watched the winners tonight, you've said. So you've watched the winners tonight, Spain. So England aren't going to win the Euros.
No.
There you go. So England aren't going to win the Euros. Let's go straight to the calls then.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no. There you go. Jamie, lots of calls tonight. Jamie, you're the first. Chris says England aren't going to win the Euros.
I think he's spot on, mate. I think he's absolutely spot on. And I think the point he's just made there about patterns of play, no patterns of play, absolutely devoid of ideas. It was just... I went into this tournament, Chris, and I said to myself, I'm not going to do the usual thing that we do every time there's a tournament on, where we don't play the first game and we sort of, the old bashing started. And I thought, I'm going to stay positive. We won the game against Serbia. Let's keep that up, and hopefully, this game will look a bit. And tonight, I just could not believe how disorganised. It really did look amateurish. It's really embarrassing to see. We couldn't keep the ball. It was literally like, I just didn't know I didn't even know at one point what formation we were playing. It's shocking.
Who's to blame on? The players, the manager, or a collective?
Well, we've had friendlies, and the whole idea of the friendlies is obviously to try and get the team to gel and to find out, your patterns of play and who's going to work with who. I mean, the idea that just the idea that you can take a player like Trent, who Klopp's been working with for over 9 years, and has him as a right back, and you think that you're going to all of a sudden take him and stick him in the middle of the park and make a midfielder out of him. That alone just tells me that Southgate hasn't got a clue what he's doing.
I can look. Gareth has been accused of lacking imagination, and I'm not saying the Trent thing has worked, okay, but he's done something a little bit different. I think it's time now where he says, enough is enough. The fact that he's brought him off in 2 games after about 55 minutes tells you that he doesn't have total confidence in him in that position. So I think that he, will change. Let's put it out there though, Rob. I mean, are there any fans out there who think Trent deserves a longer stay in the team?
Jamie, thank you so much for the call. David, you're an England fan. David?
Hey, Robbie.
All right,
Robbie.
David.
Chris, how you doing?
Hello, David.
Good, thanks. Come on.
Yeah, smashing. Robbie, congratulations on the Microsoft job.
Let's talk about England, Dave. Come on, let's talk about England.
Let's talk about a big team.
Yes, ask me. Go on.
You've rung, Dave. Go on, what do you think of that performance?
Well, I've got thousands of points, mate. We ain't got that time, but yes.
You haven't got thousands. Just give us 3 good ones. Go.
Three good ones.
Yep.
I would sack Mr. Southgate.
You're not going to sack him in a tournament, are you?
No, but I would have sacked him years ago, but that's another point.
Right,
is Trent good enough in central midfield? Yes, against Malta.
That's two. Right. What's your third?
Have you got any good ones?
We need. I'm going with you. What you said about playing, Robbie, a 4-3-3. We need an attack. We've got some of the best attacking footballers in world football, but we're not using them.
Did you see when Foden got the ball in the middle of the park, David? Did you see when Foden started drifting and he got the ball in the middle of the park, went past players? That's what he is for me in this team. He's an 8. You know, there's too many people in this, too many players in this England side that come towards the ball, and that's the big problem.
Yes, there is. But if we play the right players in the right positions, Gareth Southgate has got a jigsaw. He's got all the pieces, but he's putting them in the wrong positions. It's like playing a circle in a square.
So who would you? So who would you play in the centre of midfield alongside Declan Rice then?
You go 4-3-3.
Yeah, I would go
who's your 2-8s? Who's your 2-8s, David? Who's your 2-8s? So if your 6 is Rice, who's your 2-8s?
God, blimey. Of the 3 that we're talking about, I would rotate them. It's like you said, I would play them for 60 minutes and then change them at 60 minutes.
Yeah, but who's your starting 3? You've come on, you've criticised Gareth Southgate really heavily. You said you'd sack him, and yet you can't name 3 midfield players. Difficult job, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but it's my first time on telephone.
Yeah, David, really appreciate really appreciate you ringing up, David.
But just give us 3 names, David, come on.
Chris, before I go, I'm a Army veteran. I've got PTSD. I'm sorry, bro.
That's all right. No, that's all right. But come on, who would you play? You'd play Rice. You'd play Foden, would you, and Bellingham?
Can I just say before I go? Can I give my respect to Kevin Campbell and his family, and my prayers to Alan Hansen and Janet and his family, please?
Yeah, well said. Yeah, that's very well said.
Well said, David. Thank you so much for the call, David, and ringing up 606 for the first time. Jenny, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You've just been watching the Italy-Spain game, Jenny, a game that Chris has been covering for the radio.
Yeah, and I think I noticed a stark difference between the effort and the will and the sort of vigour of the 2 teams compared to our team. It just seemed like these guys were busting their socks to break tackles, to, break possession, make tackles, get forward. I didn't see any of that ambition. Our lot were just wet. I mean, they were just sort of, I don't know, they were just wussies, really. I didn't think were...
You know, when you watch England, Jenny, and you see them score the first goal, do you want them to get on the front foot and go and, go all in to go and get that second instead of sit back?
Tearing my hair out. I was thinking, you haven't won the game yet, you idiots. Get on there and get on the front foot and finish them off. Stick your foot on their throat.
Yeah. So what do you think then? What do you think for the next game? Would you play Trent in midfield? Would you? People are heavily criticising Harry Kane this evening, which, harsh.
Well, I know they do, but sometimes, what do you think of Ollie Watkins' performance tonight? Did he sort of make any impression on you with his runs?
I thought the performance was really flat from England tonight. I do not understand people who are talking about dropping Harry Kane though. I think that is just absolutely bonkers. Why it's the best striker in the world. So he didn't have a perfect evening, but he thrives off service. Yeah, no, exactly. And then his
only touch in the box, Chris.
Yeah, but it's it does baffle me, and I am a fan of Gareth, and make no apologies about that. I think over the piece he's done a really excellent job. But you've got to look at the last two games and think performances haven't been there. You look at the attacking players that England have, and before the ball was kicked, Rob, I was really excited about England going forward, but it hasn't clicked. There haven't been the combinations, and the manager is the one who has to carry the can for that. It is 2 games, and it is retrievable, but I do think that there has been a slight overreaction.
Jenny?
I also don't think it's the manager's complete responsibility. I sometimes think that the players promise much but deliver nothing.
Jenny, thank you so much.
And you keep hearing, Rob, keep hearing the players look leggy and tired. Well, all these countries, the players for these countries have played football this season. Spain didn't look tired tonight, did they?
No, they didn't, Christopher. 08285 909 693. Are Spain the best team you've seen so far, Chris, live?
I think so. Just incredible. You marvel. I mean, wow, 16. You think blimey, when I was 16, Rob. I mean, God, what a talent he is, and Williams. Di Lorenzo's a good right back. Williams made him look really ordinary. Rodri and Ruiz were superb. They're the team, I think, to beat.
Talking about talent, Chris, your daughter Sophia got her first 50.
Yeah,
in the cricket. Yes.
God, I wasn't there to see.
Yes. Never mind. Right, let's go to Jeff. How are you, Jeff?
All right, Robbie. Yeah. Oh my God. Watching England play football is like having your teeth pulled out without anaesthetic. And as long as Gareth Southgate's in charge, we'll never win anything, not even an Ed Cup. And my next fear is that he'll get sacked and they'll bring him to Old Trafford and we'll end up with yet another boring manager who'll never win anything for us. He is, without a shadow of a doubt, not right for the job.
He's the second most successful England manager.
What's he won, Chris?
He's the second most successful. He's the second most successful England manager.
What's he won? What's he won with England?
Rob, he's the second most successful.
You always
England
say
manager.
It's about winning trophies, Chris.
Yes, okay, but let's not off the back of 2 games be disrespectful to him.
No,
what's he won as England manager?
It's useless. What has he won?
Won? Is there a parrot on this call? You're just copying what Rob said? Dear me. Come up with your own patter. Dear me. What's he won? Well, I'll tell you what he has done. It's taken England to a World Cup semi-final, and he was a penalty kick away from winning the Euros.
Let Jeff speak.
Show Gareth some respect, Jeff.
Well, you show me some respect. Chris, your head's that far up your backside. You probably need a gynaecologist to do your dental work. You treat callers like they're rubbish. I first went to Old Trafford in 1960, yeah? Now, you go back to 1960 and go through all the years and all the teams. I have seen hundreds and hundreds of fantastic players come through United, playing attacking football with some fantastic teams, yeah?
What's this got to do with Gareth Southgate?
I have got a little bit of nous there, yeah?
Right, yeah, but
the way you speak to people and treat people, Chris, is an absolute disgrace.
Well,
no, he's not. Jeff, I've got to stick up for my partner there. Listen, he's a top man.
He truly is rude.
I've
got to stick up for him there. Listen,
Jeff,
he's not.
Jeff,
it's an opinion.
Jeff, you were just very rude about me, Jeff, about me sticking my head up my backside.
If you want to pick a fight with someone,
that's
then
upsetting,
go
Jeff.
ahead. You picked on the wrong person, yeah?
Come on, Jeff, let's be friends.
You truly have picked on the wrong person.
Let me buy you a coffee one day, Jeff.
Yeah? What I've said is factual. The number of people, that I hear say how rude you are to them, and the sarcastic comments you make.
Name names, Jeff.
Because you're this great expert on football, I have gone to Old Trafford for 47 years or so, and you think of all the players I've seen in that time,
players whose boots you wouldn't even been fit to polish, and you come on the radio with your head so far up your backside talking
That's
to
disrespectful,
people, yeah?
Jeff. That's disrespectful, Jeff.
Listen, can we talk about... Listen, Jeff,
What you need to do is record the show and go and sit in a quiet room and have a listen to the show that's been recorded and listen how you speak to people, yeah? And it is a disgrace, yeah?
Jeff,
you're so opinionated,
listen. Jeff, you just rude about Gareth Southgate. Have you got another opinion, or shall we just part as friends?
Right. Watching England tonight, watching England the other day, watching England play Iceland, yeah? This has got to be, without a shadow of a doubt, the most talented squad we have ever sent to a tournament, bar none. Even better than the team we had in '66 when it comes to individual talents, yeah? So why aren't they doing better? And the only thing I can put my finger on is that Gareth Southgate might be a great coach, but he's no good at man management, yeah? The reason Alex Ferguson was such a fantastic manager was because he had great people skills and he could motivate people. It seems to me Gareth Southgate doesn't know how to motivate his team, yeah? Because after the first halves of those last 3 games, where they've been absolutely garbage, yeah? How come they've come out in the second halves and been even worse?
Yeah, Jeff. Listen, Jeff. Can you and Chris part as friends? Listen, it's a game of opinions. You know, I have to stick up for Chris. Listen, he's brilliant on this show.
Listen, Robert. I have an edict to live to. That is to treat everybody I meet and speak to them and treat them the same as I would like to be treated. But
listen,
when
Jeff,
someone's got
you
their
and
head
Chris
so far up their own backside, yeah, and they start having a pop at me. I come from Salford, Robert. I was born and raised in Odsall.
Jeff, listen. Thank you, Jeff. You made your point.
Thanks,
Thank
Jeff.
you so much for the call.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff, let's go to Mike. How are you, Mike?
Evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello, Mike. How are you, mate?
I don't really know how to follow that. Why is it England go through generations where we have certain players who are outstanding for their clubs, but never do it for the national side? John Barnes is one that comes to mind and was brought up in a conversation I was having with friends this afternoon. And I'm afraid, from what we've seen recently, that Phil Foden's going down the same path.
Are you judging Phil Foden on 2 games, though, Mike?
No, I'm judging him over what he's done for England, in my view, since he's been playing where he is at the moment. And I just don't think you see the same flair for the national side that you do when he's playing for his club side. All right, I mean, I agreed, City are probably the best club side in the world at the moment, but there's just something about him where he seems lost playing for England at the moment, and I don't know why. And it's happened before in the past.
Do you think that's... So, Mike, that's an interesting point. Do you think that's on Gareth, then, or do you think that's on Phil Foden?
I think it's got to be a bit of both, Chris, if I'm honest. Because there are some times when, like this afternoon, Foden showed us what he shows every week for City. The shot he had in the first half, where the skill leading up to it was what we'd been seeing week after week in the Premier League. But sadly, this time the finish wasn't there. And then the second half, when he's hit the post.
Yeah, but he's playing central. When he moved central. Well, when he moved central, though, Mike, when he moved central, he was far. Okay, then what did Bellingham do today? What did Rice do today? Rice probably had one of his worst games in an England shirt. He looked very nervous. You know, you could say this. I thought Gahey was very good again.
Yes, I agree with you, Robbie. With regard to Declan Rice, he's not a holding midfield player. When we've been successful in the last few tournaments, he's had a Henderson or he's had a Phillips alongside him, where Declan Rice can play his natural game.
And to be fair,
in this
Mike,
formation, he can't.
To be fair, Mike, as well, and Chris, in the last 15 games of the season, he played higher for Arsenal. It was Jorginho or Partey in that position for Arsenal. So are we saying then, Chris, There is not a natural 6 in that England side.
I don't think that is right. What you say there, I think he can play. I think he can play a number of positions. But the one thing which I think we would all agree on, that in the first 2 games in this tournament, he hasn't been the same Declan Rice who has played for Arsenal, and that is the issue, and I think that is what most England fans, and I don't know this, but that is what most England fans are worried about, the performances of players who, for their clubs, the point you make, Mike, for their clubs have been outstanding, but for whatever reason it's not clicking for England.
I just wonder whether, dare I say, we're going down the scenario of they're outstanding for their clubs and they're outstanding individual players. There's no dispute about that, but they just can't gel as a team.
Mike, thank you.
Maybe now's the time's got to be where we've got to have a team that can gel and go forward. It's similar to the way some of the other decent sides we've seen have, without playing possibly the best players.
Mike, thank you so much for the call. Is it a case, Chris, of that formation, the 4-2-3-1, Gareth Southgate playing players out of position to get all his best players as it stands in the team?
Well, is he getting all his best players in the team?
Well, you would say Foden, Bellingham, Saka, Kane.
What about Cole Palmer? I am gobsmacked.
So
the fact that
in that
Palmer
front
hasn't had a
four,
run up.
in that front four, then, yeah, if you were to play Cole Palmer, who would you leave out?
I'd still stick with the team which I said at the start of the tournament.
You just said Cole Palmer.
Yeah, well, I'd have Foden off the left, Palmer, Saka, and I'd have Bellingham a little bit deeper with Declan Rice. That would
play Bellingham as a 6.
Yeah, I think he can play all those different roles. And you might say, well, at Real Madrid this season he's played at the top of the diamond or as a false 9, and I get that, but I think he's versatile. That is a problem area. And the thing you say about systems, I do understand, but the difference between a 4-2-3-1, a 4-1-4-1, 10 yards, Rob, isn't it? 15 yards. So I think we get fixated with formations at times. It is. I actually admire what Gareth has done in trying something with Trent, but he was courageous to do it in a major tournament. But I think the fact that he's taken him off twice is an admission that he's got it wrong himself. So I think that he needs to be bold now and just try something else in there, whether it's the midfield and forward line, which I have said. Or, maybe could it be a Wharton? Could it be a Conor Gallagher in there? I don't know your thoughts. You played that position, but let's put it out there.
Tom, how are you, England fan?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we're good, thanks. Come on then, Tom. What do you make of England tonight?
Oh, I think they were pretty shocking, to be honest. There's a couple of good points. I think Gahey, man of the match again for England, anyway.
Yeah.
He was outstanding. He has been. I think with Foden in the first game being pinned out on the left, he did absolutely terrible. Today, I felt like he had a bit more of a free roam, which, again, we've seen him push through the middle. We've seen him float over to the right. He was able to get a couple of shots off. He actually got involved in the game today, and I just felt like he actually got the go-ahead from Gareth to have a free roam instead of being pinned out there. Absolutely ludicrous that Palmer's not been on. I generally don't understand why Palmer's not been put on yet. I don't know. It absolutely shocks me. Trent, obviously, in my opinion, doesn't work in the middle. I think Mainu needs a start. Again, with Kane dropping too deep all the time, and when Kane drops deep, there's no one that really overlaps him. So we've got a man up front, so it just pushes our midfield back. Our midfield push back, our defence push back, and then we're just sat in a holding position again after a great start. Well, a great 14 minutes, if you want to say that.
What was the biggest issue today? And this is the way it seemed to me. As I say, I listened to the first half on the road. coming to the stadium tonight at Schalke Stadium. But was it just the fact that England didn't really ever have control of the game, which I assumed against Denmark, and this is a Danish team who I think are in regression, albeit they were the better team. But I expected England to really control that game. I don't know what you thought. I don't know what Rob thought. But that was, it wasn't being arrogant. I just look at our players, look at the Danish players, and think that we have better players than them.
Yeah, I mean, I was excited for this game because, like you said, I thought England were going to grab it by the scruff of its neck and just dominate the whole game. But we couldn't even string a couple of passes together. Like, the passing was off. I mean, the pitch seemed to be quite loose.
Denmark were all right, though, weren't they, on it?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I never seen really any Denmark players slip over. But a few of our players did. But no, it sounds like a bit of an excuse, but we just couldn't get rhythm. We couldn't get passes together. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to sound the same as everyone else about getting Southgate out, but I mean, I think he has kind of. I don't think he's the right man for the job. Then again, I don't know who is, so I'm not that guy to point fingers of who should be there, but I don't think his man management's all that, because on paper, and I mean, for the last how many years, on paper, we've had the strongest team, but we can just never gel. When it comes to an England shirt being on our back, we can never gel, and I don't understand it.
Yeah. Tom, thank you so much for the call. Mohammed, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Come on in, what do you make of that?
I don't think it's all doom and gloom. The way I think people are reacting, it's sort of like a knee-jerk reaction. If you look at the last two tournaments, England have drawn their second games. One was against Scotland, and the other one was against USA. Southgate, out of all the managers England's had since '66, has been the best manager. He's done a job. He gets us over the line. Yeah, fair enough, he hasn't done it right at the end, but for an England fan, what he's done has been really exciting. It's not the best form of football, but he gets the results, and at the end of the day, it's a results game.
Well, when you say he gets the results, what do you mean? Gets the results to what point?
Well, a win and a draw, Rob.
No, so what point in tournaments?
He's getting us wins. Previously, when we've had like the golden generation of the noughties, they couldn't get past quarter-final stages, and that was meant to be the best team of that generation. England's always had a lot of talent, but he's gotten the players to play in the last two tournaments. So I think the result from tonight is similar pattern to what we're following from before. So England does come together, and he's taken us as close as... we went to a Euro final in the last tournament, so he can't be bad by the manager. Fair enough, doesn't play the most attractive form of football, but has been getting the results compared to the previous managers we've had.
Mohammed, how dare you come on national radio and have a balanced view about Gareth Southgate? I mean, do you know what? I think a lot of what you've said really makes sense to me. I do. Look, I mean, honestly, am I concerned about the level of performances? I am, but it's still not impossible that it could click for England in this tournament, and I do think there is a certain overreaction once again.
Not at all. I think he's just trying out new players in new positions, and it's just not gelling at the moment. So it's just going back with the tactics. Maybe the players are not getting clearer instructions as to what they want him to, what the manager wants of them.
That's not great, is it? If you're not getting clear instructions at this stage of his career as an England manager, that's not great, is it?
Well, of course he's given clear instructions, right? Yeah. Come on.
Oh.
So for whatever reason, it's just not. It just didn't click this game. But how many games have there been for England where it has clicked? How many games for England has there been where it hasn't clicked for a lot of managers? So I just think that, I think
the last three games, the last three games, lost to Iceland, beat Serbia 1-0.
Iceland doesn't count.
Just saying.
Well,
of course it counts.
You can say, hang on a minute, your country drew with Gibraltar.
I'm not talking about my country.
Iceland doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
No,
okay.
it doesn't. It doesn't count.
Doesn't count. That cap doesn't count.
So,
okay. Wipe the history books clean.
Denmark
That doesn't
is a top
count.
20 team. Just as a point, like, do you think that England will come and dominate Denmark? They're a top 20 team. They're not there just they're there on merit. So, you have to give that much respect to the Danes as well. They did their homework. It's same with the T20 World Cup. Sorry, this is going off to cricket, but T20 World Cup, England had a slow start, and then last night they thrashed West Indies.
Yeah.
So, the potential's there, everything is there, it just needs to click together, I think.
It certainly does.
Absolutely.
Mohammed, thank you
I've
much
got
for the call.
I've got a quick text from our mate Paul. Rob, remember Paul?
Oh, yeah, Paul, yes.
We love Paul, but, he's passionate about his football, QPR in England.
Yeah.
And he says, and Paul is never balanced with anything, can I just say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and I'm no Southgate fan. So
it is
there you go.
The last three tournaments, England haven't finished it.
No, but
they've lost in every one.
But right, Rob, honestly, right, serious question.
Yes.
I mean, do you think, as a balanced football man at times, and I know you can be very balanced, do you think it is as disastrous as what some people are making out?
No, I don't. The top of the group, they're gonna win the group, I think. So get a favourable draw in the next round. But the style of football, Chris, and the players Gareth has at his disposal. You mentioned Cole Palmer. I don't get it. I can't see a plan. And people talked about Man United and Ten Hag with a plan. Don't see it. I don't see it in this England side. Are they pressing? Are they not? What are they doing? Why do they retreat when they score? I don't get it, Chris. And this is obviously an educated coach. You've got good people around him, Steve Holland. What are the messages? What are the messages? I can't get it, Chris. Personally, I'm watching them, and I want England to do well, Chris. I do. And being from Wales, I do. But I can't see it. I think as soon as if you tell me, you've just watched Spain with a plan, if they played England, listen, anything can happen. Spain would start firm favourites, and people have tipped England to be the favourites.
England were favourites to win the Euros before a ball was kicked, strangely enough. And you look at the French squad and think, blimey, how is that possible? I think the issue, look, the issues are, let's get callers on. Tell us your team for the next game.
There you go. I'll tell you what, Martin might do that. How are you, Martin?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me on the programme. The point I'd like to make is I just wonder whether or not you think Southgate could consider playing 3-5-1. It's a bit of a variation of 4-3-3.
Pardon?
But I wonder if Southgate might consider playing 3-5-1.
3-5-1?
3-5-1.
3-5-2, you mean?
Yeah, or 3-5-2. Yeah, and just
3-5. I'd prefer him to play 3-5-2 to 3-5-1.
Apologies, yes, indeed. I think the defenders are good enough at the back to play three at the back, and then you can play all the attacking players in the midfield, and then you could play Harry Kane, and I would personally go for Ivan Toney up front, and
you'd play Harry Kane and Ivan Toney up front together.
Yeah, and simply say, look, just take the brakes off. There is something that is just slightly made them over timid, over cautious. They're freezing, and just absolutely go for it. They've got the ability and the talent, and absolutely take the brakes off and just go for it.
Who would you play? Who would you play left wing back?
The three at the back. I'd play Gahey, John Stones, and Walker as the three at the back.
And your left wing back?
I think I'd probably go for Gordon, to be honest, as the left side of midfield, as the winger on that side, and put some pace out on that side. So you play Gordon on one side, Saka on the other, Rice, Bellingham, Foden in the middle, and Kane, Toney.
Well, listen, man, I think that 3-5-1 might catch on,
I think it's sort of what Southgate played in 2018. Right. It's going back to a bit of a formation that he played there, and it served him well.
Okay, Martin, thank you so much for the call.
That was like the formation. Remember, our producer Simon drew out my team, the 4-1-1-1-1.
4-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-4-1. Yeah, it was. Right, Dave, how are you?
I'm good,
Hi,
thank
Dave.
you. How are you?
Good, very well, Dave. Come on then. A lot of people being negative tonight.
Yeah, but I'm probably going to add to it and say I just want to speak about the negativity of Southgate, to be honest, in this England team.
Go on then.
Well, why is Kane playing attacking midfield? Why is he dropping into a position and chasing people down in front of Bellingham?
I think
for the whole 90 minutes he was doing it.
I think Harry Kane plays how he. I think Harry Kane plays how he wants, how he sees it. That's what I think.
Yes, sorry, I don't mean.
Go on.
I don't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
That's all right. You go.
But I'm just. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just saying he's doing a lot of work. I agree. He's a good player and he's holding the ball up for England brilliantly. But he's doing a lot of work and being in a position that he doesn't need to be.
I mean,
you don't see the. And Chris, as a centre forward, and obviously Dave, Chris, a Premier League winner. Chris was more of a target man who would run in behind Chris, but you were good with the ball into your feet as well. When Harry Kane drops, he seems to amble into that position. There's no dynamic movement, it looks like, at the minute. He just wanders into the midfield area.
What concern? You carry on.
Sorry, you speak, Chris. Sorry, you speak, Chris.
Right. So what concerns me more than that, though, Rob and Dave, is we eyes are on Harry Kane now, and you're quite right to make the observation that he drops, but the situation for England is they should be controlling games, so Harry Kane doesn't have to drop in there. They should be playing out from the back, getting up the pitch, and then Harry Kane, doing what he does best, getting in between the posts. That's what what should be happening, what we are expecting to happen. So Harry Kane isn't the problem. It's actually providing him with the right service.
I don't think he's the problem at all. I don't think that there's an issue with replacing him in the team or anything like that. It's just he's doing a lot of work that I don't think... The issue for me is, I know you're going to probably disagree, Chris, because you love Southgate, but it's just the issue is what the instruction is before he starts a game.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not in the dressing. I thought it was really interesting that he brought Watkins on to stretch the Denmark backline and run in behind.
I agree with the three substitutions. When he made them, I was thinking, brilliant. He's bringing players on to be fresh. He's bringing players on to attack the team. But again, every one of those players, for me, weren't looking to run in behind the team. They were looking to pick up the ball from deep. And I was like, has Gareth said this to every one of them to pick up the ball? No one of those players were running in behind. Eze wasn't running in behind. Watkins wasn't running in behind.
He did. Watkins did. When Bellingham put the ball through to Watkins early on with one of his first touches, and Schmeichel made a save. There you go. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Dave.
You.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much
Dave.
for the call. Dave, Adam, how are you?
I'm very well, Robbie. How are you?
Where would you play Kane, Adam?
Kane is a 10. Very easy to see it. Watkins the 9. He runs in behind. You were very right with that chance. He went a bit too direct across the goalkeeper and was unlucky first touch of the game. So good evening, gents. It's Adam from Gibraltar. I'm just guarding the Mediterranean for everyone. And this is my first time ringing 606, so this is my team. Watkins is the 9. Kane is the 10. We got Palmer on the left, and then we got Saka on the right, with Foden and Bellingham in behind them, and they just bomb on, and Kane goes deep and likes to spray his passes, and, he likes dropping deep nowadays. And I think that's a good team. It's attacking. I don't really get what Dave from York was talking about with Watkins as running in behind, because he obviously does. And Southgate, let's back him for this tournament and then make.
So what's your team, Adam? Go on. What's your team? What's your team and your formation? Just tell me again. So go on. You played a back three or back four?
It's a back four. Yeah, it's a back four. It's exactly what Chris just said. 4-1-4-1, or you could call it the old-fashioned 4-4-2 with 2 strikers, 9 out of 10. Watkins is the one in behind, and Kane drops deep. 2 midfielders, centre mids, Foden and Bellingham. And then Cole Palmer, because he's been killing it, and he's good at pens. And then Saka, because his record for England is unreal. So yeah,
it's a 4-1-4-1. So it's a 4-1-4-1. So you've got Rice is Rice your 6?
Yes, correct.
So Rice is your 6. So who's your 4 in front of that?
So it's gone Rice and Bellingham. Come on, Rob, switch on. It's getting late.
No,
Rice,
4-1-4.
Yeah.
Chris, listen,
Okay.
4-1-4-1.
Well, it's not an exact 4-1-4-1, but basically Palmer off the left, Palmer off the left. Who was off the right?
Saka.
Saka. But I think the biggest point, Rob, is Harry Kane in like a number 10 position or 9 or whatever you want to call it, dropping. But
there's too many players there.
Hang on. But I think the biggest point and the main point is about Watkins running in behind. Running in behind.
100%. 100%.
Stretching the back line. And that was the point, Rob.
Okay, then. Is it me then? Adam, is it me then?
Kane.
So is it...
Sorry,
it me?
Robert, after you.
No, Adam. Is it me? So you're playing 4-1-4-1. Rice is your 6. You've got Saka on the right, Palmer on the left. Then who's your 2 10s? Who's your 2 10s?
Bellingham and Foden.
So where's Kane?
No,
Kane is dropping in behind, and Watkins is playing up on his own.
There's too many players there. That's too many players. One too many.
Not at all. I'm playing not at all. I'm playing Rice at the 6, and then just back 4 and Pickford.
Rob, I explained it. You just cotton on, Rob.
It's easy to see. Anyway, yeah. It was an absolute pleasure talking to you guys.
That's 12 players, Chris.
Yeah, no, I know, but the point, but you're missing the point.
There's 12 players.
Yeah, I know, but Adam was making the point about...
you can't play with 12 players. What's your team, Adam? Is it who's playing as your 2 10s?
No, but Adam...
Anyway,
simple.
Chris, anyway.
He was right. He was basically 4-4-2. Rob, just cotton on. Let's just cotton on. He was talking about Harry Kane playing in behind Watkins. Okay, that was the major point.
We don't. With Foden and Bellingham.
I know you.
And Rice.
You're taking it to the extreme. Yeah, no, I know.
You can't play with 12 players.
No. Thank you for.
No, you can't play with 12 players, Rob. But that's very obvious to see. So that is ideal. We could play 3 at the back if you wanted to. And have the wingers bombing on. But that's not my main point. I just said, Kane, I thought he doesn't offer enough, he doesn't get in behind. And I agree with Dave from York, but keep Southgate on. And Chris, you can keep doing your 50 quid birthday shout-outs, mate. I received one a couple of years back, and it was fantastic. Right. 10 minutes in duration, and it was really, really appreciate that, mate. Thank you so much.
Oh, brilliant. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Wow.
What part of that didn't you understand, Rob? But serious
12 players.
Serious point. Okay, so you were right. Players. You were right about that. But you agree? Do you agree the principle of England don't get enough players running in behind? So that 100%. Has to come from somewhere.
100%. Okay. I thought you made a good point, Adam. You can't play with 12 players.
So it has to come from the wide areas. Harry Kane doesn't do that naturally, but it has to come from somewhere, and I think that's the issue, and I think it's a conundrum for Gareth.
So right now then, Chris, the next game, considering that you got... Listen, I think England will win it. What is your team then, the next game? You tell me your team.
Well, I've told you earlier. Do you not listen to anything I say?
Not really.
So my team would be Pickford, Walker, Stones, Gahey, Trippier, no other option.
My back four is yours. Mine's the same as yours. Next.
Bellingham, Rice, Bellingham. I'd get Cole Palmer in. I would have Foden off the left. I'm not dropping Phil Foden. I don't care what other people think. And I would have Saka and Harry Kane up top.
So I'd have the same back four. I'd go with 3 in the middle. I'd go with Rice, Bellingham and Foden's 2 8s. I'd go with Gordon. I'd go with Kane. And in this game, I'd put Palmer in on the right.
Good. It's a good team.
That's what I'd do. So, we've got 2 minutes of news. Christopher,
I've got a few replies.
Text. Give us a couple of texts.
Just about what to do with Trent. At JIT_JSK, enough is enough. No other players have stood out at all, bar Bellingham for 30 minutes. But yes, enough is enough. Drop Trent and all of Southgate's tactical ineptitude will cease. M. Walshman, ball retention in the midfield is imperative. Need someone who is comfortable in possession and can drive forward in central areas to open up the attacking play. Kobe Mainoo or Wharton can do that. Northern Numpty, I like that. The fact he says it's an experiment in tournament footy will irk so many. That's what friendlies are for. Yeah, good point. Huge risk policy to do it in the next game. I agree with that, Rob.
So what's your plan? So the stadium tonight, Chris, you were in Gelsenkirchen, were you? Schalke?
Yep, that's a lovely stadium. First time I've been here. I'm so impressed with Spain. I thought they'd be Italy would have their moments. It didn't happen, but the two outstanding teams at the tournament, Rob, at this moment in time, Spain and Germany. What are the chances of England winning, Rob? Before I go?
Oh, before Rob, you go. Winning what?
Can England win at the Euros?
No, come on, Christopher. You're better than that. You're better than that, Christopher. More calls to come. 08285 909 693. Thank you so much, Christopher. It's going to be me for the last half hour. Never mind.
Oh, lucky listeners.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
I just could not believe how disorganised. It really did look amateurish. It's really embarrassing to see.
I'm going with you what you said about playing, Robbie, a 4-3-3. We need an attack. We've got some of the best attacking footballers in world football.
Tearing my hair out. I was thinking you haven't won the game yet, you idiot. Get one there and get on the front foot and finish them off.
Watching England play football is like having your teeth pulled out without anaesthetic. And as long as Gareth Southgate's in charge, we'll never win anything.
I don't think he's the right man for the job. Then again, I don't know who is, you know.
Southgate, out of all the managers England's had since '66, has been the best manager. Yeah, fair enough, he hasn't done it right at the end, but for an England fan, what he's done has been really exciting.
10, left foot, in it goes, and England have the lead.
People who are talking about dropping Harry Kane, though, I think that is just absolutely bonkers. It's the best striker in the world.
Absolutely ludicrous that Palmer's not been on. I generally don't understand why Palmer's not been put on yet.
You'd play Harry Kane and Ivan Toney up front together.
Yeah, and simply say, look, just take the brakes off.
Do you think it is as disastrous as what some people are making out?
No, I don't. The top of the group, they're gonna win the group, I think.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Welcome back to 606. I'm here until 11:30 tonight. 08085 909 693 is the number to call. What does Gareth Southgate do for their final group game on Tuesday night against Slovenia? Also a reminder that Chris and Natalie Pike will be back with 606 on Sunday night at 10:30 p.m. after a huge match for Scotland against Hungary. Speaking to England fan Phil in a moment, but first let's hear from the England manager Gareth Southgate. Call us on 08285 909 693 and tell us what you think of what he had to say after the game to the fantastic John Murray.
You can't dress that up, can you?
No, and I don't intend to. We know people will be disappointed with our performances. We have to accept that. At the moment, we're not pressing with the intensity that we need to, so that's meaning that we're having to sit and defend a bit deeper. And then we're not using the ball well enough, which means we're having to defend more. So they're the problems. We've got to find the solutions.
And it's all seemed to snowball, didn't it, in terms of what it did for the confidence. So, you know, how do you turn it round? Does it need something radical?
No, we've got to go and assess the two performances, get back to the training camp, work through it together and find the best possible solutions to where we think we need to improve.
And you've talked about how England are out of possession, which was clearly an issue here again. You know, so what is specifically the work that needs to be done on that?
Yeah, we've got to press with more intensity, really. In the end, if you allow players to get their heads up and pick passes, then they can play passes that can hurt you. So we've got to find the best way of doing that with the profile of players that we've got, and that's part of the job over the next few days. But as I also said, we've also got to use the ball better as well.
And what is it? Is it a physical issue? Because these are very, very good players.
Yeah, no, there is. There is some physical conditioning. We knew that coming into the tournament. That's why we refreshed the front line with half an hour to go, because I think the game 3 days ago took a lot out of them, and we felt fresh legs at that point was very, very important to pose a threat and speed in behind their back line.
It feels from the outside as though there are a lot of issues. There are a lot of things that are wrong, and I know that you've had setbacks in your second matches at tournaments before, but can you turn the ship round, do you think?
Well, that's the job. That is the job. We understand what the next few days will be like externally, and we don't have any complaints about that. If we don't perform at the level we need to, then we have to accept that criticism. But our job is to find the right path forward and to carry the group with us.
That was Gareth Southgate talking to the Chief, John Murray. Phil, what do you think of your manager?
Hey Robbie, good to speak to you. What I believe what happens with us is that we sacrifice a style of play to accommodate egos within the team, and we don't. A leader, like a manager, he doesn't promote like charisma, style, positivity. It's just the old England that we always see, like every single tournament. Building it up. It's all based around Kane. It's all based around Bellingham. There are things that need to be fixed in that team that we just never do. Look at Spain. Great, beautiful, creative football. Us, we've got all of those players within our squad, and we just don't utilise them. Palmer on the bench. I'm a Spurs fan, yeah? And the thing for me is, I think from our perspective, we used to build our whole club around watching Kane play. Yeah, Kane this, Kane that, Kane the other. It wasn't about Kane. It was about getting a style of play. But unfortunately, what our club did was build it all around Kane. And all I see is Gareth Southgate doing the same thing. It's not good enough.
So would you leave Kane out then?
Definitely, yeah.
You'd leave Kane out. You leave your captain, the record goal scorer, just scored a goal. So you would leave Kane out in favour of who to press?
Ollie Watkins. I think as soon as Ollie Watkins came on today, there was a slight lift. But I think we were too far gone. I mean, I agree with everyone. I mean, I can jump on the bandwagon, yeah, and agree with everything that everyone else has said. Now, Foden, Saka, yeah, all right, great, both fantastic players, yeah. Put Saka on in the first. Have Saka on at the first half. He played really, really well. Foden doesn't play on the left-hand side. It's when Saka's run his heart out, then put Foden on there, switch them out. The left-hand side, Gordon needs to be there. I mean, you can't put Foden there. It just doesn't work.
But that would be a huge... Going back to Kane, Phil, that would be a huge call from the manager. So you've got your leading goal scorer, he's just scored, he's the captain, and you're making a statement to say, do you know what, we got to press, and the front, it starts from the front, so I want my centre forward, and your team would be Ollie Watkins, go and press. You get beat, you get knocked out, just saying in the last 16, Kane's on the bench, you're finished as a manager. You're done.
It's frustrating, though, Robbie, isn't it? I mean, I watch him. I go up to Spurs quite regularly, and when he was there, he plods from player to player. He doesn't press.
Come on, he's an unbelievable goal. Come on, and even when he drops into a 10, his vision, he's a magnificent player.
No question. Right, the header late on in that game, very unlucky that didn't go in, and that was a game changer. Yeah, he does all those things, but you have to have your leader pushing on, making like the whole team following what he does. I don't think he inspires them enough to do that.
So who's captain? So you're leaving Kane out. You're leaving Kane out. You're playing Watkins. Who's your captain?
I mean, Bellingham, I would say. I mean, I think leadership magnetises towards him. He's a fantastic player, but how do you make that switch late on? Taking Kane off was really sort of today was feeding the fuel of the press and everything that people were talking about. But watching him play, it's frustrating. It is frustrating.
Okay, Phil, thank you so much for the call. Phil says he would leave Harry Kane out in favour of Ollie Watkins and make Jude Bellingham captain. Miles, what do you think?
Hiya, Chris. Hiya, Robbie. I think Gareth Southgate, he's just not got the CV to back himself up as England manager. What I think we probably should be looking at is building an actual football team. We're trying to fit all these superstars in one team, whereas you look at great World Cup teams in the past, they've always had these water carriers in the team, who's someone who just does a job. You put someone, for example, if we look at the England squad today, you put someone like Kobbie Mainoo in instead of Trent Alexander-Arnold from the start, and you take that immediate pressure off Foden, Bellingham and Saka and Kane to drop deep and help defend, because you've got 2 sixes sat deep covering in front of the defence. Instead of trying to, I get what you mean about, and Palmer not being, 40 goals and assists this season and not being given a sniff is outrageous. But you take that pressure off and you build a team that's allowed to play on the front foot more, because you've got that defensive hold there to be able to make sure that you can play forward more.
What about, so would you play the 4-2-3-1? You would stick with that formation? Because listen, I've said to Chris earlier, Chris has now left because he's left the stadium, so you've just got me, unfortunately for you, Miles.
Okay.
And
right.
for the listeners, but I'd go the 4-3-3. I'd play with 1-6. Do in these games, do England really need to play with 2 sixes?
I think they do, with the way they're playing. We had moments in that game where Harry Kane's dropping behind the halfway line because he feels like he needs to be there. And I think that sometimes you don't want to cut off your nose to spite your face, which is what I think you do sometimes when you play all these world-class players. You're playing Trent Alexander-Arnold, this great right-back in centre mid, and he's just, he's played some really good football at times, but just looks out of his depth because he's playing in a position he's never played for.
Why do you think then, if you've got Rice and Mainoo as 2 sixes, listen, Mainoo's had an unbelievable breakthrough season, fantastic player, huge call that would be in the latter stages, because I think England will get there. If you went with a 4-3-3 with 1-6, and that was Rice, for instance, and you got Ford and Bellingham was 2-8 central, who could run in behind Kane as the 9 if he wants to drop deep, so you've got runners in behind, and you go with a Gordon and a Palmer, for instance. Palmer wants to come towards the ball, and Gordon will want to run away. So why play with 2 sixes? Why not be a little bit brave and go 4-3-3 and have runners in behind?
Because I don't think the team's drilled well enough for that. I think there's a lot of
it doesn't look like it's drilled now in a 4-2-3-1.
No, it doesn't, because they're playing with 1-6 and a right back playing in centre mid. World Cup football has always been about playing simple tactics.
But Trent's playing as a 6.
You can call him whatever you like, but he's not. He doesn't know how to do that job like Kobbie Mainoo does, though, does he?
So you'd rather a natural 6? I think Kobbie Mainoo will end up playing higher up the park. I think as your career develops, I think he'll play higher. I don't think he's
Perhaps
a natural 6.
He will, but he's more of a natural 6 than Alexander-Arnold. He's an actual midfielder, unlike Alexander-Arnold.
Yeah.
And I think you've got to play simpler tactics. I think that trying to overcomplicate it, you've only got you haven't got 38 game weeks to be able to get this right.
In a 4-2-3-1 then, with Kobbie, Mainoo and Rice as 2 sixes, a 4-3-3, where do you think, what chance have you got scoring more goals with Rice as 1-6, Bellingham, Foden, Kane, Gordon, for instance, and Palmer? You've got more chance of scoring in a 4-3-3 more goals than a 4-2-3-1, because the 4-2-3-1 doesn't seem to be working. You make a very good point that Trent's not a natural 6. I get that. You want to play a more natural 6, and Kobbie will, score the odd goal, as we've seen last season, some brilliant goals. But I'd go 4-3-3. It's a huge call. But you'd like to see the 4-2-3-1 with Kobbie in there.
Yeah, because I think that Foden, Bellingham, Saka and Kane, those four, they don't need anyone else. If on their day, if those four have got the freedom to be able to play their football, those four are four world-class footballers. France in 2018 played Blaise Matuidi and Kante holding deep, and it allowed Pogba, Kante, Griezmann and Mbappe to run the show up front because they didn't have to worry about defending. You give freedom to those four. Chucking more bodies on doesn't necessarily mean you're going to create more chances. Bellingham's had a fantastic season. Harry Kane's got 50 goal contributions. Foden's just one player of the season. You know, these are players who don't necessarily need another player to be able to create chances. They just need freedom to be able to create those chances.
Well, I read a stat that Trent Alexander-Arnold, in the 54 minutes he played, created more chances than any other England player.
He did. And that's even more impressive when you think about the fact that the right back's playing in midfield. So perhaps you maybe look at where you put him then, but maybe he comes on as a player later in the game when we do need to create chances like that, but maybe comes on a position that makes more sense for him. But I personally think that we can, those front four should be able to create the chances if they've got Kane should never be dropping as deep as he should. Because if you've got Maino and Rice, or even Wharton and Rice, anybody who sits alongside Rice will allow those four to play more creatively. And then, you can always bring on Palmer, who should be, Palmer should be definitely coming on. Every game should be coming on because, the season he's just had, he deserves to be. But I think those front four are perfectly capable of creating chances.
Miles, listen, you made some good points. Thank you so much for the call. Jarlath, how are you?
Good to speak to you, Robbie. How you doing? You okay?
You haven't been on for a while.
No, I haven't been on for a while. But it's good to speak to you again.
Good
to speak to you.
Mate, as well.
I'll try and keep it as brief as I possibly can because I know you've got loads of callers. I'm not an England fan. I'm a Republic of Ireland fan. England fans don't really know how good they've got it. The amount of abuse tonight of players across social media, again, social media is not exactly the most barometer of getting reasonable and balanced opinion, as we know. But again, the moaning on here tonight. You've just drawn 1-1 with Denmark, a team that got to the European Championship semi-finals last time round. I watched Republic of Ireland lose to Luxembourg at home. At home. Grealish and Rice, look, I'm still a little bit bitter, the fact that they decided to go and play for England instead of Ireland after playing for Ireland at junior level. But at the same time, James McLean was right. The amount of arrogance that England fans have, you won nothing for 58 years. 58 years, and you still think you should be beating teams 3-0, 4-0, 5-0 every single time they play. Every time that England don't do well, it's the system, it's this. The amount of moaning has been ridiculous. You drew 0-0 with Scotland. You had Mohammed on earlier on, who made an absolutely brilliant point. You drew 0-0 with Scotland, England fans, and then you drew 1-1 with the US. You were a kick away from winning that Euros at the end of the game. Marcus Rashford hits that penalty. I reckon he can go and win the tournament, which would be probably the worst thing ever. God, if they ever win a tournament, my God. But then obviously they lost a 50-50 game to France, which could have gone either way in the World Cup quarter-final, a year later. England fans don't realise this, that it doesn't matter how you start, it is how you finish. And Robbie, one final thing on this. History books don't care how teams win tournaments. They care who wins it. Portugal didn't win a single game, won one game in 90 minutes, again, unfortunately for you, against Wales in the European Championship in 2016.
Ronaldo header, wasn't it, as well?
Exactly. They won one game in 90 minutes. Does anyone remember that? No. They just care about the fact that Portugal won the Euros.
You do, Jarlath.
Well, I tried to remember it because I was trying to think of a point tonight. But honestly, the amount of moaning from England fans. Yeah, they're just saying the amount of moaning from England fans is ridiculous. Southgate, I think, is at the end of his shelf life. I think they will probably move on from him at the end of this tournament. But at the end of the day, they're at 4 points. They're going to qualify for the last 16. And then all they need to do is win 4 games. 4 games. That's it. The group stages don't matter in this tournament anymore. Most teams get in, apart from Ireland, pretty much. But there's 24 teams. Half the nations at UEFA get in. So it doesn't matter. Southgate can experiment if he wants to. I don't think the train experiment has worked, but he can do. England fans need to realise something, genuinely, that you've drawn 1-1 against a team that when it made a semi-final of a tournament 3 years ago, at the last this tournament. They're not out of this. They are not, in any way, shape or form, out of this tournament. It's not as bad as everyone thinks. They just need to calm down. Calm down. Seriously.
Jarlath, thank you. Listen, phone it more often, mate. Missed you. Thank you so much. Jarlath making some good points there about England. Russ, do you think Jarlath was making some good points?
To be fair, yeah. Good to speak to you, Robbie. I've been a listener for 10 years. First time caller as well.
Oh, brilliant. Good, Russ.
Just to echo
And you've
you've
waited till Chris has left. So well done.
Well, I'm gutted about that, because that geezer before giving you pair an hard time, absolutely shocking. I think they're probably just taking their frustrations out on you pair. But it's a brilliant show. You've got banter. It's educational. It's a fantastic listen. So
Thanks,
don't take that personally. What he says.
Are you a positive England fan then, Russ, tonight?
We're top of the group, 4 points. We'll beat Slovenia next week or whenever it is. Who are we going to get in the last 16? Who's it looking likely to be? Do you know? Or whoever it is, it'll
be a third place team, probably, won't it?
Yeah, so I'll be favourable, and then we're just easing ourselves into it. Do you know what I mean? We're just getting it right, just getting a feel for what it's like. And I know the pitch was terrible today, wasn't it? But they'll come good, man. It's coming home. They're gonna do it.
Do you really think they can win it?
Well, I'll tell you what it is. When it comes to the bigger teams like your Spains or Italy's or whoever it is, it's like Man United last season, terrible all season, get to the FA Cup final, do the business. I feel like England will be like that. When it gets to the big games, they'll all turn up and they'll have their day, and it'll be our year. I believe it. We've got the players. Gareth Southgate's got a bit of tinkering to do here and there, but he'll figure it out.
What tinkering would that be, Russ? What tinkering would that be? Would you play Kane?
I don't know, Robbie. To be fair, I mean, I'm not in charge. You know what I mean? But
you've got an opinion, Russ. You're a fan. You got an opinion. Would you play Kane? Where would you play Foden? Who would you play instead of Trent?
Maybe drop Kane and put Bellingham as almost like a false nine. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, but it's difficult, isn't it? He's got so many good players, and just getting them all in there, it's tough one to me, that, but. It's coming home. He'll get it sorted. Whatever way he does, he'll get it sorted, and we'll come good and we'll win it.
There you go, Russ. Listen, you've given it the first. It's coming home on 6:06 in this Euros. Thank you so much for the call, Russ. Richard, is it coming home?
No, mate, no. I'm following on from somebody saying it's coming home. No, I just don't think, unfortunately. My view of it is that I just don't think Southgate's adaptable enough. You look at the way the Premier League has changed recently. I know we're not talking about that too much, but you look at the managers in the Premier League, and Klopp's left Liverpool and things like that, and Pep is a perfect example of how adapting in the game, and things changed over the 90 minutes relatively quickly. And I think them managers, the new sort of going managers that have followed on from Pep, Arteta and the guy that's at Chelsea now, I can't remember his name, from Leicester. They were they learned from Pep to adapt in the game, and I don't think Southgate does that. I just looking at the first game, for instance, he took off Saka and Bellingham, who, in my opinion, were the two best players on the pitch at the time, and then he should have taken off Foden and Kane. In my opinion, he's done Kane and Foden today, which maybe he's changed a little bit, but he needs to adapt sooner. In my opinion, I don't know what you think, Robbie, but I just don't think it's good enough from his perspective. But I don't know who you're replacing with. Klopp, maybe, I don't know.
Oof! Oh wow! Listen, Richard, thank you so much for the call. Listen, we've had a coming home. Let's replace Southgate with Klopp. It's all going on this evening. Jason, where are you on it?
Robbie, well, no, they're not going to replace Southgate at the moment, but let's hopefully they do at the end of the tournament. I wish Chris was still on the call because we could debate that long and hard. But there's been lots of callers and lots of ideas tonight, Robbie. I say to you, the formation is not the greatest thing. Whether it's a 4-2-3-1, whether it's 4-3-3, whether it's 4-1. 4-1, or the famous 3-5-1, which obviously doesn't happen. But it comes down to there's going to be one change likely that gets made for the next game, and Trent will get replaced. The question is, does he replace him with Mainu and keep the formation the same with Foden on the left, or does he replace him with Gordon and push Foden into the centre and Bellingham, play alongside Bellingham? That's his two options, being absolutely realistic. He's going to do one of those two things. But the biggest thing I was wanting to get your view on is, what is the plan? 60 minutes in, 70 minutes in, it seems Southgate doesn't have a plan of what he's going to do. It's a tournament play. How does he bring in all those other great players on the bench to give them time to build them into the tournament. I don't see a plan. You look at the screen and you look at the views on the players on the bench. They look lost. They don't look enthused in the game. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, so, you're saying, would you change the system then? Because if you're going to put Gordon, move forward inside next to Bellingham and play with 1-6, or bring in Kobbie Mainoo and put Gordon in. So you basically, would you play a 4-3-3? Because to get those players in their favourable positions, that's the big question. How do you get the best players in their best positions? And at times you might have to leave big players out, and he's done that. Palmer's not playing. So that's the big question for the next game.
It is, and that's the plan, to say, okay, 60 minutes in, 70 minutes in, you've got to bring Palmer on. He has to have some time in the early on in the tournament. He's an outstanding player. What a season. So, as I said, it doesn't matter for me, 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3. Foden, Bellingham and Kane have got to have some freedom to move. But the plan has to be, if Kane is going to come deep, Bellingham's got to go forward. He has to know. Every player needs to know what is the plan when another player does something. You watch Pep on the sidelines. He's
watch Pep on the
moving
sidelines,
all the players around.
He certainly
Southgate
does.
isn't communicating to the players. It's like he's watching the players. Very little communication going from him out to the players to say, hey, this is happening out there. You move from one spot to another. He's letting the players dictate. He's the manager. He's got to develop the plan. And that is what I'm seeing is not happening.
Jason, you've had the final word on tonight's 606. It's been a fantastic 606. So many views, so many opinions. The 351 I love. There's been so much. Drop Kane. Klopp for the next England manager. This is 606. Natalie Pike and Chris Sutton will be back with 606 on Sunday night at 10:30pm straight after Scotland play Hungary. Big night in the election build-up. Next up on 5 Live, it's Johnny Ianson. 606 is a Shooting Sharp production for BBC Radio 5 Live. Good night.